don't want to get slammed by Draven. Need to find something strong. Have to respect the dive. I think Damwon Gaming approached the second round very intelligently, but they're the ones that have changed 3 pieces. Sandbox just want to rinse and repeat what they did in game number 1. So we'll see how this new lineup of Damwon Gaming can come together and see if we finally see the Rek'Sai pop-off we alluded to a week ago.
I mean, you take a look at the top side of the map already, and you have to feel pretty good. Nuguri gets right back onto his Vladimir once again, and Showmaker hops onto Zoe, which is definitely another one of those playmaking champions for him, and Rek'Sai once again looking for some success, this time around in the hands of Punch.
Fun matchups here. LeBlanc always going to be a highlight this time from Dove. Let's see how Nocturne Sylas as a duo do. Because remember, it's not going to be Sylas with an Olaf so he can just overextend for days. It's going to be much more about respecting the pressure of the enemy team here. Top of the table clash. Sandbox Gaming just want to close out 2-0, but Damwon Gaming looking to fight back.
Here we go, guys. Right back onto the Rift. Game number 1. Relatively short. Only about 31 minutes. Very one-sided after the dominoes started tumbling. We'll see if this game holds a similar path. What are you thinking about these comps here, Papa?
So I've actually got my magnifying glass on a couple of matchups, and the main one for me is this mid lane matchup, as we see happily the pool party Zoe skipping around. Zoe versus LeBlanc, if you ask any Korean mid laner, if you talk to people in solo queue, was a LeBlanc winning matchup at the start of the season. We definitely saw some pop-off LeBlancs, but over time and increasingly around the world, people are seeing that Zoe played at 100% against LeBlanc at 100%, Zoe actually wins that matchup because you have tools to answer. You just have to hit it, right? You need to hit the bubble when LeBlanc comes in. Because it's Showmaker, who's largely been in really good form against Dove here, I want to see if Showmaker can actually prove that in a matchup that from time to time has veered left and right. Let's see if the 9.4 Week 7 analysis of Zoe doing well in this matchup actually pans out.
See a couple of first picks. I actually do love this CG here from Riot, as Punch and Hoyt going to be hopping onto Rek'Sai and Thresh for the first time.
A lot actually happened at the level 1. Sandbox got a leash-in and didn't get cheesed because they put down a lane brush for the camp coming in from Xayah and Thresh. That lets you know they assumed that Hoyt and Nuclear would enter lane with no leash to try to find push priority. Obviously level 2 is so important to any duo lane, but it gives Nuclear so much more lane presence when you can threaten the Blade Caller. Looking at the runes, Nuguri has notably gone for the Klepto in this game. Has gone Kleptomancy. It's a melee matchup, trying to farm it out. So the leash there, I assume, was to allow OnFleek to get to the scuttle fast, and that means that Punch, with no leash, just goes and contests. So ends up being the threatening of the double scuttle, and we should see a confirmation double scuttle, and maybe more as that ward just timed out.
Punch knew about that ward as well, which is kind of interesting that he comes in here and challenges right as it does go down. OnFleek gonna make his way in, but the popcorn chickens will go mainly the way of Punch here. He hits level 3 and says, man, this is my jungle now, and is getting super aggressive. Red buff on blue buff as well means that he can trade quite well in here onto OnFleek, but level 3 is hit. Fear comes in onto Punch, which means that he will back away. Ooh, missed Paddle Star there, but nice dodge on the chains by Showmaker. A lot happening in that trade between the mid and jungle combos.
Yeah, the mid was what we had zoomed out on, but that's why Punch was so happy to push in, because early LeBlanc can't have that presence onto his Zoe. Have the ability to wave clear and harass much more reliably as the Zoe side of the matchup, so that's why had the priority to do it, and also the increased camps in the early game, and it will be the double scuttle at minimum, a product of this Zoe draft that we've been alluding to.
It's the most annoying thing in the world as a mid laner when you have this giant wave pushing into you, but you have to back away from it just to help your jungler. And it doesn't stop there. You talked about double jungle, but Punch is already once again in his face, not letting up on this one, but here comes Summit, tries to flash away, but now he's just in a world of hurt as he went too far. First blood goes to OnFleek.
And that's the part where Damwon Gaming make a mistake. They're trying to be bold. They're trying to invade around the Rek'Sai skirmishing advantage, but Sandbox Gaming, just like the level 1 ward on the brush, have scouted out and have anticipated this level of aggression. It's just not as clean as what we see from some other teams in the league. So one of those invading without priority in all your lanes. Yes, Zoe's coming fast, but Summit is coming and Noguri is not. We know that Noguri as a player plays for his lane, and that's going to be the cost here for Punch.
You see he flashed to his tunnel, but as he was entering it, the knockup from Summit, he said, nuh-uh. And it turns out that Summit's timing becomes the MVP of that gank and the kill, going the way of the Nocturne.
One of the first times my view of the game was really challenged when I was just a viewer, before I was ever a caster, was when Diamond Prox, was this big invading jungler as Shyvana, and gave the famous interview, I believe it was Diamond, I could be mistaken, but basically said, counter jungling is a team thing, not an individual thing. Don't praise me for it, it's a product of my team. Noguri was not backing up Punch on that invade, and if their goal was to get Punch into a huge lead, that should be your primary objective, not trying to deny half a minion wave from the enemy top laner. So a better team play from Sandbox. We already mentioned they didn't change anything when it came to their players on the Rift, and we're seeing some teething problems, and now Noguri just having some straight-up problems.
Vlad here, only level 5, but does have that sustain with the potion and the Q to come in just to save his life, but great trade already going the way of Summit.
Maker gets the Ignite, gets to just thrift shop it through and get some priority in the mid lane, but yes, it's a very amusing top lane because every time you see Vlad or the Sylas top lane, you're looking for healing reduction, and amusingly, Noguri nor Summit can go into an Executioner's Calling. So this is a matchup that I think Summit will actually do pretty well on as the laning phase goes on. We'll see what he's maxing. I haven't been able to spot it yet. He could just go back to Kingslayer max, but the amount of cooldown reduction that Vladimir gets does make it hard to out-sustain the poke trades. You only have the all-in trades that can go your way.
I did, well, we are seeing the Rek'Sai take the Ocean Drake right now extremely early, only about a minute after it did spawn. Joker will come in and spot it, but Punch looks like
he got low. He's down to 80.
That was a interesting sound you made. Very enjoyable as the hook lands here, but of course they're not going to be diving anytime soon. But during the break, I was talking about Sylas and my hate of the champion currently. In the LCK, you were talking about some other regions, but in the LCK, I think it was something like only outside of 2 games, the better team that should have won was mainly dying with the Sylas. I'm going to hold that thought as Nuguri is getting ganked here. The fear into the knockup from the Sylas means that he does get pretty low, but will get away. But generally, it was better teams losing with the Sylas against teams they should have won against, and the only times that the Sylas was actually winning was from better teams against these teams that they should be beating anyway. So I'm still not convinced. Maybe Sandbox can add another win to the scoreboard here if they do get this win after Summit's good play in the top side.
Punch hasn't revealed himself. That was a visual bug, in case you guys are wondering. So was in the brush there, but it's going to be the recalls from the enemy. I understand your point, and I think if you want to just base it on what we've seen in Korea, I'm 100% there with you. And maybe Sylas will be a pick like Camille, where LCK just can't get the value out of it. The other regions do, but I tend to be glass half full. As we can see a teleport here, we'll zoom out on the Sylas talk.
Punch actually gets in there and steals it away without smite, it seems. Nice lantern as well to get him to safety. And the invade does work out.
I think when it comes to Sylas, the fact that we already have players whose Sylas we fear, I'm thinking of Chovy, as the bubble does land. Remember our analysis about this lane.
Oh, man.
If you hit the bubbles, you win the lane matchup. So Showmaker finding a good moment there. But we already have players who are like, ooh, do you really want to give Chovy Sylas? And I think some people will say, oh, that's a Chovy thing, but it doesn't take a lot of skill to build Rod of Ages and some CDR and then steal an Alistar ult. You know what I mean? And frontline. But the ability for Sylas in certain scenarios to pop up tells me this is a flexible champion, and it influences your opponent's draft. You lock in Sylas, and people are saying words like Udyr and Zoe and things that compositionally answer the ultimate, right? Already, you're getting a mind game going. So I have a feeling the Sylas is here to stay and will be a champion that is going to be the cornerstone of the meta without some nerfs. But I agree with you that a lot of Korean teams haven't been able to pull it off in the best light.
Still waiting for it. And certainly once it does get behind, it loses a bunch of its value. But we'll have to wait and see if from ahead, at least in the nice play that it made in this game, it can do something. It does help out in the first blood, but still sustaining some losses in the top lane, actually. About 18 CS down currently on the Black.
See where these comps are going. Vladimir usually heralds an outscale of a comp, but it's dive versus Vladimir in kind of a siege comp, right? So it's kind of very interesting composition where they took Noguri, a Vladimir power pick, and yes, Noguri can just straight up win the game, but it's not like it's a dive comp from Damwon that will hard outscale in the late game. It's a dive Vlad and some good setup around it. So if you can stay ahead of Sylas in the 1v1, then yes, you get the best of both worlds where the 4 members of Damwon siege up, and the wave clear is not great on the side of Sandbox. The wrong all in, they lose. But if the Sylas can find a steadying point, then things become more competitive. So we still like what Damwon is fielding. We love the fact that they're not in a gold disadvantage like they were in game number 1, but feels like this game is still up there to be won 10 minutes in.
They get that nice Ocean Drake to start this off extremely early on in the game means that all the lanes are going to benefit from that extra regen, especially in the mid lane that you were talking about, where the Zoe does seem to be the winning matchup nowadays, but can benefit even more from that regen. As On Fleek still looking for his first paranoia in this game. You can see he was hanging around the mid lane as Dove was trying to bait a fight that eventually didn't work out. But still no paranoia has come in here, and that is kind of worrying when you are running that Nocturne.
And if I think about how Sandbox would win this game, I think about how they'll have that cheaper 2-item spike onto Ghost, and it's going to be, of course, the Essence Reaver build, so it takes a while to get going for Nuclear. And it's the fact that Zoe's side lane might actually be shut down by both LeBlanc and the Sylas, who can build double MR, because, of course, it's against both Vladimir and the Zoe. So there's definitely a mid-game window where the items might just come together better for Sandbox, and that's where they win. Get a 20-minute Baron again and close the game. Otherwise, not a lot to like around Damwon, and they also have that Rek'Sai. Hasn't done that much. Has gotten some camps, has gotten 3-camp lead, but has died also. And now we're in that wheelhouse where the paranoia is something that's very difficult for Punch to emulate.
I mean, see that On Fleek was looking for that opportunity in the top side, but it is a Vladimir, so even if you do land it, you don't exactly know where the Rek'Sai is. If any kind of counter gank comes into a Vlad that's level 9, and you use that paranoia, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, so they just decide against it. And we will continue to have this passivity for now, as neither team finding much action after the early game.
We saw the runes earlier. It is domination second, so there isn't going to be the sorcery 10% CDR, so it's not 45% CDR Vladimir at level 11, so going to be a little bit lower on the lane abusing. But Onfig actually looking to stop the dragon stacking here. They've got control bot side of the map. It's just kind of slipped away from the fingers of Damwon Gaming. Onfig got the Drake down below 1,000.
The spike comes in. Cloud Drake does go their way with a Mountain Drake up next. Now On Fleek in an awkward spot. May just have to go forward, straight onto the Thresh here, but Aftershock and a stopwatch is going to keep him alive for so long. Already the Nocturne goes down, and Summit going to be baited into this one as well. Should be going down here. Just gets sniped there by Showmaker, looking for another one on the backside, but will just be the 2 kills going the way of Damwon.
And Noguri actually teleports down late because the paranoia locked him out from doing so. But actually, he could have kept the teleport and they got 2 kills bot side. So it's a really big win for Damwon that amusingly could have been even bigger because Sandbox are forced into a rush all in with their paranoia TP advantage, and yet it's turned against them.
Zoe pick, you can see what it's doing in the mid lane, but also just trying to zone out On Fleek, forces him to go straight into a Thresh.
And they get the TP advantage, but think of all the tools that are used here by Sandbox, and it just ends up being a trade as the fight goes on. Summit ends up dying on this teleport here, so that's the 2 kills to get them back in. 1 trade kill, not worth the teleport, that gets no kill involvement from Noguri.
Fortunately, as Summit was going in, the rest of his team kind of backing away as the Nocturne was already going down. So, see a bit of the gold differences already in the top lane. The Vladimir 1,000 gold ahead at 13.5 minutes over the Silas here.
And you can't go Rod of Ages from this far behind in this build against the double AP, so it's kind of priced in to go for the build I know LS likes a lot less, which is the Proto Belt into situational build. I think it's vindicated here because otherwise you're just really, really losing while the Rod of Ages is put together, so you need something to at least pretend you're going to fight back, but is it going to be too little too late? They're already investing Joker's time to try to end this laning phase or at least keep some pressure onto Nuguri.
Didn't help out in the first blood, but ends up dominating the lane anyway. That is Nuguri's Vlad here. A scary proposition. They let him have it. They banned out the Lee Sin instead, away from Punch. And so Damwon said, okay, we'll just pick up Nuguri's Vlad, and thank you very much. So far, it's been looking quite good.
You assume first the question was, do we have a pick to hold it, rather than just can we respond to it? They should not have been surprised to see the Vladimir priority, and it's Nuguri, a player who's performed on it again and again. Smite from Punch actually gets the red, but we're seeing Nocturne brawl with him.
He's trying to get in there, doesn't have much mana, but the fear comes down, but in goes the Rek'Sai, but perfectly timed stopwatch as the Paddle Star from Showmaker from downtown uses his own flash to make that a 1-for-1.
And those extra tools makes it hard to evaluate, but you definitely feel good as the Rek'Sai. She was looking like lights out in that scenario, but the R actually immuning the damage bought enough time for Zoe to respond and gets that 1-for-1.
Really nice mechanical play there from the side of Damwon to make the most out of a bad situation. And they'll keep that lead going. They have a 2-0 Zoe now, and it's Showmaker just dominating Dove in the mid lane too.
And I love little plays like that. Same mechanic as the Alpha Strike, right? Where you just time it right and you immune damage. That's what we see with the Rek'Sai pretty reliably. And that's what allows her to get the trade kill that bought so much time, about 3.5 seconds of time between the stasis and that. We're in mid lane, didn't use Nocturne ult, remember?
Yeah, they have a ton of burst damage here too, but the stopwatch comes in, and he is able to swipe there on top of him. Okay, in goes Dove again, and Punch has to flash away just to survive, so a nice clap back there from Dove and on fleek.
And because Rek'Sai never got to extend that lead in the 1v1 when she wanted to invade earlier, now we get to the point where it's the same analysis as Nocturne versus Kalista. Nocturne versus Zoe, right? Zoe skipping away with her portal jump ain't gonna do nothing against the Nocturne dive, so Nocturne finds a way to trade his life for Zoe's every fight. That's advantage, Sandbox Gaming.
Definitely a feels-good moment for Sandbox to try to come back in this one, as now Joker's getting really frisky. Gets the knock-up onto the Xayah. Lantern will get him away as well. Damwon just going for Shelly here.
Kind of bizarre use of the ult from Hoyt there. They just ended up drawing a response ult from Joker. They didn't know about the positioning of junglers. We know junglers weren't in response range on either threat. Gonna watch the replay of the top side. Loving the R timing from the Rek'Sai here. So on fleek, because he's got the lethal tempo, says, let's brawl, I'm ready to go, I got backup. Watch the play here, Dove comes in, would have killed the Rek'Sai. R's through the damage into stasis, and with the actual flash, true flash used by Showmaker, they need a lot, but without this, what doesn't Zoe have now? The flash that she needed to pick up the kill, and that's why the response gun almost a double is available for Sandbox Gaming, so they next level what Damwon Gaming was trying to do.
It really is a great point. I mean, On Fleek goes from dying, the second he comes back alive, he just runs down the mid lane and says, we are killing the guy that doesn't have flash and no escape. So definitely a great move from them, but now they're struggling to try to take this Mountain Drake away.
Silas walking down.
Will they try to get in range? There it is, but no, this fight not going to go away, and the two-man play comes in from the side of Hoyt, means that already Nocturne is going to be going down. And Punch trying to finish him off. It is going to be the double kill going to Showmaker. So 2 kills and the Mountain Drake go the way of Damwon Gaming.
And Damwon Gaming, finding Sandbox walking up, and speaking of Damwon Gaming, Nuguri just going to ult to get them away. Both top laners missing, and I think Sandbox overrate the position they're in. They get no Nocturne Paranoia value. I believe might have been on cooldown, certainly wasn't used. Damwon Gaming get everything once again. They're going to push up and get the first turret of the game as well.
Should be a huge swing to go to the side of Damwon after that play, as, well, just a response Emo play trying to push them off the turret here alongside with the Proto Belt, but it's not pushing them away. They're going to get that first blood turret. Actually, that's the second turret already that they have taken here.
They got
bottom one already gone on the map.
They got Drake, blue buff steal, and 2 turrets and 2 kills. They got so much from this play. And you think about where Sandbox are in the game, remember, it's no Muramana 2-item Ezreal, so he wants to be in the mid lane. That's where Ezreal is strong at this point. The LeBlanc has 1 item, she can burst 1 person, but that's not team fight strength, that's pick strength. So Sandbox walking up to contest here is pretty bizarre. They get no value out of the power they have right now, and they actually kind of just accept their fate. Blink and you miss it. Valdez, it's a 5,000 gold lead almost for Dumb1 Gaming. Kind of gift-wrapped by the side of Sandbox.
On Fleek, you were talking about the Paranoia. It didn't look like it was available. He had to flash in for that one. You would imagine that he would use Paranoia to just get in range if he had it. So gets too close, doesn't get the smite, gets played and knocked up, so he can't even use any of his abilities and does no damage. And talk about the importance of Mountain Drake. You can see it in the desperation of Sandbox to try to steal it away. Definitely
the worst early game play we've seen from Sandbox in multiple series. The fact that they lost that much, and it should have been worse. Nogari was actually closer to the fight than Silas as a more team fight ready champion as well. This was they should be happy they only lost 5,000 gold. It could have been way more in that play. And now the Rift Herald is there. Now a lot of our points about where the game state is at are going to be thrown off by the extra gold and the extra objectives. Loaded in, Dumb1 Gaming take the 3rd out of turret, and it feels like Sandbox are ready. It backs against the wall.
Doesn't stop there as Shelly trying to get a second charge here. Will not be able to, but already Showmaker with the Banshee Veil on top of Ludens at 20 minutes. That's a really happy Zoe. She's skipping a lot more now after having all of these items, and it's just going to be a menace here in the mid-game.
Win lane, win game is a possibility for Zoe in the LeBlanc matchup, which does confirm our recent analysis about where that matchup is tipping. That is a huge item breakpoint. To have Mercs and Banshee Veil complete here means that she doesn't care about Zoe unless she's heavily overextended in a side lane. And right now, those side lanes, she can just wait for the minion wave to be frozen or slowly push towards the turret, then relieve pressure rather than have a very long lane with her own turret down. Facing on to Nuclear, but doesn't have to use the ult. They get the trade now, and maybe Nocturne can punish it in the next minute or so.
Joker happy about that one. Probably looking for a little bit more as Dove sustaining some damage here, just trying to clear out that control ward. We're definitely going to see more of Zoe versus LeBlanc in the response. It felt good, you know, Dove picked up a win and then he gets it again, but then immediately now Showmaker comes in and proves to everybody just how strong that Zoe can be in this matchup. LeBlanc, I suppose, sometimes a little bit too linear. You have to stay there for, you know, even just 1 second to get your damage trade in, and the Zoe can just throw out some of her own linear skills to shoot you in the face.
But let's go back to the draft with our new information and say, first pick Vladimir for top almost certainly is winning the top lane matchup by a lot of gold with the Kleptomancy. So go for extra winning, right? The Kleptomancy. And then Showmaker's winning this skill matchup that clearly seems to be trending towards the Zoe. That's some pretty worrying signs for Sandbox when it comes to their usual style. They are one of our teams that almost always draws for lane strength, unlike Griffin that can take the more greedy scaling approach. And we're not even sure that scaling is going to be paid off in a significant manner. They weren't able to use where Ezreal is strong against Xayah, and now with all the gold that's gone the way of Nuclear and his 550 gold of farm and kill bounty, feels like the side just has straight up more power. So there's actually very little for OnFleek and the members of Sandbox to pose questions on. It actually has to be things like Joker trading his ult with Nuclears and then calling in the Nocturnes. We're already talking 2-step, 3-step plans to even get even trades.
Poor Joker has to cleanse away from that one. They get that information now, and Showmaker going to take his own cleanse on top of a Banshee Veil. You're not touching this Zoe. She, you know, she's going to have her way on the Rift here to essentially do whatever she wants, has a needlessly large rod.
I predict there'll be at least one team fight where you singing Can't Touch This will be better play-by-play than play-by-play in the fight. She's going to be that strong.
It could happen. Could definitely happen here.
How's your singing voice? Is that in your...
You know, it's all right.
All right.
You and I haven't, we haven't done karaoke together just yet. As, well, that does a lot of damage. You can see maybe in the future the Ezreal can do a bit. As, working on the 3rd item now. Towards the Archangels.
I wonder if it's the lights out choice, because it kind of can be either. Nuclear's far enough ahead that you could close out the game with an early IE, or go the ghost route and go GA and frontline a bit more and try to bait with your ult and also your Guardian Angel. So a lot of options available here for Nuclear. Might even just be a gold back timing thing. He's pushing up, doesn't give too many mundos about Summit, as you can tell. That's magic resist, not armor, onto Summit.
He's got a lot of magic resist to face off against Vlad, but not up against Zaya, obviously. And of course, you know, Vlad Zoe, that is double AP.
Oh, it's the right choice, and yet
yeah.
Damwon Gaming can make it wrong, right? And that's what happens when you're this far ahead. Your lane assignments are so flexible now. Yeah. From a 6,000 gold lead, Sandbox Gaming. They're trying something. They're rolling all the die.
Okay. Well, I said he couldn't touch the Zoe. It looks like I might be correct. No, he is going to be shut down there. As only the GA might be going down. Already 2 kills. The way of Sandboxes. They're trying to shut it down, but Summit maybe going a little bit too far here. Nuclear is going to be able to shut him down, and Noguri, oh boy, here he comes. Should be able to get at least Joker and do a lot more damage. So they do trade a couple back. Will be a 2 for 2 in the end.
2 for 2 at that point in the game, with how far behind they were and how the game was slipping away from them, is actually good for Sandbox. And if Kingslayer comes off cooldown, that would actually be an insane heal. Remember, it's AP with Spirit Visage onto the Silas, but doesn't quite get it at the end. This is what you can do. The only thing they can do is press Nocturne ult and group. They will have a TP advantage or a grouping advantage, because there's no way for Vladimir to teleport in that scenario. And Noguri, famous, of course, for being second there. Silas probably a second or 2 away from living and potentially posing more questions. Noguri only gets Joker. It certainly could have been worse.
Wasn't a big fan of the Zaya ult usage by Summit that he did steal, as Nuclear easily just able to sidestep in the little nook in the jungle there and avoid all that damage. And after you use that, he had no escape when he was going 1v2. You mentioned it was probably a cooldown issue. Didn't seem like he had the Kingslayer, but maybe he should have saved that for a better position. Does mean he does go down in the end, as he was just looking to zone away the Zaya.
I have an important update. Showmaker went for the budget GA full-powered IE. He has the Infinity Edge done, and he has the stopwatch. So he is a Nuclear, I should say. So he's really strong at this one. The Zaya is to be feared. And even if they recreate these dives, Zaya is uniquely strong at dealing with things like Nocturne ultimates, so the threat of this Zaya carrying a fight is high, and we already outlined the position that Showmaker is in, so Sandbox Gaming need to find another window where they 5v4, because 5v5 ain't going to work out.
See what they can do here as the push does come in. It looks like they may just go for an avoid, as Summit being zoned out on the bottom side, and LeBlanc is not even here. She's in the top lane just split pushing, and they say, well, we're not going to go for any kind of 5v4 just yet. We'll just take out that outer turret in the top side and avoid all the fights up until then.
Damwon Gaming haven't been a team that's been too dive happy, and your suspicion is, with Flame out, Noguri in, that some of the tight mid to late game shot calling will also be evading this team. That was the big thing that Flame's introduction, if you talk to the players, if you listen to the interviews, all about giving that veteran shot calling ability. Let's watch this matchup getting the Nocturne.
Chemo Plague means that. Okay, in goes Nocturne, and enough amplified damage goes on top of that Vlad to the point that even he can't survive.
The control ward line actually extends to Cam, so they had no idea which side the map Nocturne is on. And remember that if Nocturne Tether goes onto a Vladimir, it will apply during the pull. There's no way to kite away from that. You have to use the pull at the right time. In that scenario, the Nocturne gets the job done. A nice piggyback gang with no Baron punish from Damwon Gaming.
Yeah, it was a lot of stuff there, just a little bit too far forward from Nuguri. Good positioning by OnFleek, and no flash as well on Nuguri, which is probably communicated to make that gank even easier. And what do you always want to do up against Nuguri? You want to punish his overstaying in some of those side lanes and some of that selfish side laning. Well, they're able to do that here already with a kill and a turret in the bottom lane.
And it's a play style. It's a point where in game number 1, maybe Sandbox can't fight back, but with the members, again, with the nameplates on, this is a scenario where outplaying Damwon Gaming on the map is possible, because so frequently, even before Flame wasn't there, we would look at these game states and say that Damwon didn't have the macro to close out games like this. They needed to brush up and harness their smart coaching staff, in order to belie the fact that they had a lot of talented solo queue members that weren't as on point with the map rotations. So given all that, let's see how many times they can use the TP advantage that the Paranoia causes, or just the piggyback advantage to take down side lane members and drag this game on to maybe just a single team fight they can win.
Mountain Drake, a huge objective here. Unbreakable, gonna have to be used already by Joker, but level 16 for both Nuggery and Dove. Pretty big in terms of both of those champions. We'll see if Sandbox even want to contest here, as the Ezreal ultimate does come through. Backs Damwon Gaming off quite a bit here, as Ingo's on fleek.
No unique vision. There's a control ward vision on Damwon Gaming's forward ward above this spot, and matching control wards on the right. So let's see if it's an honest 5v5, or maybe even a steal.
Can they get in there? Here comes the Rek'Sai. It's going to reset, and Ingo's on fleek. He gets it this time. The Hemoplague is good by Nuggery. Look at all that damage into the backline, but Punch getting low, and Summit looks like maybe he bit off a little bit too much. Just coming in from behind as his team was backing away. Only he will go down, though. Mountain Drake goes the way of Sandbox, but Damwon heading immediately to Baron.
And you see how tricky it is to approach a fight, especially with Hemoplague used so early, and to actually hard engage. Summit's the only frontliner. He goes in and quickly turned on by the enemy. Damwon trying to double down here and pick up the Baron. They lost out on the Drake. They love a Baron.
Even gonna get the heal here on a Punch as Punch just gets
He's dead.
He goes down, but no steal is gonna come in as Ghost. He's beginning to get real strong. You can already see it. Uh-oh. Showmaker gonna miss on that borrowed flash, but even so, they're out of position for the push in the mid lane.
That means only 4 members have the Baron, and they lose a turret here. So they're trying to make this not the game-ending Baron buff power play that we saw in game number 1. Important to note, though, Sandbox can still look to try to take down side laners, and the side laners will always have the Baron if we see an eventual 2v2 between, say, Zoe Rek'Sai as 2 members of Sandbox, or Vladimir Rek'Sai, given how much Nocturne side lane play has dragged this game on from a Sandbox perspective.
On fleek, trying his very best, picked up Sterix now. Is quite tanky. Let's take another look at this play, though.
Nocturne does claim the smite here. I don't actually see if it's engaged. This is always so awkward because Baron relaunches, the smite timing is off. The moment that Vlad ults 3 members, there's no way to actually be a backliner, so Summit actually goes too far. With the stolen Rek'Sai ult, no one can walk past. Nuggery, that's impossible. Let's watch here the Ezreal ult, even through the redemption here. Let's see how much damage it does. Yeah, it does an extra 500, and then just a cheeky auto attack from the Baron takes it down there. So we zoom out. We do see a mid lane turret. Only 1,000 Baron buff power play so far. The gold lead has narrowed since all this play has happened, when it looks like Damwon Gaming were maybe in a no-lose scenario.
That it has. It is getting pretty interesting. There is still a chance that Sandbox could come back, but Damwon now with the Baron buff, looking for a big power play here. They already get that bottom turret on the side of Nuggery.
And you wonder if maybe this is play one lane dive. Speaking of dive,
trying to get onto Showmaker again. That huge amount of damage from the Ezreal means that 2 members immediately go down, as Dove also going in for the kill. It's Nuclear, and he's all alone. Will go Nuclear as he goes down. Nuggery, the last man remaining. And he's got a Hemoplague and a Dream. Can he do this actually on fleek? Gonna mess up that spell shield.
How many can Nuggery take down here?
Lee's gonna go on top of him. Second one does come in. A bit of a monk-ass moment, but 5 members do go down on the side of Damwon as Sandbox straight back.
It is a monk-ass moment. They were so far ahead with Baron, and they just lost a team fight. I was just about to say, maybe this is where you play one lane and dive as Damwon Gaming, because we already saw you're losing the game when Sandbox can split you away with the Paranoia. Vladimir is in a side lane, and Damwon Gaming just go up too far when they don't have Vladimir there to dive. This is not the time to walk up when your Vladimir is auto-attacking an inner turret, and they get punished in a pretty embarrassing fashion in this particular all-in.
Get 2 members in there, all alone,
and then you see Nuggery, and you remember, hey, even if he was tanking turret and could recreate most of this play, if he has 4 members with him, 3 other people die, and you just win as Damwon Gaming. Instead, they play multiple emphasis to the comms.
나 탑에 탈게. 탑에 탈다.
Said nice, and then I'm going to go top.
And the coach is actually creating a rumble here. What was that on the Richter scale on the side of Sandbox? Their coach has always had some of the most visceral reactions. They know they were gifted that one by Damwon Gaming, and that's quintessential Damwon Gaming from ahead. When they don't have Flame on the roster, they frequently make mistakes like this, and it's worth noting, they've clearly been giving scrim time to so many members of the roster if they were willing to sub in 3 new players for game number 2.
Yeah, it is just a little bit of disrespect. Even if you are really far ahead with Baron, there's no messing with some of the late game damage of Ezreal and LeBlanc. They're just popping off so much. Ezreal's 4-0-4 with 1,000 gold bounty and 4.5 items. You can't just run straight at them. They're gonna blow you up.
It does feel like Ezreal at this item timing point has just out of nowhere sprung to ultra relevance. Notice double tier is done. He has the Gunblade and Sorcerer's Shoes for just outrageous ult damage. If Sandbox Gaming get the second Baron buff, I think they close out the game, and Damwon will be happy there's still 2 minutes till that's on the Rift.
Definitely a lot of the pressure is lying on top of Nuggery, who is that big side carry for them.
Well, wield it as a weapon. No point sheathing Noguri. Unleash him. That's what they have to do, so they have to play team fights. Here we go.
Oh, big Hemoplague here on the side of Summit, but has to wait for that one. Huge Braum ultimate as in goes the Nocturne. But nice damage out of Nuggery. He's still alive. He's going to get a couple of kills here to the side of Damwon Gaming, as even Summit is going to go down. Goes desperately alone, trying to do that damage from behind, but even after the dive and so many ultimates, so much of Damwon remains.
And Sandbox Gaming choose to fight against Damwon, and they find out that Damwon group is so different to Damwon when the Noguri is not around. Noguri able to live through this. They can kite back, but they're not kiting back to friendly area just yet. Point doesn't feel strong enough to chase, and there should be some piggyback escapes, only at the cost of a further Mountain Drake to Damwon Gaming.
Forcing fights straight into a level 18 Vlad that is this fed. We've seen many times, doesn't seem to work out.
And Sandbox have picked tools, they have outnumbered tools, but they don't have a champion like Vlad, who can press all his buttons and with multiple AoE spells win a team fight. They think they have their moment to go in, and you see Doug get a Mimic Distortion, right? You think, is this going to be enough? But the answer is no, that's not what they comp for. That's not what they've been gifted to get back into this game. So Damwon Gaming finally find a simple place to group around. We're actually seeing hopes and prayers from the fans there. Seeing the full roster. They've needed the full roster to get some of their victories. But Damwon Gaming, in simple places where it's very easy macro to say, let's have 5 people park them together and fight, are finding victories. Let's see if Sandbox can play the map like they did in game number 1 to actually cause an outnumbered scenario, because you know what? Even though they've lost out to a teleport advantage from Paranoia 2 or 3 times, Damwon Gaming you could see making the same mistake for a 4th or 5th time, and that's kind of what Sandbox has to hope for.
It's what a lot of teams in the LCK already have won doing up against Damwon Gaming, so I don't mind that. Maybe take a page out of their book, begin to split up the map, maybe send Dove to a side lane or something like that. Has the Ignite, not the teleport, so might be a little bit harder, but...
You know when you have the Fed split pusher and solo queue, like your bot lane, your mid lane lost, but top lane's 8-0? And
yes,
the top laner just chooses to keep pushing around while you lose the 4. This is where the 4 teammates have decided, why don't we just walk into the same lane as Noguri? That'll probably work out pretty well. They need Noguri there. Follow the leader. Follow Noguri is what Damwon Gaming need to do. Because if they lose another fight in this series because Noguri's not with them, that's on them.
Summit comes in, steals an ultimate, but already sustained so much as Paranoia just coming in, but the Rek'Sai going a little bit too far here. Punch not quite going to be sniped out as the True Shot barrage goes the other way. But hanging on a knife's edge was that fight as both junglers trying to play with fire here. Punch nearly losing his GA with the Baron available.
And Joker actually has QSS and Cleanse on this Braum in order to walk up and have a Cleanse effect. Maybe he chooses to swap over, maybe even a cheeky Baron steal. You can have QSS and also the Summoner change available from the Unsealed Spellbook. A lot of pick CC here. He's trying to ward Baron from behind against Zoe Thresh, so you know there's a lot of reliable ways to stop that Baron check. Speaking of Baron checks, Ghost can do it off cooldown with the Q. They know things are bad, and things are so fast!
It's double mountain, and don't care how much damage the LeBlanc does. You're not going to be able to outsmite there, as way too fast of a Baron. Sandbox not able to challenge that time around.
You say that confidently, Valdez, but I definitely saw Mimic Distortion Steel potentially come out. Mimic Distortion's probably not doing that much less damage than Smite at this point in the game. Punch 1 and 6, but level 16, so I think 900 Smite damage, I want to say. I think it's 1,000 at level 18, if I remember correctly. Not numbers I keep too close an eye on. Eye-opening builds on both 80 carries. There's 6 of them for both, so both of them are super powered. And our read is that Damwon Gaming's teamfight comp is easier to execute. You can lift off with a GA as the Xayah, and you have Noguri, a champion who is better teamfighter than anyone else on the Rift right now. And yet, because of the nameplates, you wonder if Sandbox can find a way to turn the tables on Damwon. With a Baron buff, you would hope the answer is no.
Well, they certainly have a lot of ways to force fights with the Nocturne, LeBlanc, and Ezreal to get in position and do damage, but they have to do it when the Vladimir is not there.
And Vlad's items are great for team fights. Summit's items zone for a while, but not as much home for no death cap onto Dove just yet. Noguri's grouping here. Notice he's not sticking the side lane with that Baron buff. They're trying to play one lane. I like this from Damwon. Not always the right way to go, but given how this series has gone so far, probably the right call.
Oh boy, and Ghost even taking a huge amount of damage there from one Paddle Star. Gotta be really careful. Summon and Dove trying to come from behind and make things interesting here.
Remember, they don't want to fight 5v5 face roll. They want to find a pick, so actually trying to split Damwon, giving them headaches, and also stopping further minion waves is smarter than trying to smork 5v5.
Kind of like the idea. You know, you got to play guerrilla warfare when you are in this kind of situation.
Shout out to Misfits.
Yeah.
They play guerrilla warfare every game.
I love those guerrilla pictures, man. Make my day every time.
Well, that's a Saturday analysis point. It's Thursday. Is it Damwon Gaming forcing a third game? Remember, they're on a 6-match win streak. The Sandbox Gaming is trying to engineer the downfall of.
Looked like that Battlestar kind of went through that one. It's okay. Nuggery is not wasting any more time. Ghost just barely survives on the backside. In goes the Nocturne, but immediately blows up. Down goes Vlad, though. Okay, we do take that Vladimir away. Does that mean that Sandbox have a way to get back into this one? Well, the Silas is going to go down, as does Nocturne, and the dominoes will fall. There are going to be other threats in the lineup here from the side of Damwon, namely Showmaker and Nuclear at this point in time. And now it's only up to Ghost and Joker to try to stop them.
Guerrilla warfare is not going to be enough to stop the winning army here. Showmaker piles on the damage, so does Nuclear, and Damwon Gaming will force game number 3.
41 minutes, they are able to do it this time around. We'll be going to a game 3 as finally the series we were expecting does come to life here on the backs of Damwon and Vladimir.
And just those full item builds, short of the guerrilla warfare tactics, were too strong. The tank on the Silas, the mana items that have already been piled on the Xayah, just things couldn't be made equivalent, and we have to remember this began with a Vlad first pick that we knew was top lane because it's Noguri, and then also the Zoe, and the answering picks in terms of 1v1 matchups couldn't be wielded enough on the side of Sandbox. Preseason and in Challengers, remember this is of course a rematch of a series that happened a couple of times in Challengers Korea, summer 2018, that just the pure talent on the side of Damwon honestly would be why you would have tipped them to beat Sandbox Gaming before 2019 kicked off. It ended up being about the talent and the laning matchups, and it's going to be something where we do expect these players to maintain their spots for Damwon. Sandbox Gaming cannot afford to give pretty comfortable laning matchups. The LeBlanc didn't work, and the Silas, it's another Siluse in game number 2.
Another one comes in. I'm still not impressed.
You got your blood pressure medication. You can take it after the cameras go off. You'll be fine. It'll pick up a victory one day.
Can we just not have it picked out early on?
We will have it picked
Can we just have something else?
No, we will have it.
I mean, okay. Well, the Vlad does go the way of Nuggery, and that was the nail in the coffin right from there, it felt like, as we do have that game tied up, and we will have a game 3, which will make things kind of interesting, as once again, Sandbox will be on the red side. And I would have to imagine that Vlad, as he was in game number 1, will be banned out in game 3.
But it's red side on Noguri. He can still find something. I'm ready for something crazy. The Noguri Quinn is the one I am the most excited about. Noguri did a boatload of damage, so did Ezreal, but you just knew with how the champions stacked up that if it was Vladimir doing 30k damage, that Vladimir team was going to win. They tried hard to make mistakes. They weren't perfect in their execution. You notice some peaks and valleys, even though they had a comp they should have been able to close out the game. It extends to 41 minutes, but Dumb One Gaming did enough good things to force that game through.
Yeah. A lot of the games where the Vlads do lose in the top lane are up against really oppressive laners like Jace. Turns out that Silas is not one of those laner guys, and hopefully we see something new in game number 3. So we are going to take a little bit of a break before we do get into that one, but a kind of rare Valdez treat. A game 3 will come from Sandbox versus Dumb One Gaming.
스무 살, 그것은 치열한 전투. 우리를 억압하는 모든 것으로부터 우리 자신을 지켜낼 뜨거운 혈투. 그게 바로 20살 우리의 캐리, 우리의 버프. 우리 은행이 내일보다 더 빛날 20살 우리의 오늘을 응원합니다.
This is for those who dare to stand up, for those who dare to make a difference. Get ready for battle and join the Republic of Gamers.
이 혹독한 훈련에서 살아남은 의자만이 CDG의 의자가 되니까. 때론 지나친 고집이 정말 좋은 것을 만드니까 의자가 인생을 바꾼다. CDG.
We're back here at the LCK Arena for Sandbox versus Dom1 Gaming. Dom1 able to tie it up in game number 2. Kind of off of the back of a surprise as game number 1 was so one-sided, but they get a couple of big picks for their team. They're able to win it here in 40 minutes.
The way I look at the way the game played out, it feels like they needed the draft advantage they got in order to close the game, because they still made some pretty fundamental mistakes. Shout out to Summoners In. Of course, they are a Twitch streaming platform for the German fans, so cool to have some LEC fans out there. We were talking to another pair of fans during the break, so cool to have a lot of global fans out here for our first series today, a top of the table clash. And I think Sandbox, I said 60-40 before the series started because I think Sandbox have been a little bit on top of Dom1. I stick with that prediction, but we see 2 more unanswered solo lanes. If Noguri can run away with the game, we know that he's primed to do it.
Certainly does feel that way. Well, in game number 1, Zoe was banned away here by Sandbox first. Maybe after game number 2, they may want to return to that kind of ban.
So, Dom1 Gaming on the red side. Old analysis in the first 3-4 weeks is, let's ban 3 top laners and ban 2 more in the second round. New analysis is, there's other threats on this Dom1 side. So I just want to see Sandbox fall into the pitfalls they did. Right now, they're saying we would love to first pick Zoe. With the first ban, LeBlanc, even though the matchup is something that looks good for Zoe, does feel like Zoe first pick is what they're loading up for on the blue side. I thought Ghost, if during the replay we had the MVP replay, he actually picks the wrong time to use his Seraph's shield. He actually gets no value out of the shield because the ticking damage from the Vladimir Hemoplague outlasts the shield duration. So I feel like that necessarily could be a first pick for Sandbox, but won't find that big a prize. They're going to ban Zoe, interestingly, in the first round here, trying to remove influential champions from Showmaker to pop off on.
Does feel that way. It does open up a different kind of first pick for the side of Sandbox. Could consider something like the Lee Sin, which is one of those picks that they did ban out in game number 1. Obviously a favorite of On Fleek. He's 8-3 on the pick, but Dom1 reads into that and says, not this time.
Well, they're basically saying, if you want a tempo jungler, there's Rek'Sai and no one else. I see you super surprised. I think you almost...
I'm not surprised. I'm just not happy.
If you asked me for a prediction, it would have been Sylas from Noguri, because he has been undefeated on Sylas, you'll remember. But it ends up being first picked away from Noguri. I think this is to some degree a denial pick. But I understand your frustration. A lot of our viewers will note the low win rate and the fact that it's 0-2 in the series we're playing. This is the biggest surprise, though, is what it's at the cost of, because Lucian is up, a very old classic pick for Nuclear, 2-1 on the pick so far this season, and also a power pick for Ghost. He's 5-0. I've got my, and of course, viewers of just today won't know this, but I like to underline and star important picks among the teams. I've got a underline and a star over the Lucian for Ghost. It's a really big pick for him. So I guess they want to Draven the Lucian, otherwise I'm not a big fan of this one. They could consider Nocturne Kalista on the blue side if they want it. Speaking of bold, though, we're going just straight up Yasuo, and this is probably just to chase wherever the Sylas ends up going.
Does feel that way, as does get picked up, as Ghost says no. How about we return to Ashe? Found a lot of success in pushing the lane up against an Ezreal, but Ashe Tom Kent's up against the Lucian, gonna have a different feel.
Do you just take Braum here? If you're Hoyt, find something defensive, you take Alistar and have that amazing synergy with the Yasuo. Feels like first round support would be pretty common here. So I think Braum or Alistar are your choices. Hoyt is a great Alistar, but the Braum makes a lot of sense, right? With the Ashe Arrow is the only true engage. You see Sylas and you're like, okay, he can't engage. Tom Kent doesn't engage normally, so it makes sense to go Braum and try to cut down the truest engage source on the side of Sandbox, but I'm sure the Yasuo player will be a little bit frustrated by this. And Yasuo chasing into Sylas, very possible matchup here. Yasuo feels like as a kit, he can really punish the Sylas and can go for an Executioner's Calling pretty cleanly, but no guarantees. We know Showmaker and Noguri can both play this pick. The bans start on the red side, and we do notice a Nocturne ban. We were wondering if it would be something like Nocturne Kalista or Nocturne Draven from Sandbox. They give up their Nocturne rights by not picking it in the first round, and we'll just see if Rek'Sai ends up being the choice. Remember, it's only a single target knock-up these days, but it is a knock-up synergy with the Yasuo.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, very curious about this jungle pick here for Dom1 Gaming specifically. Already 2 banned, and then 2 more. Gragas, the obvious one alongside of that Yasuo that you could have picked up. But definitely some other picks like Zach, a Sejuani, some of these more tankier junglers that also have knockups in their kit.
I think if Punch goes on to Zach, though, and you're on fleek, you just say, maybe it's Camille time, it's aggressive pick time, it's something different, is the approach. They're going to say, go Rek'Sai, we don't care. And that's the only way to look at this because of the fact that that is what Punch has been defaulting to. But Sejuani is more of a teamfight tank. They're saying this game's going to come a bit later and the teamfighting tanks will be online and we can wait out a Rek'Sai. It's basically what Sandbox saying. Maybe OnFleek will be on Zach duty this game. But we'll have teams in Korea, but of course has great synergy with the Yasuo.
Definitely one that feels a little bit higher in the mechanics column. You got to land that EQ in order to get that knock-up. The EQ flash can sometimes be tricky. The Rise definitely sticks out as a pick that was left open for a long time, banned out in the first stage of both Game 1 and Game 2, and this time it just gets handed over to Dove.
And it is an impression of Urgot Lissandra. There was a core duo for Sandbox. It's Rise and Silas, who can both be very flexible with lane assignments. They don't show a lot on the blue side. It was pretty clear Sandbox wanted to get a brawler, and if they go Jax, this is a legendary on-fleek champion from his solo queue climbing days, much like when we think of Talia for someone like Yukal. Jax has been overlooked by a lot of junglers. It'd be awesome to see, and we will see Jungle Silas considered, but most likely the Jungle Jax from OnFleek, so a power pick for him, and we'll just see if he goes all in on the early game, takes the Hail of Blades, and starts to make the members of Damwon accountable in the early skirmishes.
Impressive win rate so far, 7-3 for that Jax, but what will be the finishing pick here? For the side of Damwon, they need probably a solo laner. The Jarvan could go top, but with this Victor, does mean it will be hitting the jungle as Victor should be heading into one of the solo lanes.
Could do a lot of little cheeky flexes though, right? It could be a Silas jungle, it could be Victor in the bot lane. It's not going to be Victor in the jungle, but I agree. You needed some magic damage from somewhere, so understandable that we end up with this Victor top lane. Imagine Summit's going to want to brawl, but he can't go for magic resistant be fine. He's against a Yasuo, and the lane assignments will evolve based on the early game. Jarvan, we'll see if it's Cinderhulk or Warrior. Cinderhulk, Jarvan, a big pick over in the LPL right now, and should increasingly rise up in priority in Korea. Kind of forced in this game with all the jungle bans. We get the draft here, and you got to say, the gift wrapping of the Lucian in trade for a first pick Silas is what people are ready to shout about in the post-game thread. So let's see if we can understand the Silas priority, especially given it starts this game 0-2 on the day.
Yeah, you generally think, hey, maybe pick Silas for some good ults, but we see it picked earlier rather than later a lot more often. So you just have to take the ults that are given to you essentially by the enemy team. And it looks like Summit going to be heading back onto that Silas for a second time. So we'll see if he can grab a win with this one this time around.
Very balanced draft from the side of Sandbox around that, though. Early power, the top catch Ashe in order to spot out there. So it's still a draft that can win, but I understand your frustration and cynicism about the Silas. Go on the other side, and Damwon got a lot of big tier list picks. Showmaker ends up being the Yasuo player. If he puts on a show here, that could definitely be Damwon Gaming upsetting Sandbox and continue what would then be a 7-match win streak in the LCK.
That it would, as it's not the Katarina, but it's another one to show off his skill. We'll see if he can do it here in game number 3 of Sandbox versus Damwon. Head on to the Rift now for game number 3. We mentioned how Showmaker, definitely one of these guys in the new mid-meta, loves to pop off. He put on a fantastic Zoe performance in game number 2, and he's going to try to carry his team once again with a very early pick. Second picked here, Yasuo in game 3.
It's a very early sign. That's actually an early advantage Damwon Gaming, but the point I wanted to get to is a very early sign that OnFleek is looking to carry his team, because notice it is not Hail of Blades. Conqueror Jax from the jungle coming in. Of course, junglers didn't get the old value of the Conqueror, proccing it on minions and then having to stack it up on champions. They were entering late, so it is very much about extended fights around the Jax, and he can proc it very quickly with an auto-attack cancel, diving in with his QE. Looking at the win rates here again, OnFleek, a very notable Jax player. And that's going to be the most interesting thing to me because JAG's jungle has threat that only Jarvan can really emulate, right? When it comes to level 2, level 3, he can ward jump with his Q and have an AoE stun from it as early as level 2. So he can find very creative ways to path that Jarvan and Rek'Sai and the other champions we've seen recently can emulate, but I think JAG's just the theoretical maximum is really high, so I'm very excited to see his pathing. So far, he started on red buff, and he's really feeling like he wants that early Raptor. So that early Rift Scar.
Yeah. We're taking a look at the bottom lane here. We saw the Ashe in response to the Lucian. You know, you consider some of the other lanes that usually struggle up against the Lucian, the Ezreal, very commonly struggling in solo queue, but Ashe picked early, especially at level 1, after the dash was taken by Nuclear, just able to out-push him and outrange him and out-trade, especially at level 1. So, looking good so far for the Ashe.
Look at the rune choices here in the Sylas versus Victor matchup. Nothing too surprising, extra healing at the end of the Resolve tree there and Transcendence. Meanwhile, Shield Bash onto Nogari for Q trades. We'll see if it ends up being Q max to kind of complement that. A lot of Summit's winning trades are pretty predictable, so you would imagine you would get a Q auto trade in there. Showmaker actually showed he had a Rift Scuttle spotting ward, but that wasn't too surprising, right? It's a early level 1 ward when he queued randomly towards the brush that Jax was in. Relieve some pressure though. Punch wants to take down some Raptors. However, not the best at taking down Raptors without the talisman, so we'll take some damage from the Raptors.
Still good to steal away the majority of them. Leaves a little guy, as you can see, is not going to rubber band that one just yet. Comes down and says, hey, I can steal the Krugs too. As the Jax is still in the top side of the map.
A bit of a trade of positions of power. Hopefully not revealed just yet, but definitely confirms. And that's a visual bug. By the way, he's still in the brush.
And, well,
maybe it wasn't a visual bug. Maybe he disappeared.
Drops through the map.
Yeah. I mean, stranger things have happened on Summoner's Rift. What's your favorite bug during your time of watching and playing League of Legends? I was a huge fan of Cho'Gath knocking people out of the Rift with his Q. You remember when the knock-up would sometimes just extra stun them as they just popped through to the air?
I like the skating Shelly. It's definitely a big one for me. I like how she kind of just slides into the turret. Looks really dumb.
Speaking of dumb reasons to pause games, seems like a mouse driver's issue. That's a kind of strange one to crop up in the middle of the game. I guess the Razer logo came up there and it said update, and they're like, oh no!
Yeah.
So snafu, we don't actually know what type of mouse. Actually, it says Logitech, so shout out to Logitech.
You had to call them out there.
Yeah. We call out the good things, got to call out the bad things. We're balanced over here
True.
on the LCK.
Speaking of good things, we haven't had many of these issues so far in spring 2019.
Podcast has been delayed many times.
I know.
The Papa Valdez podcast is back. Sandbox Gaming fans coming through here. So, favorite bug that you've enjoyed was the last thing we were at. Hey, it's Nogari.
There he is. He's waving, as you can see.
Nogari is Korean for raccoon. So that's the thing there. We've explained it many times, but we always have new viewers over here. We get to look around at some of the great handiwork of our pretty full house here. Looking around, we're about 80%, 85% full today for Sandbox versus Dam1. Two challengers teams, so on a different season, if these two teams are struggling, could have been a mostly empty LoL Park. But looking around, people are appreciating the fact that these guys are top 5, and there's something to like about both Sandbox and Dam1 game.
That there is, as we saw, a sign there for Nuggery and then a sign there for Summit. That is the top lane matchup.
Could you translate the left sign, please? What does that one say?
Showmaker love.
Thank you for that one. You're Korean,
you
on point.
You could get confused and think it's heart, but it actually means love at the bottom there. So just in case you guys were wondering.
That's what we pay the big bucks for, Valdez.
Yeah, that's why I'm here, actually. Just my Korean translation skill.
Well, Showmaker's here for his outplay score, and it wasn't true in the first round robin. Again, the Lissandra Gallia Urgot meta that, say, SKT were taking to, it just really didn't suit Dam1 Gaming, so it's nice to see him find something else. The Flame fans, of course, are multiplying now that he's back in the LCK.
He's been a fan since 2013 of Flame. She's been around a long time, and so has Flame.
There are the Korean casters on the right. The old boys. That's Ambition on the right. Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Definitely seeing some CJ Entus. That's a very old CJ Entus support flag. I have one of those in my house. So
wow.
Shout out to the fan for bringing that one out. That's definitely super OG. Cool to see. Do you have a lot of esports paraphernalia? What have you siphoned away?
I actually don't.
Even from the StarCraft days, have you been able to? Because of course, a lot of these orgs were around since the StarCraft 1 and 2 days over here.
I think I have a couple of Pro League stuff from, you know, when I first started casting 2012, but overall, not too much. That says Spain in Korean, actually.
Nice.
Right underneath the Spanish flag.
Global fan. In the audience there, Sandbox fans. It's cool to see global fans, not just going with the legacy players.
Can you translate the Spanish there on the bottom left there, Papa Smith?
No,
that's your job.
If it was French, I would have had a chance. But
I mean, they're close enough, right?
Yeah, they're basically the same, right? Damwon Gaming fans here. A lot of fan signs around. People feeling good as we're getting the pause. We'll get an update to you guys as soon as we understand it. I don't think it was visual bug related. Again, we think it's a mouse driver issue.
Yeah. Looking for that 7th win in a row.
CJ is actually an important thing to discuss today because our second series of the day is Jin Air Green Wings. Jin Air on a 17-game losing streak is actually equal the longest of all time. That was CJ Entus in summer of 2016. If you're just a newer viewer of the LCK, you joined in 2017 or 2018. By the way, Monty Dole with the best. But more importantly, what you should know about is that CJ's roster, if you look at it now with your hindsight goggles on, it's unbelievable that that team was 0-17, because that team, if you remember, was Untara top lane, and then you say, but Papa Smithy, I don't know about Untara. Okay, let me keep going. Jungle was Haru, of course, is a world champion on Samsung Galaxy in 2017. Mid laner BDD, 80 carry Kramer, who's popping off for LGD. Shout out to Kramer. He's actually having a great season over in the LPL, and of course was a finalist in LCK Spring last year. And the support was Mad Life, you know, one of the greatest support of all time. So it's insane that that lineup was 0-17, but maybe we'll be saying the same thing about Jin Air's players in 2021 if they find success on future teams. But right now, Jin Air looking to create a new record. They've already emulated that CJ 2016 summer team. Who's to say how far Jin Air can go, because if we believe in one thing about Jin Air, it's setting the wrong type of records this season.
Yeah, it's, you know, always unfortunate to talk about, but we will have to talk about that in our second series of the night. But before we do get there, we have a gank that could happen if Nuguri does get a little bit too far forward in this lane. On Fleek waiting for it. Here he comes. Summit is going to land that knock-up.
When do you flash as Nuguri? Let's watch.
Okay, stun comes in. Nice little stun field here from Nuguri. He's able to tank up a bunch of that damage.
He swag walks out of it as well. The question was, when do you flash? Not if you flash, but the W timing there was just a thing of beauty. I don't know if we'll get a replay, but I would love to see a replay of how that happened. I guess OnFleek messed up in working out when to gap close and just walked in and got stunned early, but there's no world where you should get away from that gank with no flash.
Especially as the victor, I suppose Silas and the Jax not able to do enough damage, and it was really well played by the side of Nuguri.
What a swag walk, though. I mean, remember, we're on the swag walk patch where we got obese Gragas, like, stifling around Twisted Fate with a very weird posture. He already had the old man Kane for a long time, and he just swag walked out. Really nicely done by Nuguri, and that means he can play Nuguri style and push up and not worry about the next gank. He's got flash left over for that one.
I blame Silas.
I mean,
as, you know, it was his lane that it failed in.
See, I'm worried, though, because you're really kicking a man when he's down. Silas is really down in the LCK and down in this series, 0-2. I have a suspicion that when you play solo queue, I'm going to check your solo queue VODs from your stream and confirm this. I bet you, when you make a fail, you tab over and you're like, oh, this guy's 0-3. He's the guy we should rage at. That's what I'm seeing from this Silas piling on. You're piling on to poor man Silas.
Well, he's a poor man indeed, as he can't seem to find many wins in lane or out, especially in this series.
I'm watching you, Valdez.
As, well, poor punch as well. He's going to be spotted here. Hawkshot comes through, and the Ashe continues to seem like a pretty good solution. to that Lucian that Sandbox essentially gave over to the side of Dalmon Gaming.
It's one of those things where you say Lucian, Braum, blind pick, that's really scary. And it surely is. And you don't think of Ashe Tom Kench as an answer, but the outrange of the extra 100 range on the Ashe and her flexibility to trim waves and poke with W or push in if it gets in a bad spot.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of bad spots, Nogari, of course. Summit gets access to his ultimate first, and Doinby style just wants to push him out of lane. But the outrange and just how volley works means that a lot of the lane states that Lucian and Braum can punish can actually be answered by good Ashe Tom Kench lanes. So while it's not a lane that can win lane hard, it's a lane that doesn't lose really well. So because of that, Ghost's actually able to go CS for CS, and come the mid game, if Ashe and Tom Kench are mid lane, we just know the amount of utility that duo provides is immense.
Tons of utility and setup from the bottom lane could definitely unlock some of their more carry-oriented picks in the top lane. As Nuggery just trying to push this one away with his own Chaos Storm. Will be able to get a very nice back because he pushed it so fast without that teleport. Very much needed that level 6.
Level 6 buy here is just going to be a lost chapter, so no indexing into the good old X-Core here. Seems to be about much more frequent trading. I want to get confirmation of whether it's Q or Emax. I would assume Q, given the item build, but not 100% clear on that. Durkon on fleek, comboing. No Abyssal Voyage left just yet. Into the Conqueror Jax will go for what we always see in competitive, but never see solo Q, the Cinder Hulk, and not in fact going for the Devourer Jax for iDiest.
It's definitely something you want, not to die instantly in solo Q and out. So maybe take a page out of this book as Ashe, against a lane that doesn't have a Braum, is doing work here up against the Lucian, as very heavy contesting from both teams around an Ocean Drake very early on, as they are predicting this laning phase could go on for quite a while.
Ocean Drake really high value on both sides, slightly harder because of the Yasuo Rise matchup on the side of Sandbox. And the Flag and Drag here, Punch notes he's a level ahead right now. I imagine Jax must be very close on experience to level 6 himself. Doesn't have the same spike, but does of course have a very combat relevant ult. So he carries level 6, supports level 5. A lot of posturing, Valdez, but no action just yet.
Sometimes the little trades can make all the difference, though, as with the Jarvan able to get a nice little trade on fleek, they clear out all that vision. And now both the junglers are hanging around the mid lane, waiting for the action to happen here. Both of them have picked up a red buff, and more importantly, fleek has picked up level 6 for the Jax, so he's also ready to go.
Fleek knows that because of the ult that Jarvan has, he needs to counter gank mid lane. He saw the Jarvan walk in, so of course was waiting for the counter gank that never came. Speaking of things starting though, Damwon onto the Drake here. No TP on either top lane. This will be 4v4 if we get a fight.
Yeah, it should be 4v4 on Fleek. Just gonna run in, trying to burst down Punch, but not quite able to. But still, the smite will come in. And look at Fleek go. He's going 1v3 for so long. Gets devoured in the end of it all as Punch goes down.
Where you going, Damwon?
Everybody's caught in the pit, and in goes Jax with the counter-strike. Picks up a second kill. Nice blasting plan, but it may not matter as double ultimate now to get in range, as they're just looking for one more kill on the back of this. Should easily be able to pick up point. 3-0 now is on Fleek.
And man, how many pro players have had to problem solve a way out of that, where you have to get over onto the enemy side of the jungle and engineer a way as Lucian Braum to escape. There's no two-man escape here, even with the W from the Braum to follow Lucian. Can't get over the wall, but it felt like a firing squad, 4v3 at the end, and it proves to be that. 3 kills go the way of Sandbox.
We return to the top lane. These guys, unfortunately, not able to join the fight. Maybe it would have looked a bit better for the side of Talmud if they did have the victor, but not the way it was meant to be. So many kills now, just accelerate that Jax to new heights in this game.
Nobody gets early wave control there because Summit couldn't hijack the ultimate a second time, but now he finally gets it. The cooldown, of course, longer on individuals and their own cooldowns. And he has an Ocean Drake. Let's watch the replay here. So Ghost ults, and this is really smart from Sandbox. You might say, oh, it's just a Fiesta, but consider why. the Smite War is won by Sandbox, it's because they all in onto the Jarvan, who has to smite not to die. He smites early when it's at 1500 health, because otherwise he's going to die. As everything is used to get his health bar down, that means the smite is free. It's always going to be a Sandbox win. And then with this map state, there's just no way to honestly escape, even though it's a pretty good attempt by Damwon Gaming's duo.
This is nice and then very good. As the coach agrees, hands up in the air. Huge early lead here for Sandbox now. That fight was crazy, man. It was a 3-man stun with the counter-strike. Instant exhaust onto the Yasuo that got the knock-up on the Ashe, but it just didn't matter. And as you mentioned before, the smite's also very important in that one. After the way the early part of that fight went, was an easy win to the side of Sandbox.
It's another one of those Sandbox shock calls, again with Joker, the person who they attribute all those shock calls to. There's a lot of trust. You can definitely tell this is a well-oiled machine on the side of Sandbox. They've been rolling with this roster all of spring season. And in a scenario like that, the call is damage down punch and things will fall in. And speaking of things falling in,
Joker could be in a bit of trouble here as the knockup comes for Showmaker, as he will help out in the kill that time around. Just not going to go the way of Sandbox. Damwon, nice capitalization, but all the while, Punch not in position to deny a Rift Herald that goes the way of On.
And they've already lost the Drake on this side. They may outnumber, but Sandbox don't care that you killed a no summoner spell Tahm Kench while they got Rift Herald on the other side of the map. They care more about a turret dive or further hurt. Punch is at least posturing, put in some threat, but this still ends up being an overall advantage trade for Sandbox. They take the Rift Herald at the same time, and there's no responding Drake because they just took that as well.
Got Infernal in a minute and a half as well. Could definitely see a world where you lay down the Rift Herald right before the plates go down. You create pressure on the map, force Damwon to respond, and then immediately turn onto that Drake.
It feels like a cost curse, right? Because we're crediting Sandbox with the superior shot calling and map play. They take 3 members' time to slowly kill a no-escape Tahm Kench while OnFleek gets Rift Herald. And then they even get better back timing and get some turret plates on the bot side. So they actually end up gold positive if that Rift Herald is used in the next minute or so from the trade. And even if not, they probably get map state positive regardless. So still a great moment. And speaking of map state positive,
well, they're not hiding anything here as it's 4-on-2 in the bottom side. Nuclear just gonna disappear, and so will Hoyt. The double kill goes the way of the Rise, and Sandbox continue their lead.
The last rites could have been signaled early there for Nuclear and Hoyt. Their death was inevitable. The Rift Herald, let's see if it's even used for a charge here. It probably won't be right. They just take it down, and maybe they'll use it for map position and get a 3-0 turret lead like they were able to in an earlier series today. Ghost is going to get solo gold on the end here. Happy times, 610 gold. Still plenty because the turret plates are still up at 13 minutes 50. That means that Ashe is 1,500 gold ahead of Lucian. Ashe and Tahm Kench looking pretty damn big here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, feels good, right? He's 0-0-5 right now as well. As OnFleek never found a time to use that Rift Herald, and now we do have this Infernal Drake and Damwon. They're gonna either live here or die here. It's one last shot for them. As let's see how Sandbox want to approach this.
There's actually a deep teleport coming in. They're trying to make a decision here, Damwon.
Big stun on Illusion too. Not able to be stolen this time, but Punch, not all that tanky, is gonna nearly go down. Big knockup from the side of Summit too. Stealing Braum's ultimate. Now they want to get into the backside. Nice knockup here by Showmaker. In comes the culling alongside with Chaos Storm, doing a ton of poke damage, but it's not enough. As Dove able to flash forward, in goes Joker too. And it looks like this might be some quick deaths here on the side of Damwon, but they're looking to turn it around. They dodge the tornado. In goes Summit from behind. Goes a little bit out of position, but the double stun does go the way of OnFleek. Should be the ace, and there it is. Clean one goes the way of Sandbox.
Awesome one to track. They're going to see the rotation. OnFleek somehow doesn't take the Abyssal Voyage. It doesn't matter. They pick up the kills here. Damwon have the right call because Sandbox tries to flank them with 2 from behind. They try to all in on the front, but just like around the Drake, there's no escape for Damwon Gaming. We're going all the way back. This is a long time ago replay. This is not exciting to talk about. The last rights, like we said, were called out very, very early on the play. But it's from here that they're able to just get everything. Here is the ending part. Jax actually uses his flash to get into contest range. It's kind of weird by OnFleek. Doesn't get the flash smite. Doesn't really matter though, you understand the lust for the Infernal. The start of it, when they're trying to smash their faces in, because not everyone is shot, is not the biggest. Actually ends up with Damwon finally finding space for Lucian Braum to get the CC off, get the culling off. But as it goes on, you see where the little advantages come in. Really nice re-engage, stops Nuggery in his tracks, and while Damwon have the ability to turn and make this a 3v3, another 3v5 to start, sadly, eventually, it's always inevitably going to be an outnumber, and there's no escape.
Really nice follow-up from the side of Sandbox. You can tell they understand when to re-engage.
They seem between a couple of different feelings there after they got the kill, but they were talking about Herald and mid lane. Thank you to G-Sun for the confirmation on the Herald part. The mid lane part was pretty clear. Turns out Korean comms, we're actually being pretty good at sleuthing them, Valdez.
Yeah.
We're strong. Independent classes don't need no translator.
Learning as we go. We've heard a lot of them as well as the games have come along here. And if you had to ask me, I am not happy with Silas riding the bus in this game.
You just
not
knew it was
happy at
coming,
all.
though. I knew it was coming. There was no way Silas was going to lose this
Did
game.
he do anything in this game to win?
His teleport was okay.
He did nothing.
Well, you know who relatively will do nothing? May I bring your attention to the difference in 80 carry items? It is a hurricane to nothing on the side of Nuclear. Because the Black Cleaver is late, the lane has been heavily won. Ghost and Joker in a honest 2v2, no funny business thing has done just a better job than unfortunately Damwon's duo has been able to. Nuclear hasn't been able to unleash a lot of hurt on this Lucian, and Ash Tom Kench, maybe this is a nice little compositional answer that's better than we expected. We knew it'd be fine. This is more than fine, as Punch looking for a flank.
Trying to all in here onto the Ash, and it looks like nobody's here in position just yet, but Joker eating so much of the damage is going to go down. It doesn't look like the rest of Sandbox can get there in time.
Dove can't rotate. The kill does go in. Ghost doesn't have to use a summoner there. The stacks on the Braum passive falling off as he fell out of the belly actually meant that he was basically safe to kite upwards. To find another kill, but once again, the only pause is just a kill on Tom Kanchan. Apart from the Infernal Claim, it's the only thing Damwon Gaming have found in this series.
Lots of scary score lines for the side of Sandbox. 501, 307, and 206 as 3 carries straight in a row. Feeling pretty good about their lives right now.
And then you try to be glass half full for Damwon. Say there's 2,700 gold in bounties right now. But now Nuggery is flashed. Now you wonder, how do they set up that fight that they win? It's a 5-0 Cinderhulk Triforce Jax. Are you kidding me? He's a Triforce ahead of his opponent.
Yeah. It's a lot of gold, guys. I think it's the most expensive item in the game.
Not anymore, but it's up there.
One of the biggest ones.
But, yeah, this Jax is so stacked right now. And it's another, a lot of times, slowly killing Joker. The jungle item lead here is the biggest jungle item lead I've seen in a long time. And gonna say this Jax is definitely gonna be put on the damage numbers you can feel good about. 800 gold bounty from the jungle, not often something you see, but well earned by On Fleek on his famous Jax.
He's not scared anymore. Sometimes early on in a Jax's build in life, you need to take it easy in terms of engaging and using that leap strike. But now he's just using it on the first person he sees, as he's miles ahead in this one. Already about 8,000 gold ahead is Sandbox, and we haven't even hit 20 minutes in this game, Papa.
You just feel like Jax does Jarvan's job better than Jarvan, and he's got damage as well. He can be a frontliner for longer, and he kills you, and that's very scary. And the thing that Jax jungle has always uniquely brought to the game is when you get to late game, Jax is actually very viable in a 1-3-1, right? The champion is known as the champ. He's known as the ability to just duel out anyone, whether it's a top laner or a jungler, so you just smite the Baron, control the Elder, or have that off the Rift, and then you can be a split pusher, and you can just run at the enemy 80 carry, and I don't think an underfed second item Black Cleaver Lucian's going to do anything to the champ. So the champ is looking like he's going to live up to his praise in this game, and like you say, Silas might be riding the bus, but he certainly looks like he's going to be winning game number 2. Whoa, that particle, follow it! Observers, please!
Come on!
Oh,
it looked like
Hurricane
also,
Bolt, here it is.
That was the Hurricane
Where is
Bolt.
it?
Oh, no, it's too late.
Wait, did we miss it? That Hurricane Bolt went pretty fast.
That's its job, to connect with the target.
I don't think we've ever followed a Hurricane Bolt before. Auto attacks, yes.
That was probably the first time in League history. And we missed it. So much for those KR observers, huh?
Yep. Apparently. Now, Sandbox are on a ward, and we wondered how the outnumbering will happen. Tom Kench and Ash have a lot of utility, so that one, I see you throwing up your arms.
You know, champions that are good from ahead, Ash and Tom Kench. Champions that, you know, they win when they're ahead,
and Silas. Hey, I gotta say, you've got to stop dogging Silas. He's a nice guy.
No, well, he was a prisoner, right? He's freed from his chains. He's still got them to his hand.
He's got a great sense of humor. I think we should invite Silas to the Cool Kids Club, and you just keep excluding him. I can't plan these social gatherings.
It's gonna be a long time.
I keep planning them, and you keep telling me, but no Silas, and I'm like, I can't uninvite him.
It's definitely one of those things where we're both in the group chat.
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, I'm not going to go if he's going.
You're sending me the DMs being like, does Silas have to be there? And yes, like Silas is cool.
Do we have to bring Silas every time?
Yes. You need to update your rankings. Silas is here to stay. I know you liked it when Silas wasn't there. It could just be your homeboys. Silas is there now, and that's the new world you live in.
Well, he's also another one of these guys where it's like, Victor against Jace, maybe you can get some good action going. Victor against Aurelia, Camille, you know, some of these other carries in the top lane. Silas just builds tanky, half tanky, and sits there and clears waves and says, okay, not much action going to be happening in the top lane.
Right now, it seems like all the action is when Sandbox Dan pleases. They have control ward lead around the Baron. They can two-man Baron pretty easily, and they're pretty flexible with who those two men are. As long as Jax is there, he can do a lot of the heavy lifting himself. Already a lot of CDR on the way to counter-striking away. So because of that, and the fact that they have a Roman utility advantage with Tom Kench and Ash, it just feels like it's when they damn please that the next move is made. Perhaps an item completion like Infinity Edge or GA from Ghost will be the herald on that. It's going to be the GA, another one of those mid-game closer items. It's been Ghost's way to go on this pick so far today. Silas has some pretty decent shoving ability into the Victor, and certainly won't be solo kill. It's not enough gold in Nogari's build just yet. He actually halted his lost out to completion to get the Hex Core for a bit of utility. And now it's all about throwing flags. We had Sad Gragas bowling for a jungler behind on the red side. Now it's going to have to be Flag Day Jarvan, just throwing down the flag. That's all he's got.
He's like the sad school manager that his only job is to raise the flag and then just like...
In America, isn't there a flag squad and a cheerleader squad?
A flag squad?
Yeah, there's like... I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I had to learn about it. It's a very American thing.
Well, not where I'm from. Not in New York.
There's cheerleaders and something else, right?
Maybe in some other states.
Okay, maybe.
Not going to name any names. But...
Give me a hint. Can I buy a clue?
Yeah, sure. You want like a
I need
letter?
some lifelines over here.
There's definitely a couple of states that start with T that definitely are on that bus. As again, not naming any names. Do you know how many states do you know?
I know a state that starts with T, Tasmania. So.
Well, yeah. Okay.
That's all I got. I'm Australian, by the way.
The state of tarnation.
Well,
the one you hear a lot from
that's
down
where
there.
Damwon are in right now, but at least it hasn't been smacked in their face just yet. We've been able to joke because the map state hasn't been closed. The game hasn't been closed, even if it feels like a game closing gold lead. Doesn't matter how much you have in theory until you whack him in the face. We remember the wallet. Speaking of whacking him in the face, this is pretty bold.
Link just doesn't care anymore, and he might be paying for it as he goes 1v5. Joker trying to save him, gives his life away, and now they might even give the Baron away.
Well, the theoretical advantage being thrown.
Okay, now we're going 3v5, and we're forcing it here as Sandbox, and it nearly works out as they almost kill Nuggery. He has to flash away, but it looks like all the flashes on the side of Sandbox also traded in that effect, but with just that one trade, they may have discouraged the Baron, but it's not going to matter because TP comes in here from Nuggery. Sandbox are still 3v5. Nuggery now at full health.
That's why you got to pull the trigger. Watch how this one goes. Baron at 5,000.
Okay, Cullen comes in. A lot of that stopped by the Brawl, but now on the backside of the pit, taking a lot of damage. And oh man, Summon and Dove going ham in the backside, but the Baron still will go. to the side of Dom1 Gaming, just barely, as On Fleek not there, no chance at a Baron steal.
But it's actually a really big contest, Valdez, because they get both side laners. The 1-3-1 can't happen now. TP down on Noguri. Tonguri and Showmaker dying and not getting the buff. It means that Dom1 can only play one lane, which does remove a lot of the power of the Baron, or have some really weird lane assignments. We already said we'd like Jackson a side lane, Dove and Summit are strong as well. Can they find an exit kill here? Doesn't look like it.
On Fleek says he still doesn't care. That time he had a Tom Kent, and it wasn't 1v5. Ghost gonna solo the Drake. Rise pushing the top side for quite a while. Sandbox not too unhappy. Let's see how far Dom1 can make this Baron stretch in terms of coming back in this game.
It's an analysis point that might be lost on some people. How can Sandbox feel happy? They lost the Baron. But consider this started with a huge unforced error. That's right there at the tennis column for unforced errors. Jax overrates how strong he is, but more importantly, isn't on the same page as the rest of his team. And that hasn't been a problem for Sandbox. Joku tries to address the spill, but it's a toxic oil spill. It can't actually address it, can't pick anything up. So then it's 3v5. You will lose the Baron. There is no smite here to contest it. But to take down the solo laners is kind of god tier for Sandbox. There's so many different other ways the Baron contest goes down. Well, they take a 1-for-0 trade and lose the Baron. Or it's 2-for-1 and Showmaker or Noguri live. In this case, both of them dying means that Dom1 are only playing one lane with their Baron. That's not what makes Baron shine. That means the Sandbox should be able to survive, and it shouldn't be a game-closing Baron buff power play.
Yep, all they can do is sit here in the mid lane when they're still down on gold and try to make the most of the Baron buff that they do not have on their best men. And now they're just going to sit here as 5. You can see Dove just goes up to the top side. And
Summit takes another delaying ultimate, just throws it out there. They want to buy as much time, see how many objectives they actually lose during this Baron. Remember, they're actually threatening the map as it's played. They're trading turrets against Baron.
Hey, trying to force a fight here, though, is the side of Dom1. Joker is going to bite the dust on Fleek with a nice stun here, but they get the knock-up on the Silas. And oh man, Dom1, the push is coming in as they get 2 huge picks. But now Showmaker takes a bunch of damage. Flash in from On Fleek. He wants to go in and lead his team to the charge. And can he do it? He gets the first couple of kills, and Ghost is man-boating as well. They're gonna get another stun onto Noguri. A double kill to the Rise, and Sandbox are here to play. It's only Hoyt left as he's on the run and should be going down in this fight. Oh man, what a play.
That is the Jax of your nightmares. On Fleek can't do it the first time, but he baited them into a place of safety. 3v5, they all in and kill all 5. And Sandbox Gaming, they get over the line, but man, it's been touch and go in the last few minutes.
That's just the kind of thing you see, and you can understand that On Fleek has such a high level of understanding about this champion, knows exactly when to go in and engage and lead his team into the charge and tank for the Ashe and fight front to back, even down on members. The understanding of the team, or rather the champion and their position in the game is so high from the side of Sandbox, and they're going to turn that into 2 inhibitors after that play.
And the thing you must remember about this play, because everyone has their war story of Jax winning a lane he shouldn't and split pushing and killing your whole team, right? Remember when this play goes on, it's a jungle Jax. And we know the jungle has been nerfed many times over. We see the start of the play, trying to threaten 4v5, but the Yasuo win war into all in here, kills Silas, and you think they're boned. On Fleek, the teleport comes in. It might have even not come in if they'd rushed down the turret, but they can't. But On Fleek re-engages as Jungle Jax for a 3-man counter-strike, and all the gold on a jungler is often the reason why you at least got all the gold. Your Lee Sin got all the gold. Your carries are behind. He's a jungle carry, is Jungle Jax, and the fact that he can do this in the jungle in a pro game is something we so rarely see. And that's why it's a treat to watch him roll in there, and Rise and Jax, tanky boys that do a lot of damage, roll through the members of Dom1 Gaming.
Everybody loves to talk about the big junglers up towards the top. They always mention, Clid and Tarzan, obviously, but On Fleek sometimes loves to slide under the radar in some of the fans' minds, but hopefully after this game he can shoot right back up there towards the top. Definitely a very highly mechanically skilled and has a huge understanding of the game, as you guys can see. Summit gonna throw out that Chaos Storm and nearly die. Not for the Tom Kent, who's there in position.
Actually pretty clean by Nuclear. They got a big chunk onto Summit, but not going to be the biggest thing. Double Ocean going to be helpful. You can see the health bars starting to roll up. It was Azrises in the mid lanes, trying to make them punished, but trying to play 2 lanes. Summit can do a lot of thrift shopping now. He's level 16. Back to the Braum ultimate. On Fake, and we talked about that lane assignment with a jungler like Jax. You can play 3 lanes with your Smite user, so On Fake pushes top. In the mid lane, they just want to catch Braum.
Yeah, Rise now, you know, we're talking about some of the other members, but take a look at his damage. Arrow perfectly on point there. Not much of an escape this time around for Hoyt as in goes Summit, has the Jarvan Cataclysm. Says hello to the face of Dom1 Gaming. In goes Don Fleek into the back. He's got a Guardian Angel now. As Summit also trying to lead the charge is going to go down here. But Dove will be there on cleanup duty as Sandbox trying to push in for the win.
Sandbox going to close the game here. Nothing Nuclear can do. Punch comes in. One-way trip to the Death Chamber. And Sandbox Gaming will stop Dom1's win streak at 6.
Very impressive game here. Sandbox from ahead, finally able to close it out here. GG in about 33 minutes, I suppose. Big tears all around to the side of Sandbox, who will once again take a 2-1 victory over Dom1.
Champ giveth, the champ taketh away. The one-way trip to the Death Chamber was how Dom1 got the Baron, but contesting and getting a 2-for-1, but importantly, forcing Dom1 to only play 1 lane is why they weren't just paper cut to death from multiple directions. Against Baron, if Yasuo and Victor have it, you can't have that lane assignment. And yes, it took a huge re-engage on the champ actually hard carrying for it to matter anyway, but if your side laners have Baron, that play never happens, this analysis never happens, and they find a way to break the base. Instead, Sandbox get the re-engage, On Fleek accepts it, and they get to bow to the crowd, Lolpark, and their appreciation for Sandbox to cement their spot 2 series ahead of Dom1 and closer to outright second in the LCK.
Really trying to make a case to bring back some of the fans and the non-believers after their slow tapering off here in the middle of spring 2019, but they fight back here in a super impressive game. On Fleek reminds you, hey, I don't just play Lee Sin, I don't just play Rek'Sai, Camille, Olaf, I can also play Jax as he widens his pool. Once again, it'll be interesting to see who picks up that MVP. I think On Fleek
will win it.
Kind of an obvious one there. Ghost, some really nice mechanics as well after On Fleek was opening up some of those traits, so shout out to him too.
I think On Fleek will probably have the most gold on a jungler all season in this game. He was so fed and farmed, and also just everything going his way by the end, so my imagination is that he should be saluted for that play, but everyone played their part. Ghost, like you say, was so solid on the Ashe. Another pick now that's in his effective champion. Well, it's not just, ooh, don't know about Ghost on that pick. It's, all right, his Ashe is good. He's right up there with Sungyun and some of our better Ashe players.
2-0 now.
In the league, exactly. 2-0 only on today. Another new pick in the 9.4 cycle. And on a patch cycle that we think will extend crit carries for a long time, he plays the Ashe. That part is confirmed. Big smiles from Joker. Well-deserved victory for Sandbox Gaming. So we got some orders of business before our second series. We go the full 3, and I think just the more solid nature of the 5 members of Sandbox was, to me, the biggest takeaway between the 2 teams. They were swapping Silas priority, and there were some unexpected mistakes from Sandbox Gaming in game number 3, and some expected, anticipated mistakes from Sandbox. So at the end of the day, Dom1, I should say, so at the end of the day, it's not the biggest difference in the 2 teams, but I came in being 60-40 Sandbox, and I leave being 60-40 Sandbox. So Dom1 Gaming need to retool if they're going to be able to take down a team like Sandbox Gaming in a best-of-5. That's going to be almost a guaranteed roadblock if they are to ascend up the standings in playoffs.
Sandbox, after that win, as you mentioned, they do claim second place ahead of SKT. Dom1, now 8-5. I believe they might be... Let me take a look here. Well, Kingzone 7-5 alongside Hanwha. So if Kingzone or Hanwha take a win, you could see Dom1 begin to slide down in some of the rankings, which is not where you want to be when especially these top 6 teams in the LCK Spring right now are really vying for only 5 spots. Every game matters.
And it is worth knowing that Sandbox only moved +1 ahead of SKT with one more match play. They don't move to 13. They came in at plus 11. Guys, if you're wondering about LCK, tiebreaker rules, obviously it's match score first, so best of 3 wins. After that, it's game score, so it's game wins over game losses. Then it's head-to-head. So Sandbox, as of now, own the head-to-head against SKT by beating them in the first round robin, and their game score has gone down a little bit, so because of that, it isn't extending a huge lead, but Damwon are not an easy team to 2-0, and of course SKT will face Sandbox after, or much after, they actually play against Griffin tomorrow, where their game score might be rescued or maybe further hurt.
Take a look at some of the highlights here of game number 1. This was the second Baron, the Infernal. That's a nice little flank from Summit, gets this one started.
Was pretty competitive in this series. This was where Sandbox were slight leaders towards the mid-game before the big over-engage from the champ, where he overrated his power and just went in too early. This is where they were able to surround and eventually take down most of the members of Damwon. A spirited escape from Nuclear does get him clear of the clutches of many, many people, I believe, in this fight, but this might have actually been one of the wipes. It was so extended, right? There were so many fights where it felt like there was a surround, and no, Nuclear went down. This would, of course, been after the earlier contest around the Drake. But a lot of fights here. This is where OnFleek threw one back. Goes in. He actually doesn't have Counter-Strike at the start. He's trying to hold on to it and just gets 4-hit passived by Braum and goes down. So that was a mistake by the man who ended up being the carry. But here where they specifically got both side laners, it got some breathing room, and then the champ did the rest in a 3v5.
Summit and Dove, when you are just attacking singular targets right in front of them, can do some insane damage, as we did see in that one. But this re-engage is where OnFleek makes up for his earlier mistake. Says, hey, Showmaker Nuclear got a little bit too far forward here. Let us try to go back in. And that he does. With the big stun comes in, creates so much space for the two carries of Dove and Ghost to do all that damage as he hides back in his stopwatch.
Really entertaining series. You know, we've had a lot of matches that we hyped up based on previous games, based on ladder standings, and then the actual game has been, you know, a bit iffy. A couple of stinkers, a couple of easy 2-0s. A lot of teams that we hyped against SKT have rolled over. Griffin have beaten all their opposition. It's good to see some competition, because I leave this series being like, wow, there could be a great best of 5 between these teams, because okay, Damwon lose here. Let's bring back Flame. Let's see how that goes, right? Damwon have the bench to make best of 5s interesting. So maybe we will be treated to one of those at some point in the 2019 season. Right now we're treated to OnFleek and the tanky DPS members of Sandbox closing out game number 3. Probably an interesting interview with Mina Kim after we get the big numbers on the screen.
And the Jax did about, I mean, it was more than double over the Jarvan, of course. And you can see Victor did have a big damage number, but unfortunately that wasn't able to carry them to a victory or do much of anything. It was really just the Sylas and the Jax opening up some of those fights for the Ashe and the Rise to just rain down hell from right behind them. And when you're ahead, that certainly works out.
And it also shows us Punch has to go in the extended bag after so many jungle bans by Damwon. He power picks Jarvan. OnFleek's got his old faithful, the Jax, to fall back to and conquer a Jax. Trinity Force too early, and from there the game closed out. So really well played by OnFleek in a trying situation. The jungle champion pool was the Dregs.
Yeah, there's tons of bans that came out. We saw Olaf, Lee Sin, and Nocturne, Gragas, Sejuani all taken away. But OnFleek goes down to the Jax, 8-1-5. Will easily pick up the MVP of this game.
Watch some of those highlights here. I wonder if we'll show the Jax low light in the highlight package, but we saw all these because they were the big moments of the game. We skip over the low light for the 3v5. To know and understand the damage ranges here is so important for Hurricane Ashe. The Rise doesn't do too much because he has to stasis and gets stunned up by the W. Jax is so immovable and has so much chase potential when you're hitting close to 40% CDR and level 18. Chase, 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 jump onto wards, jump onto champions, whatever he can jump onto. He knew there were kills to fall.
Definitely did his job very well, especially after that immaculate early game where he picked up 3 kills around that first Drake. So all kind of snowballed from there, and Sandbox do end up our winners. Let's hear from them in the interview. I'll hand it over to Jisa.
today's interview translation, and we're going to be joined by Joker and OnFleek from Sandbox Gaming. Joker, it's your first MVP interview. Good to have you here. How do you feel? I thought the time will come, but I didn't expect this will be today. Especially really happy that we pick up a 2-1 victory against Sandbox Gaming. Well, weren't you really sad that you missed so many MVPs? Kind of. But I feel happy, and that's what matters more when I win every match, so I wasn't really that sad. And OnFleek, Game 3, your JAG was unstoppable. How do you feel right now? Today was a very significant day for us. I'm really happy that to take down the strong team Damwon Gaming today. Game 1, I want to talk about the draft. It was a very early pick, Braum, as a supporter. During the screams, I thought Braum is a very high-tier champion, so I thought it's kind of worth to pick it in the early phase of pick and bans. Was that your own idea? I wanted Braum, and all the teammates also wanted Braum, so that's why we played Braum today. And after you picked Braum, actually, Damwon Gaming picked 2 Molo champions, so did you think that you won the draft? In terms of Game 1, I thought that we gained the momentum in about the mid-games. And Game 2, there was a big team fight in the end. So I thought we were able to win the game, but we actually, Damwon Gaming was able to turn the game around in Game 2, and we lost the game. And let's check out this replay over here. I want to see Joker's reaction. Because it was actually for like a 4v3, so weren't you really worried? Well, actually, my damage dealers were in a good position to put damage, so I knew that we were going to win. So I told my teammates that I might get cut out, so I made calls to come back me up, and they were all the teammates in my back to kind of fight back. Moving on to Game 3, OnFleek. You had a very early Triforce and you carried the game. So was JAG prepared beforehand? Well, JAG, I mean, it's one of the picks that I can always play in the right situation. So this is the highlight. OnFleek. There was a great flank over there. But I actually expected the team fight near the water drake, the ocean drake. I'm a bit confused over here. Well, but anyways, this was a big play on Sandbox Gaming's side. So we just pushed lane, and Ash was facing, and we were trying to open team fight, and we were ready for a team fight, but we had some items, and I wanted them to start the dragon, and they actually did, so I knew that we were going to win the game. What about the last team fight? Well, I mean, I made too many mistakes, so I want to make it up to my teammates, so maybe that was why I was able to do well at that moment. Joker, I have heard that you are the main shot caller in your team. Do a lot of coaching staff trust you? Yeah, they always trust me in terms of pick and ban, but also in terms of play, so maybe that kind of makes me a little bit more confident. Same goes to me. We're always getting good results, so I like the system right now. And your next opponent will be Griffin. How are you going to prepare for it? Well, I actually feel like I just want to show great games to the fans because it's really the most strongest team in LCK. So I just want to see some entertaining and exciting game for the LCK fans. What about you, Onflick? Even though we might lose, I hope we can learn a lot. But I hope you guys can pick up that win in your pocket. And this will wrap up today's interview with Joker and Onflick from Sandbox Gaming, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for helping out with that translation. As Onflick, very modest, says, I hope we can learn a lot from Griffin. That matchup will be on Sunday night, will be the second matchup. Should be brought to you by LS and Atlas, that one, so should be pretty exciting. And you guys can see the current standings after this one. Sandbox do take second place. Damwon remain in fourth.
And I want to draw your attention to matches played. Sandbox get to 10 match wins, same as Griffin, but they've played 3 more series. So Griffin could definitely end up 13-0 after the next few series, but it's against SKT, who's been able to work out some of their kinks recently. Sandbox are in a lot of form as well. If you upset Griffin tomorrow and SKT, with how they've been playing recently, they could actually play like that against Griffin. Who's to say they can't find a match victory there somewhere? Then it's the perfect time for Sandbox to swoop, right? Because they've played themselves into great form, and the schedule is counted against Griffin. But guys, speaking of schedules, about a 30-minute break before we get our second series.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long after that one. We'll see how it can go in the next one, which will be Jin Air up against Afrika. So we'll see you guys in about 30 minutes for that matchup.
You take me higher when I feel low. Make my world brighter when I'm alone. I keep on rolling, all with your fuel. You're like my gasoline that makes my dream come true. This is the beginning. You're all I need. I'm feeling feather light.
Zone Dragon X, who the favorites were.
KT roster.
Greetings, everybody, once again. We're back here for the second matchup of the night. Jin Air up against the Africa Freaks. Jin Air, of course, looking for their first series win and maybe even a second game win tonight, whereas Africa slowly moving down in the rankings, unfortunately. Can't find any success with their 10-man or 15-man roster.
And we know, of course, the three Worlds teams from last year, Africa Freaks, KT Rolster, Gen G, they're in this relegation dogfight. One of them will join Jin Air Green Wings in the bottom two and play in relegations. And so, when they face Jin Air, they gotta be winning and they want to do it as cleanly as possible. Africa Freaks desperate to find that match victory that's eluded them for so long, and the roster keeps evolving. We had Spirit auto-filling earlier in the season. We had Brook starting in our last series against Damwon Gaming. They were able to pick up a game win there, but no more. Just which Africa Freaks members are starting and in which role is something we really don't find until they hit the Rift, because even if we do see Brook and Keen start again, who's to say which one will be mid and which one will be top?
You never really know. They're still looking for something to work in terms of maybe we just give Keen whatever he wants and maybe that works for us. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. As to start off today, we were having second play fourth, but now we're having eighth play 10th. So forgive us if maybe the games aren't as clean as what we saw earlier on today, but definitely some stories to be told here. As you were mentioning, Gen G, Africa, KT, all down near the bottom trying to avoid relegation. But the one team that can't seem to avoid it at any cost does seem to be Jin Air for now.
There's no escaping from negative 23 game score and only one game win. They will go to relegations. Yes, not mathematically confirmed today, but it'll get there, Valdez. Just needs some time. Question is, will history be made today? Jin Air already have equaled CJ Enter's summer 2016 for worst game score or loss streak in a row. Look at this screen. Their last win was against Gen G. They have lost 17 best of ones in a row from there. If they reach 18 at the end of our first game of today, they will have lost 18 best of ones in a row. Remember, we're getting to just insane length. Remember that 18 best of ones is pretty much an entire split of the LCS. In fact, it is. So that's just losing a whole split.
That's crazy. You just lose a whole split right like that. You can see up at the top right, it also says 12 matches lost in a row. So 12 matches, 17 games. We'll see if the desperate for one victory Jin Air can fight up against the threatened with relegation Afrika. Afrika, I feel like, you know, just 4 series ago, they went up against Sandbox and they took a surprising 2-1 victory, and we were saying, is this the moment when Afrika turns around and they show their true potential and UCAL comes back and the 2 solo lane carries try to carry this team? Well, they've responded to me with an absolute no, with 3 pretty disappointed losses in a row. So we'll see if maybe today they can gain their confidence back by coming in here up against the Green Wings.
Again, this is 2 of our worst teams in Korea, so numbers aren't going to be too exciting at the top of your screen. Afrika currently in 8th. Do notice that they have played many more matches than KT, who are also around a bit. KT come in 9th because they haven't played in a long time, same amount of time as Griffin. They play in our 2nd series tomorrow. Looking at first blood percentage, and Marong has had his moments, but I think the down moments are what people are focused on recently, so I'd be surprised to see him starting game number 1. Afrika got some first bloods through Dread's aggression, but not much more. Jin lost their last series 2-0. Again, no surprise by that. This was the Sandbox loss, but see how the clip runners go at finding good moments to show us.
Yeah, very curious to see what they do find here as... well, that's Jin losing a Baron. I don't really know what else there is here, as I suppose they get the 1 kill on the outside. So there you have it. That was one thing. Now we move to Afrika, as they should have a little bit more in their kind of highlight reel.
And they were able to beat Damwon Gaming, remember, in 1 game of that best of 3. That was with Brook in mid lane, getting just styled on by Showmaker in this game number 1. That's Syndra versus Lysandra. Brook might have been the worst mid lane mage play I've seen as a caster in Korea. It was actually really poor laning, awful laning, and yet they were able to get through, and I believe this is the game they won, if I remember correctly. So able to get enough items on the Sivir. We'll be starting today, so no siding of aiming. I'm on gaming, they're trying things, but Afrika Freaks are trying things too, and that's the part we're unclear of, because when we get to the roster today, I know it's not one that has definitely caught me in terms of any positivity, so we'll reveal that information for you very short.
We'll see if Sol makes his way back in. Seems like his Sivir was at least good at auto-attacking under pressure, but our key player comparison here is going to be Keen, obviously, up against Linderong. Keen 2nd overall in solo kills in the top lane, and his team is in 8th place.
DPM 11th for Linderong. So we have a lot of top laners who've played this season, so there's going to be many more than just the 10 you might expect. Keen has been fantastic. He is a great player. He actually hasn't made big mistakes. If you remember summer season after Rift Rivals, he was struggling a bit at closing out games. Maybe he was losing a bit of head of steam or momentum then, but he's actually been really good on a team that has been anything but. So finding any advantage for Keen is the way Afrika Freaks have been trying to eke out victories. I don't know if that should be for today, and if you look on the right side of the screen, you'll notice Brook will be playing again. So they will not use Jin Green Wings to find confidence in UCAL. In fact, he will not be playing for game number 1.
You can see here on the side of Jin Air, we saw Stitch finally show his face after a long time, only to go ahead and lose. So Root comes back alongside Seas, who has found himself a more permanent role in the roster of Jin Air, replacing Malrong, who, you know, does show his face from time to time, but seems like Seas is a little bit more consistent, so they're going to go with him.
And that might be a good call for the side of Jin. I've liked Seas because he looked lively, right? He's looked like he's trying things, and there's been times where Malrong, as the game goes on, hasn't offered a lot for his team, so I like Seas coming in for a game number 1. It's on the Afrika side that I have a lot more questions than answers. Sol will be starting very high on solo rank right now, so I can understand that decision. No siding of Spirit since the autofill days. It's been a long time since Spirit has hit the Rift, but Brook coming in the mid lane. They have 2 recognized mid laners in Sun, I should say, and UCAL. They will play neither against Jin Air, an opponent they should be beating in comfortable fashion. And yes, it might get Keen a good matchup, but how much do you learn from this series that can be as easily applied against future opposition that you don't fancy beating, unlike Jin Air Green Wings?
Yeah, it's definitely a mindset of we're going to win today for these players, rather than what can we do to improve our roster for future matches, which is something that you and I have expressed we're not too happy about, but We'll see if maybe Afrika and their coaches see something in Brook and say, hey, maybe we can extend this guy into the future, and maybe this is a way to get him confidence as well.
The issue I have with it is you look at their kind of predicament right now, and they're not going to make playoffs even with a lane run. It's not realistic, right? So you can understand having a bit of a losing mentality, but to me this is worse. It feels like a defeatist mentality from Afrika, because whether they finish 8th, they don't want to finish 9th, right? I can understand that, and they're like, okay, this is our best way to win today. But they want to finish as high as possible because Afrika's a proud org. They want to get together in the offseason and actually mount a challenge in summer, and you need circuit points. You need to actually not be super low. If you're in relegations, you're not getting any points at all. So I don't feel like what they learned today will be able to move on to further opposition, and it's Jin Air today. So this should be Yukal or Sun, whoever they believe in more, being able to pay it forward. Now, what this means for today and what it means for their season can't be evaluated outside of isolated cases, but I'm very, very skeptical on this being the right move for their season.
Would tend to agree, but we'll see how it does work out for them in the future after today. And you're mentioning how Brook did not impress in any way in his games the last time around, and that does open a very small crack in the door for Jin Air to say, maybe we can come in here and sneak a game, and if you get 1, 2 is not that far out of reach.
Afrika's a fellow struggler, so already you're emboldened as Jin Air. It's not a team that you just can't match up to. And then you see the team sheet, and you see Brook in mid, and you should say, this might be our chance. This is maybe the Alamo. Maybe this is the last chance for us to pick up a match victory. It doesn't get much easier for Jin Air as a team that has been out the whole season. And the cost is huge, right? If they lose, they are the one. They are the only team to ever lose 18 best-of-1s in a row in Korea. And that means, on some level, you're the worst team of all time in Korea. And that's not a mantle you want to hold, right? There's not too much mental gymnastics to get to that conclusion if they lose an 18th time in a row. They will have to, on the blue side, ban away the Kalista. They don't have Stitch in the lineup, so they're not going to draw a Kalista ban. And you look at that huge dumb grin on Valdez's face, because there is going to be a first-round Sylas ban from Jin Air.
Get out of here. I don't want to see you today in game number 1. If Jin Air lose, it's not going to be by the hands of Sylas, which makes me happy. But the Jace does get banned here, which means that Jin Air are going to go potentially back to a champion that has lost 8 times in a row to maybe put the cap on their 18th time in a row.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day,
we'll see how it works.
Takes one to know one, feels like this lock-in, right? When it comes to champions that are struggling and teams that are struggling. I feel this is really high priority, but we can't evaluate it till we see what it's coming with. You feel like Kaisa and the Galio is the duo here, but the cost is Vladimir as a champion, which already you're like, uh-oh, that's a really strong champion, and Keen could potentially hard carry on that pick. It's right up there. Nogari already showed us in our first series. The Sivir is kind of a nothing doing at the end of the day. That's not necessarily a takeaway pick from a Galio lane. Like Galio Sivir can push, but it's not a amazing synergy. So let's understand. Maybe Jin Air just found success on a hard crowd control comp in solo queue or in scrims recently, and they're going to try and recreate that. Maybe it's about Jin Air's 5 pieces rather than the pieces available to a Freak.
Well, Lysandra comes in here for, you would assume, Grace in the mid lane. He's definitely shown some inconsistency. Lysandra is one of those champions that you can hop on and just try to play defensive and survive in the mid lane, so I'm not too unhappy about that. And with the Jarvan coming in, you can see already that they're looking for that pick engage composition on the side of Jin Air.
You know what I want to see, Valdez? I want to see Camille top. I don't care about the 1v1 matchup. I want to see Ashe 80 carry. Let's just have the easiest pile-on comp ever. And then you know that if there's mistakes, it's outside. Except Malphite, throw it in there. Who needs some awesome dudes in the bot lane? If you're not winning any games, you shouldn't pick a poke comp. You shouldn't pick a narrow win condition comp. You should pick a comp that's easy. So far, Jin Air's comp only does one thing. It piles on. It is absolutely getting in the dirt and wrestling with you. So seems like Afrika going to kind of gleefully accept that because Vladimir Sivir are pretty good in a 5v5 too. But Jin Air, we're going to go with the KISS strategy. You guys can work out what that stands for. And Afrika Freaks, see how they want to interpret this one. You can go disengage, or you can say, boy, we're fighting as well.
Well, you see already the Kaisa ban. Kaisa, one of those champs that the rest of your team is engaging. You just hop on in there and do a bunch of damage with good positioning with their ultimate. Yorick also taken away, so they give credit to Yorick alongside this kind of composition, which is kind of interesting.
might just want to relieve some pressure from a Vladimir matchup. Maybe we'll just see a 4-1 comp and some crazy last pick that goes into the hands of Keen. Remember, with the decision to field Brook, their substitute top laner, it's much more about Keen's matchup than anything else. The only reason to go for a role swap mid laner when you have 2 mid laners in your team is to show a top laner and then have a top laner be able to play it in an off lane and get Keen the matchup he wants. Otherwise, I really hate the decision to go with 2 top laners. So let's see if we can understand it fully with their final overall pick. They will not pick their second solo laner to last pick on red side. Again, it would negate their strategy if they did.
Tristana immediately comes in here. This is kind of interesting. Root gonna hop onto this pick alongside an Aatrox. That should be hopping into the top side. So once again, LS loves to call it Smork. Definitely this composition screams it to all of you as what will be the champion here for the side of Afrika after seeing all this.
Big smile from Keen. You could see a Fiora here. You could understand Vayne, but it's probably just going to be a hover for fun. Could pull the trigger, and they will.
Oh.
They're doing it. It's even more risky than Fiora, but they're running Vayne top. But again, at least you understand why. You're like, we need to find matchups we need to get our guy the matchup, and they're putting Keen back on his faithful Vayne, this time not with Karma Shields and other utility outside of a bit of Bromhelm.
This time hard mode, but the enemies have a bit of a handicap. Kind of feels that way as so much engage on the side of Jinair. As Vayne, very low range, you can kind of get caught out by that, but it is Keen on that champion. So excited to see if he can avoid all of that while also outputting damage.
They're going to play a 4-1 comp, and if it has to be team fight, their team fight is Vayne, Vlad, Sivir. So they have awesome team fight as well, but they're pretty brittle in the grouping, and Dread is the one who takes the wrong end of the stick, because he's on Sejuani rather than his usual style of Kayn and doing his best Ning impression and that sort of thing. He's a brawler, right? He's not a tank jungle player, so he's the one who's going to have to adjust mindset. Otherwise, they can win in the 1. There's a chance they outplay in the team fight. It's Vayne, the champion who can outplay anything. She gets the Aatrox matchup, and see how much help is required to get Linderung through this comfortably.
Really looking for Jinair to show up tonight up against a weaker opponent and see if they can actually take a win and stop the 17 games in a row that they're currently on.
And ask a simple question and get an answer. Who has the simpler to execute comp before level 18? You'd say Jinair, right? It needs a lot of items that should be hard to come by on Vlad, Sivir, and Vayne to change things. So that Glad plane that we haven't seen in forever, the APB that hasn't been answered, the unrequited love for the big smile, maybe today's the day.
See if it does work out as we hop into game number 1 now.
Almost feel like we should have been cheering for Jinair there.
I know.
It was sad, Valdez.
That was kind of sad.
I mean, they have lost 17 times in a row.
But even the last time I cast them, it wasn't that quiet.
No. It's worrying times for Jinair Green Wings so far. But here's the roster today. Linderung, Seas, Grace, Root, and Nova. If you're joining us late, they are changing things up. No Marung for game number 1. And they've got really awesome CC in all lanes. So the moment that Seas hits level 2, honestly, Seas' level 1 goal should be, I don't want them to know where I started on the Rift, because after that, from there on, he's kind of golden to find pretty good lanes to impact, and at worst, blow some flashes. If not, blow some health bars up and get some kills going for Jinair Green Wings.
First pick here for Root on the Tristana.
It's just a rude graphic for Jinair.
I'm not gonna mention anything else. You guys can see it yourself.
But you can be glass half empty and be like, first time on the Rift, Tristana and losers. Is one way you could read that one and not be too far off.
At least he hasn't lost on the pick, right?
Keen is undefeated on Vayne.
There
and
you
he
go.
Hard carried that game.
So's Brook on Vlad, undefeated.
Yeah. You're really... We're going for what we can find, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Root's undefeated on Tristana.
True.
It's definitely big.
Nova started W. That's kind of strange. Start on Gather. Usually just take Q and push with your AD carry. Probably not going to matter too much. Tristana pushing up here. As here's Seas. We mentioned from level 2. That is, in fact, the level.
Talk about the W. Here it is. Comboing it onto Soul, who is going to flash away, but the heal comes through. And the electrocute alongside the E of Tristana means that first blood goes to the side of Jin Air.
You remember when we sat here and said, isn't it weird he started with Taunt?
Yeah.
You would think that would hit the mind of Soul, but unfortunately, he walks up and gets Flag and Dragon died. So that's, you know what? The puzzle didn't end up being too puzzling, and yet, unfortunately, Jin Air get the kill there. If you're an Afrika fan, a very avoidable death for Soul.
You know, we mentioned it before. Maybe a better team
look at this.
would have been able to say, hey, this is definitely possible. Why did he take W? Hey, guys, be careful. Place down a ward. But Afrika didn't do that. And that means that they are going to pay the price early on, as Soul is going to be behind the 8-ball to start off.
People are going to take W level 1 in solo queue and be very sad about Galio's lane press. Remember Galio on a 8-match losing streak in the LCK, and yet it worked out. So that's sometimes all that matters. Jin Air don't care about analysis. They're just about getting something in the W column. Nicely executed by Nova. There wasn't too much time for Soul to sidestep there, but again, it's the timing at which this happens that should be obvious. Is the Jin Air reaction. To their credit, it's just the golf claps. No one is falling over. Man, Tan is pretty happy, though. Bless his heart.
You gotta...
Coach Han is like, I've seen this before.
Yeah, I know. So many games with Malrong coming out. Gotta feel bad for him. You know, Malrong coming in and gets first blood, and then eventually nothing happens. But you can see the top lane is going well for the side of Afrika, as Vayne is pretty good against the Aatrox early on in the game.
Kind of at all points, unless Aatrox can get his first Q to hit the enemy champion. It's very, very hard to get the chains to arm. Of course, Tumble is going to be a very big answer to you. There's not really any light at the end of the tunnel in the 1, but everybody else initiates, and he can initiate too, or at least join in and pile on, and that's going to be the more useful thing. It's one of those things where, you know, Afrika could still win this game. We could be looking back at a 1 game by Afrika just because Jin Air doesn't know how to close games because they've only won 1 game all season, and then Vladimir, Sivir, and Vayne show up at a fight or show up at a bar and there is no counter. So there is still light at the end of the tunnel, but let's celebrate every good Jin Air moment, even when it comes to moments. They have been few and far between, and see Grace on the first on the roam as well. They're trying to make something happen. They at least look like they're up for the game today, and we haven't been able to say that about all the best-of series they've played this season.
Yeah. One thing I've been noticing about Aatrox, by the way, he does miss that cannon, as it's just too much pressure from the Vayne, but he used to have so much more threat with the extra E in his combination and what he could do in the lane before the change, but nowadays you see so many Aatrox in hard lanes just use the first Q and then just waste the other 2 in thin air, just trying to get back to the long-range Q so that they can actually farm. It's definitely a far cry away from what Aatrox used to be.
It's nice to see ordered play here around the Aatrox. We already noted him giving up cannon minion purely from 1v1 pressure. He gets a bit of jungle pressure to say, well, my jungler might be there. You can't walk up and harass me as I take this minion wave. So stops him being dived or anything crazy like that. So I like to see some fundamentals. That's another area that Jin Air for sure have fallen away on. I want to give a little teaching point for you Vayne top lane players at home. The first teaching point is please stop playing it in my games. But the second point, the more important one, there's a lot of Vayne top in Korean solo queue, is go for the secondary tree we saw here. Again, it's Taste the Blood, Ravenous Hunter. Obviously in melee matchups in the top lane, you're going to proc Taste the Blood quite frequently with your Tumble. But the Ravenous Hunter is actually really relevant on Vayne. And this is something that applies to Conqueror. This is something that applies to a lot of on-hit effects. You do get the Ravenous Hunter healing from the ability you max first, which of course now is the Silver Bolts. The true damage does have Ravenous Hunter interaction. So because of that, you are getting sustained for the 1v1 that helps you with your laning phase. You definitely want to go into domination second when you play the Vayne.
Yeah, definitely is true. As Infernal Drake here on the side of Jin Air, and it doesn't look like Afrika are even going to just even get near it. As Jin Air, once again, big win to them, going to take a very impressive first Drake. As you know, when a team loses 17 times in a row, sometimes the little things you really got to praise them for. After that early game pressure in the bottom side, they roll that into an Infernal, and the next Drake will be Infernal as well. So we'll see how that one goes, as in goes Grace. They're trying to get the ult down, and they will, perfectly timed as well. And nicely done by Grace and Seas to pick up that kill.
Even better than your first appears, because you remember this is Cleanse Vlad, the least interactive Vlad summoner ever, and he still dies because they layer their CC so well. Really nicely done by Jin Air. There's a dumb, goofy joke about no one beats Jin Air Green Wings 18 times in a row, and you know what? They're happy to have anything positive, any funny memes where they're not falling behind us. Here we go!
As the support has cleanse, but Soul doesn't have cleanse, as Root gets in there, and Root and Nova make it happen. What's going on, guys? Jin Air off to a fantastic start, better than any other game that I can remember this split.
Jin Air Green Wings finding new life. Look at this in the 2v2 even, they make it work. Let's go back to this play. Brook goes for a very lazy back timing. Sejuani has gone over the wall. He's not coming back. And he just straight up dies. Awful from the mid laner. But this is what we saw from Brook in that Lissandra versus Syndra matchup. He's not a mid laner. He's role swapping. And I was ultra frustrated by that fact. It was like, okay, Keen will get his matchup. And while he does, around Keen, they're getting dumpstered in the 2v2 and the 1v1.
Stay calm, stay calm. Don't get too excited. So, a lot of fast talk in there at the end that I miss, but G-Sun, thank you for tuning us in. That's really important to understand their mindset after these couple of kills that they pick up early, because Jin Air, this is very uncommon for them to be in this kind of position. But now you can see that they're on the right kind of mindset of, hey guys, let's not get too out of hand. We're ahead, but we haven't won yet.
And I don't remember them being ahead in 2 lanes at once. They've had some good Malron camps in a lane. They've gotten one person ahead, but they're getting 2v2 kills while they're killing in the mid lane. That's something new from the side of Jin Air. So this is shaping up to be a must-watch match. A year ago, one of the most famous matches of all time was that Jin Air match, right? Jin Air against SKT, the 94 minutes the dream. That was an I was here moment for the chat. You might be here for Jin Air stopping the extension of right now the equal longest losing streak of all time. Already mentioned it a couple times. Look, for CJ Enter's summer was 17 losses in a row. And they've got that easy to execute comp. That's why there should be confidence. They're winning in multiple lanes, and their comp hits their items earlier because they've got the gold in the early game. And then there's a lot of reliable buttons to press to force things. So short of some crazy things falling apart, Jin Air Green Wings are definitely the favorites so far for me in game number 1.
Yeah, it's crazy to say. Doesn't happen very often. And there's definitely, there's a bunch of you out there in the chat that you were like, oh, it's super late. I should probably go to bed. It's
What if you missed this?
It's a Jin Air series, right? I can just go to sleep. They're just going to lose 0-2, right? Well, you might be wrong, as a bunch of you stayed around and said, wait, maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the chance for Jin Air to finally win and stop the streak.
And you know what? We're confident. There's definitely a way Jin Air loses this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that part is clear. But don't you want to know if it was an epic throw or if Jin Air actually finally won a game? How will Afrika bounce back? Is Yukal ready to go on the back? We're not actually 100% clear. I didn't see him today, but I would imagine he's here. So you got to wonder. The comms we heard already from Jin Air, right? Lots of steadying of, well, we've done this before. We've had some good moments. Don't get too overconfident. How are the comms on the side of Afrika, and who's leading them?
Yeah.
Because now they have even less experience than before. Soul, I guess, is by far the most experienced player on their roster. Remember, Jelly's not playing. So they have 17-year-old Sennen. They have Brook, who's played now, what, 4 or 5 professional games, 1 on Hanwha Live. Dread and Keen is up there as the second most experienced, so there's just no guarantees on either side. I feel like anything could happen here. We could pierce through the rift and go through some amazing color transformations like in that LPL series game 2 yesterday when the colors bugged out. Anything could happen in game number 1.
Well, something that has happened is a Tristana with Berserker Greaves and an Infinity Edge at 10:50. That was the timing. Already has 1 Infernal Drake. Could pick up a second here for the side of Jin Air. It's coming up in 10 seconds. It kind of feels like, though, watching the mini-map that Jin Air don't want to give up a Rift Herald and maybe even try to take the Infernal at the same time. Let's see if Afrika can try to stop that.
A 2-for-1 for Jin Air? I thought they ran out of coupons this season, Valdez, but they look to be going for that, and you're right. Nova just walks up, says, hey, I'm Galio, and they can't walk past him. Root in the 1v2 is got his summoners up, and he is Tristana. And I can hear Dongjun, our Korean analyst, just dumbfounded. So that might have been Cloud Temple, just dumbfounded by just how solid a play this is from the side of Jin Air. Afrika don't have a smash and grab comp. They have greedy scaling in bot, greedy scaling in top, greedy scaling in mid. And it's just being easy. A nice CS lead was it worth it? You know, it feels like almost we're getting some of those feels out there, but what was the cost of getting Keen Vayne top? And will we know the answer to that till after the game is over?
It's definitely a big question. I'm sure that the side of Afrika is feeling pretty disappointed after seeing all the other teams just dumpster Jinair, and then your team comes in and it's like, well, this isn't exactly what we wanted. I wonder how Keen feels as well. He is the epitome of a super strong player on a team that's struggling everybody else all around him. As Jinair were going for the Rift Herald, but
Root's grouping.
Stopped
he
it.
Does not want this Rift Herald to go down. Notice that Root, because you're Tristana, has access to a one-item power spike on a champion who, when IE was meta, loved to get it early, right? Because you can get those reset kills, because you can have solo kill potential. You have a lot of trade damage. When IE wasn't a viable rush, you had to go kind of weird builds. To me, there was no more depressing time for Tristana mains when you went Blade, Rage Blade as Tristana.
yeah.
With how she works as a champ. Speaking of how champs work,
Ooh, trying to lock down Dread. The flash in from Grace as well. Gonna be locked down. He doesn't have flash anymore. And Dread is gonna go down here.
Uh-oh.
The flash in from Linderong trying to get on top of Keen. As Keen not quite able to get that auto onto C's. Linderong, it looked like he thought he had his third Q, but his second Q was there and he missed that one for the knockup. So unfortunately the flash not effective, but they do get the one kill onto Sejuani at least.
ended up being one extra summoner blown, but a kill claimed by the side of Jenna. They do claim the piggy. We talked about how Dread was the biggest loser of this draft because he's an aggressive jungler who plays things super aggressively, having to play a coverage game. There's no good lanes to gank because you're behind in tempo and you have scaling champions in your lanes. Yes, Vayne is the only one with lane presence, but Jinair was always going to outnumber. Keen couldn't get the auto attack onto Jarvan. My impression is it wouldn't have killed. He doesn't have any critical strike to get a big enough auto attack out there. Jinair can back away. They give red buff to Root. And Root, who to me has been the real unsung hero, like he looks like he's doing his best Teddy impression on this team. I know a lot of people would have said Malrang early in the season. I could have understood that, but Root has had good games on a lot of different champions, both awesome dudes and standard 80 carries. He's now got a lot of items. He's got a big CS lead over the Sivir. Things just coming together. Remember, ease of execution advantage, big on the side of Jinair.
And a fantastic early games with some fortunate Drakes as well means that it's looking even better than we could have imagined. I mean, we're still looking at double Infernal for a Tristana that has a massive lead. As Keen is trying to hard carry here. He wants to get on top of Linderong, and he is going to get that kill, but will trade his life for it, which is not necessarily a win.
Nope. And Grace will pick up the minion wave and push it in, so only Vladimir gets a map position advantage. Now, this is level 8 Jarvan and a Galio, so let's not go too far on this. C's got too excited.
You almost said Glad Plane as you were saying Galio. You're getting ahead of yourself.
I was actually going to say Gladio.
Gladio?
So
it's because your mind was thinking about Glad Plane.
I mean, how could you not have your mind on the Glad Plane? Everything has gone better for Jinair than maybe any of their games. I can't even remember the Gen.G Game 2 they won, what it looked like at 15 minutes. So
yeah,
we'll just assume that this is right up there with that game. Things are falling into place. The enemy has a lot of carries, and they do have backline access with Vladimir unable to be kited, especially with a Sivir ult, but they really are really far behind. It's hard to have the right adjectives here. I don't want to just use words for the sake of it. I'm going to watch the replay here. He takes tower aggro the first time, takes tower aggro the second time. He doesn't have vision bot side, and the teleport, of course, means he can't go that way. So he ends up kiting top side, and, well, in the best case scenario, he gets one turret shot less and lives. In this case, he does. So, nicely done, all right. And how about a bit more gold? 2,100 gold lead for Tristana. That's what, 500 gold lead less than a Zeal item.
I mean, I've had games where, you know, be really far behind, but it lasts like 28 minutes, right? And I end the game with about 8,000 gold. He almost has 8,000 gold. We're at 16 minutes into the game as he's taken down almost all the plates in the bottom side, gets the first blood turret as well as 2 kills. He's popping off in a big way, so Root, he's been trying to carry his team for a long time. I saw some stat before where he's actually pretty high up in terms of 80 carry damage percentage and stuff like that, but maybe this is finally his chance to show off his stuff, as Tristana Galio actually looks pretty decent when you get an early game.
And the LCK gods are saying, yes, we would like Jin Air to win. Look at this, double Infernal into Mountain. The Drake's a high value as well, so everything is coming together, and only the dreaded S-word of scaling can really count on the side of Afrika, and it's the sort of S-word that can be dismissed most of the time, because just how do you get all three members of Afrika to 3 items? Dread's going to skip out, but he's got no escape plan.
Yeah, he's got Grace on the other side here, and that's just going to be Dread once again. Caught out on the Sejuani, and with no jungler, that means another free Drake to the side of Jin Air, who are actually beginning to dominate here in this game up against Afrika.
These are the scenarios where scaling doesn't matter. When you've been greedy in the amount of champions that need to scale, and when the enemy has a scaling champ who's ahead in the Tristana. I mean, so unlikely that there's going to be less than an item and a half lead for Tristana, and thus the scaling could be irrelevant. So everything's stacking up. The Mountain's taken down. It's not quite an Infernal, but no 4th spawn Oceans in this game. 18 minutes in. The Ambition signature is in the pit of very high-value Drakes. As Dread, he's the one who looks like a fish out of water. Even more so maybe than Brook in the mid lane, because he keeps jungling like his lanes are winning. And if you just tell me you're jungling against Jin Air, you assume that. But it's not the case in this game. His lanes are behind, and he's trying to walk around, and it's being feasted on. It feels like it's open season on piggies. As
okay. Well, that's more of what we were expecting, but we're going to have to see how that fight actually started. And it could mean some big things here, actually, because Afrika could pick up this Rift Herald and try to roll that into a turret and try to get that scaling underway.
Now, 2 ults, 3 ults used here, but I don't think Jin Air, with Root being the one who went down. Anyone else down, maybe you try it. This is probably too bold. Rift Herald won't be able to get a huge gold injection with the plates being down for multiple minutes now. But yes, it is killing an objective, so that's kind of the first good moment for Afrika. 19 minutes into the game, they were able to get a 1-2 punch onto their enemy. We need to see the replay to understand why Root was chilling in the mid lane, and we're going to get it. You know, he's playing single player because Afrika have just waved the white flag for the longest time. Who actually catches him? Nice angle from Dread there. Sejuani ult comes in from a nice angle. Well played. That's a really nice kill to the side of Afrika.
Yeah, Dread finally making that Sejuani pick work for his team, as means Root wasn't even that far up the lane, and he is a Tristana, so you can understand how he gets caught out there. Dread doesn't have his ult back, so this isn't going to work, but perhaps looking for a lane that he can use the Rift Herald in.
Vayne's looking for more items. Even in that game, the top lane Vayne won. It took a while for the 2 items to come in, and CS-wise, he is farming himself up the Rage Blade. And remember that Jin Air, at their core, is a pile-on teamfighting comp. What if you miss those ults, and then Vayne starts hitting with the Rage Blade fully stacked? Well, then maybe there is a fight still that Afrika can win. So finally, after the first good moment from Afrika, you wonder, you dare to dream if you're an Afrika Freaks fan. Still, we're going to focus on Jin Air. Glass is still half full for them, but there are objectives being traded rather than just being straight up wins for the side of Jin Air.
You can see what they do. They send the Rift Herald down into the lane that Keen is split pushing, so he can have even more pressure down there. Picks that one up, knows that Aatrox can't necessarily challenge him. As Grace trying to do his own kind of split pushing in the top side, but Brook does make his way up. As still good things for Tristana that does have 2 items, plus a Crick Glove. Is going to be trying to take out his own turret in the mid lane.
See Dread try the same play. One thing I want to talk about, to direct the viewer's attention to, is it's 1,300, 1,500 goldie. It's not a match-winning goldie. The double Infernal, though, of course, does mean that's a little bit misleading. But when it comes to what you're seeing on screen, in the Tristana grouping, feel really good about Jin Air. They're very powerful in the 3. But in the 1v1 side lanes, it's free-farmed Vayne into a matchup where she's very comfortable. And it's cleanse Vladimir against Alessandra, who can only push in waves for Vladimir to hoover up at almost 40% CDR. So actually in the side lanes, it's very hard for Jin Air to get more than they already have now. So a lot of the easy gold lead is kind of gone. So we have to evaluate Jin Air's performance on how they play around what is unanswerable, which is how strong Tristana is at the present. So that's kind of the creeping doubt here, is whatever the lane assignment, you're not going to burst Keen down. No QSS in the build just yet from Keen, but that will come soon, you would imagine. And this means there is a chance the game stalls out, and that dirty S word actually becomes relevant.
Speaking of AD carries that do have a QSS, immediately once Root got enough gold for that, he goes back home, picks up his own. And that means that that play that we saw earlier on with the Sejuani ultimate can't happen a second time. There's no one else on the side of Afrika that has that kind of hard CC that's that reliable. Of course, you do have Braum, but much harder to hit a Tristana with his ultimate.
But if you're not spreading your lead with Aatrox or Lissandra threatening a dive, how is this current scenario working out? Tristana clears, Jarvan and Galio say hi, and then Sivir throws a Q and a W and the wave dies. Such a Sivir, right? So far we're delaying. So far, there's things to worry about. So for another team with, you know, macro that we can fully appreciate and great ward coverage from mid-game when they're ahead, you'd like Jynne's position, but for now, if I see Tristana pushing minions into Sivir, I get worried.
Does go back to the idea that Jynne, once again, they do not have a lot of experience winning and closing out games, so will they know how to when the time comes, when they are actually ahead once again? And, you know, a couple of mistakes here and there and some game states, and they might find themselves in a position where they're struggling to really figure out what is our next move.
So what we should do to kind of problem solve that is finally Root will get an auto or two in, is look at the minimap. And the minimap shows where Jynne is missing out. They have not put down the control wars that Jarvan has. Galio has some as well. And actually, there's a pretty good defensive line here. It's incomplete, but there isn't a lot of threat when it comes to the red side or the blue side jungle. There's one control ward down aggressively, but it's not leading to anything. The mini-map doesn't look like a team that's pretty far ahead. The gold lead also starting not to look that way. And the scaling champions are just inevitably, with it being a 40,000 gold game, getting closer and closer to being online. If we hit 50,000 gold for Jynne and 48,000 for Afrika, it might be a bigger number than it is now, but Afrika will eventually use gold better than Jynne can just because of the champions they have. So Jynne need to control areas and force Afrika into mistakes. They could also try some creative ganks.
Well, this is one way to do it. Pool is down, but he does have a stopwatch. Root takes a bunch of damage, and, well, Brook is going to get away for now. Tries to flash in to get that kill with this empowered Q, but that does not work. And meanwhile, underneath the turret, looks like a dive did fail here, and Soul's going to go down. What the hell is happening? As Grace going to make his way in too. One more auto might do it, and there it is, another kill. Goes the way of Jynne, and all of a sudden, the avalanche starts.
Well, it turns out everyone can make mistakes, and Afrika's not a top team, so they actually trade back. And they might actually lose a Baron from this. They're going to lose Baron vision. Nova doesn't sweep. They don't know about the enemy vision.
Observer's getting excited. He's got the angle as well. He's like, it's actually happening.
I mean, isn't this the angle to watch Jynne from Afrika from? A little bit off-center, a little bit crazy. We're watching it here. Vayne knows, but can't do anything about it. And Jynne get the Baron because the throws are thick and fast from both teams. We're going to start topside. When you don't put your vision down, you have to get a bit scared if you're Jynne. And they do. Root's looking for a turret dive. That shouldn't be the Tristana way, but it's what happens. They mess this one up in execution, but the redemption arms, so the kill doesn't come down. They're eventually going to take it, but it's weird and wonderful to pick up that kill. Afrika feel pressured because of how many members went topside. They try to force something. Dread rolls in, and what a escape there from Grace.
Wow.
He actually jukes away from that Sejuani ultimate. A power play, a super play that we missed in live. And then Soul messes up the turret diving. The frozen throw comes through, and all because they tanked an extra turret shot. All the dominoes stacked from Grace.
Let's go to Baron.
Nice
Kill him and go Baron.
Let's watch Jynne's reaction here. Are they feeling it?
Coach has actually got a tiny little smirk on his face, finally.
Coach
It's been a while.
is the most unmovable man. After the 17 losses in a row, that part I understand. What a super play from Grace to get through the Sejuani ultimate there. It's the only reason they got that extra damage onto the 3 and allowed the frozen thralls to finish off their work, and now they have a Baron. Could this be the way that Jynne find their first victory? It'd be pretty fitting. It's really hard to recreate.
Well, I mean, if they do get this one, it means they'll only be tied for the longest losing streak, and it's a great sign, right? You know, Afrika also struggling.
It's time for some chat participation, some caster participation. Is this the time? Is the Glad Plane coming out for game number 1, Valdez? Yeah. And I asked the same Twitch chat. I want to see Glad Plane or Sad Plane spammed in the chat. I'll find it in the VOD afterwards, but this is the time to decide. Gino in a really good spot.
I'll go ahead and throw my own Glad Plane in there, as this is looking pretty good. I'll, throw my chips on the table on this one, as every single lane is being decimated right now with the Baron. It's a huge power play, 4,000 gold already, Papa.
All Afrika have is the thought of later. They haven't reached that 50,000 gold number. They need to find a really amazing approach. The last one from Dread cost them. Pushing in 3 waves. Aatrox taking down Vlad's turret solo. That's a good sign for the side of Jin Air. Can they break the base in multiple spots? And remember, they only have 1 more minion wave. They need to go now to get those inhibitor turrets.
Grace, after a play like that, must feel pretty untouchable. And, well, I thought he was actually going to go in there, but not this time around. They're going to take it slower than usual.
A good adjustment. They send Vayne top, they pull Vlad bot, and now Aatrox can't actually hit the turret at all. So they have not yet got any inhibitors down. They should get the 3rd turret, though. Root is so strong.
He's pretty unbelievable right now, and just threatening can do it, but Root does have that QSS. But Galio, not as tanky as you'd like, and take a look at Keen in the front line. Already going to take out one, gets the World Ender to stop here, and does push Jin Air back, which means that no inhibitors, in fact, will be taken on the Baron push.
Could have been worse. All the people spamming Glad Plane, suddenly they had ties. They'd be trying to pull them a little bit less tight. They're worried now. You see the replay, and we already described what a one team fight from Afrika looks like. What if your Wombo engage doesn't hit its mark, and then Rage Blade stacks are stacked up? Root actually only got into ult range kind of towards the end there, so he didn't have his wits around him or the ability to just repel the Vayne earlier. He's got those 2 items, and we all know in solo queue, if you make the wrong fight and the Rage Blade and Blade the Ruin King is done, you can definitely lose. So there's the first worry for the side of Jin Air. It's not over yet, but is that the moment either way?
Yeah, it still is very scary. You always have to respect a Vayne, and it's not only her, it's that the other scaling champions you mentioned, the Vlad, the Sivir, eventually could come up, and, well, they make a 6th Drake spawn. It's going to be Infernal. There you go.
The one time when LS would have been like, why don't we delay this to 30 minutes so we get a 35? It is the Infernal, the very unlikely Infernal, statistically improbable. There was only one possible future, whereas Infernal, where there was 2 of Mountain Drake and 1 of the Cloud Drake when it came to the final spawn. So they get the high roll, Jin Air. They need every little bit of help they can get to Jin Air Green Wings, and they deserve it. They've lost 17 times in a row, but if they get 2 members down, maybe they can just end this game without a full ace.
Going to be grouping up as 5 now, and Keen has to be careful. That range on the side of Tristan is going to be huge, and they're going in, trying to dunk him, but Zenon with the big time. The stopwatch. Take a look at Keen up in the top side. He takes out 1, trying to go to the back line here, sees, but he's also going to go down, and Brook is doing his job of zoning out the rest, but in comes
going in!
He's coming in there, gets a double kill. They're going to take out the inhibitor.
This might be it.
He's still in the pool. He's got to come out and stop this madness.
It's only a tank and Keen. What can Keen do?
Root gets pretty low, but the ultimate gets Keen out of range here. Dread going to flash away, but it's not going to be enough. And it looks like Keen, who is alone, is not going to be able to do it. And Jin Air finally is going to win and stop the 17 games. Will not lose an 18th time in a row.
These are feelings these players have felt so rarely. The respawns are coming in, but I don't think it's going to be another. I think Jin Air's done it.
Wow, Braum not able to do it. We get the rotation as finally we have Jin Air win another game here. Their 2nd of the Spring Split 2019. Will go the way of Jin Air.
How often does game 1 of a best of 1 feel like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders? It's still a series. They're not done, Valdez, but they've been able to stop extending that losing streak to 18. They will not lose an entire LCS or LEC split in a row. Some of these players have only ever won a single best of 1 in the LCK, and Root wins his 2nd. He doubles his lead. The Korean casters are hype. We are as well. There's still a best of 3 to play out, but an important milestone has been reached. No one beats Jin Air Green Wings 18 times in a row.
They were right on the edge. That's what it took for them to finally stand up to their opponents.
Everyone did their help. We were caster cursing. The RNG Drakes were the highest roll ever. Everyone was there in the Jin Air corner. And the Afrika fans are probably a bit annoyed about the starting lineup, so they're probably going to get over this loss. But that doesn't mean the series is over. There's a lot of subs that could be made on the side of Afrika, and there's a lot of series to be played. But that's a game win. What about a series win for Jin Air?
It would be their first of spring 2019 for sure. As, wow, I got pretty hyped for that one. I wasn't expecting this to happen. As, you know, it started off with a great gank, and then you have to say their macro was also pretty good, right? They send the Galio top, stop the Rift Herald to get the Infernal. Then they try to take that kind of objective. Overall, it was good play over the course of the entire game. You know, a couple of mistakes, but not necessarily ones that were avoidable, and you really got to hand it to them. They actually just straight up beat Afrika.
You just see the difference with actually finding two lanes in a good spot. Brooks, rookie status, got him caught in mid as a 2v2 kill happened bottom, and that's where people should have started to believe. Look at this gold lead, the fact that it never really extended outside the Elder Drake, sorry, the Infernal Drakes that were coming in, and then boom shakalaka, straight up in the air. That was the bye-bye-bye moment for Jin Air Green Wings, and while the Glad Plane isn't tweeted based on a best-of-1 win, the players must be feeling so relieved.
It's one step closer. As I said before, you get one, and you're almost there. You're half the way, of course. So, guys, we are going to go to a quick break before we do get to game number 2. You were here for one win of Jin Air. Will you be here for the potential series win? Let's find out after the break.
스무 살, 그것은 치열한 전투. 우리를 억압하는 모든 것으로부터 우리 자신을 지켜낼 뜨거운 혈투. 그게 바로 20살 우리의 캐리, 우리의 버프. 우리 은행이 내일보다 더 빛날 20살 우리의 오늘을 응원합니다.
This is for those who dare to stand up, for those who dare to make a difference. Get ready for battle and join the Republic of Gamers.
이 혹독한 훈련에서 살아남은 의자만이 CDG의 의자가 되니까. 때론 지나친 고집이 정말 좋은 것을 만드니까 의자가 인생을 바꾼다.
CDG.
Welcome back, guys, and if you're just joining us and you notice that screen, Jin Air, in fact, is up 1-0 over the Afrika Freaks. You missed it. If you weren't here, they finally broke their losing streak of 17 games in a row, and they won the 18th, and that means we are going to have a substitution on the side of Afrika. Soul is out, and Aiming is in.
It sounded like you said substitution, which I was very confused by, but we'll go with the substitution here. Makes sense. Aiming comes in, out Soul. It's a Tushin reference
Isn't it pronounced the same way?
No, substitution.
Substitution. What?
Doesn't matter. Let's zoom in on what is happening.
Okay.
Notice that we're stopping, Valdez. We're stopping both this particular joke and also the substitutions. So that means Brook will be playing game number 2, and that is a bone that we have to pick with Afrika Freaks. What does it mean that they can't field Sun or Yukal against Jin Air after losing game 1?
You know, I have no idea. I don't know why they would do this, but Afrika have a different agenda. They will continue playing around just Keen, and we've said it's not worth it before, to kind of abandon the mid lane in the same time.
So a lot of people tweeting Gladplane at me, and you guys know we do not tweet Gladplane until there is a series victory from Jin Air Green Wings. They have to earn the happy plane that comes out there, and there's still a series to be played. And there's a very real chance we're here very late, Valdez. There's no reason. Couldn't be a full 6-game day.
Yeah.
Afrika Freaks, how are they going to create this favorable matchup for Keen that we can only hypothesize is the reason that they're running a substitute top laner in mid on the blue side? They don't have overall last pick this time. What do they want to first pick here? Because I don't feel like this needs to be a tier list draft from them. It should be very much about sleight of hand. We want to see some magic tricks from Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone down that path many times already this season to varying levels of success. Sometimes it works out in a big way. Sometimes it falls flat on its face. But either way, they're going to be straightforward with the Yorick ban. Not happy to play against that. Was banned in the second round by Afrika. Now it's the first round that they have a little bit more wiggle room. There we go. On the blue side.
Now, they also have wiggle room in a different way, Valdez, because Aiming's in the lineup. So they'd be pretty confident with him playing some awesome dudes, right? Maybe we need to start picking up things like Cassiopeia and other stuff, but they quickly slam that one down. Chance it's Keen's pick, of course, but they do have the chance of a lot of 3-way flexes now with the lineup they have out there, and maybe even 4-way flexes. The flexes could get pretty tricky when you have Keen in the lineup, you have Brook in the lineups, 2 top laners, you have also Dread, who plays a lot of crazy jungle picks, and Aiming that plays some mages. So we'll wait and see what the choices are. On the side of Jin Air, they first picked the Galio, so it would make sense they would first round Galio again. Galio Tristana was not the lane we expected, but the lane we got pretty damn well. Kalista Galio has kind of been the strongest 2v2 laning Kalista lane that we've seen, or Galio lane, I should say, that we've seen. But let's see what the prize is on the side of Jin Air. No junglers have been banned, so jungle pool is full, and they're just going to go full Kalista Galio and look for some answering picks on the red side.
They want to see what Afrika's packing before they pick any other lanes here. You would have to imagine. As we saw the Vi flash there for a second.
Our analysis hasn't changed on Jin Air, but remember, we were praising them for an easy-to-execute draft. Maybe you just Jarvan first round and start banning, just to have that engage draft. The Galio Kalista only do one thing, and that's engage really hard. Can actually double disengage in some crazy ways as well, but they are a team-fighting duo, and we want to see Jin Air draft strong in the team fighting. We do not trust this team to be able to play the 3-lane split push. Afrika will take the Sylas, that I'm sure you're excited to see.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to combo with Alistar. So Lucian Alistar, pretty strong 2v2. They don't go Lucian Braum, which was available, but they kind of messed up on some of their play in the previous games, adjusting their approach to the duo lane. Do we see the Jarvan we mentioned, or do we see a different approach from Jin Air? They can have no idea, truly, where this Sylas is going, and I see the hover I wanted to see. Feeling good.
Jarvan comes out. Thought maybe we could see Lissandra as well if they wanted to pick that a little bit earlier and secure it for Grace, who did have a pretty nice game on the Lissandra. But they do not want that Jarvan to be banned, and they will go ahead and start banning junglers of their own away from Dread.
We got the fun interaction of knowing who the Kalista passive is used on the side of Afrika, because they have the Silas, so there will be a Kalista passive. You would assume Alistar, just because it's Alistar, the champion, who I think is that much better with the Fate's Core availability than almost any other champ in the game, just because of how much Wombo crowd control he brings and how much safety it brings him. So we'll probably see that. Anything else would be interesting. Rek'Sai Olaf's too strong. Tempo jungle is banned away here. Dread would have to go into something like the Kayn or Lee Sin, you would think, based on his usual pool. But Nocturne is one you like against Kalista, but with Galio and Jarvan already, the risk there and the fact that it doesn't have a lot of agency pre-level 6 might keep Dread away from the pick.
May just be playing around route today, as the Karma will be hovered, probably going into the mid lane here for Grace.
Could be top lane as well for Linderong. Like you say, a negating pick that's largely about teamfight utility. Afrika have to show their hands, and the good thing about the Karma here is if you get super crazy lock-ins, could still be two solo laners in a jungle Silas, Karma can always lane. She is one of the strongest blind pick laners at living. Yes, you might not always win in CS, but a lot of matchups actually work really well for Karma, and at worst, ranged auto attacker with ranged wave clear. So I don't mind the Karma when you are lacking information. Seems like the information is going to be a bit more clear. If we do see the Lee Sin lock-in, because Aatrox, of course, is known as a very often jungle pick, and this would be moving away from that. You would think Keen on the Silas and Brook on the Aatrox if we do see Lee Sin locked in, and it will be.
Does mean that the Silas will be the only guy doing any AP damage on the side of Afrika. So we'll see what kind of build he does go for. And we still got to wait on our last pick here on the side of Jin-Air. You would expect this to be for the top lane. Bring the Darius now for Linderong.
He's actually one of our legacy Darius players. He picked up a lot of wins on Humble Life Esports on the Darius.
Okay.
And they take Corki. So, here's what Jin-Air were thinking about. They're like, how can we lose this game?
I love the disdain in your voice when you say Corki.
See,
not a big fan.
I actually don't have huge disdain here. I think you might be mishearing that one, just purely because here's the thing for Jin-Air. A lot of teams would have taken Fiora, because you're almost 100% sure it's going to be the Aatrox matchup, and Fiora runs away with that. But then it's a champion that's disconnected from 5v5. So instead, they go ultra safety. They want to farm it out in the mid lane, and they take Karma into whatever lane ends up going top. We were thinking Keen would be on the Silas. Right now, that's not the assignment. We'll see if it changes. And no, Brook will be playing Silas this game. So we'll see if Keen can put his licorice carry pants on in this game. Different approach than we might have expected. And the Corki does mean it's another champion who does need a bit of time and doesn't pile on as clearly or as easily as something like Lissandra.
Does mean we could be waiting a little bit longer this time around for Jin-Air's composition to get online, where, as you look at the side of Afrika, maybe Dread this time on an aggressive jungler can get his team ahead here in game number 2.
And that's the thing, is you do actually have lanes that are ripe to be ganked. Karma and Corki, yes, they can be frustrating, but they're squishy champions, so with the right coordination around someone like Keen in particular with all his experience, maybe you can just kill Karma twice, and yes, Karma's build is cheap, but if you're building utility from behind, your lane presence is basically zero, and you can potentially be snowballed upon through there. So, action on Dread. He's not this time on the Sejuani and really being, dogging it in the draft, trying to let his other laners get ahead. He's now got a more of a power pick, and especially post-level 6, there's a lot of squishy peoples to kick, and potentially kick into a lifeline for Afrika Freaks.
We'll see how this goes here, jumping into game 2 now. Well, the Jin-Air chant for game 1 was pitiful. I think I heard 2 people say Jin-Air fighting. This time around, I heard at least 6, so we're definitely moving up.
They're multiplying, Valdez. That's what we're learning about Jin-Air fans. Sadly, today is a notable day. We already talked about it. The Jin-Air did break that losing streak, but sadly, Corgi not available. I'm not sure if you know this, but I am a huge Corgi lover, because I used to have a Corgi named Rumble when I was in Australia. Only bone I have to pick, because obviously Corki has been alluded to for a long time and never actually
the only bone
released.
you have to pick, yeah.
I actually didn't intend that one, but it sounded good, so I'll take it.
Yeah.
The only bone I have to pick with Riot Games is I would have named it Korgi. Maybe that's because I've been in Korea too long and I now jumble all my words together, but Korgi. Yeah, that's what I would have done. Korgi is just too much of a mouthful. But I am happy to see the skin, and next patch, hopefully, we'll see more of it.
So you like Korgi, but you don't like Pugmaw.
No, not at all. I hate it.
So just walk me through this one. What exactly is the difference, and why do you like one and not the other?
I'm Pupsmith.
That's not an explanation.
That's all you're going to get, I'm sorry to say.
Wow.
And Brook's not going to get a lot of hijack value out of the Corki. It's not that much fun to steal away Corki's ultimate, so it's not going to be a high-value steal for him. In this particular case, Brook walks up, be able to trade at least, and it is E level 1, and remember that was base damage buffed ages ago, so it is going to be a bit of a world of pain, at least in early levels.
I actually played this matchup recently. Corki versus Silas.
Takeaways?
Just as you were mentioning, you know, he was firing out a couple of missiles, and I was just kind of laughing at him as, you know, hopefully footwork and some pretty decent mobility means that he's not going to be hitting you with much of that, and in general, you're going to be harassing him a lot more than he's harassing you, so definitely feels like one of the easier lanes for a Corki.
But it's not one of the easier drafts for Jinner. You know, we started off with epic easiness, right? We had the Jarv and Galio, like we hoped, the Callista to help with the pylon, but how Karma and Corki fit in are a little bit more finicky, right? It's more about power spikes and positioning. Not everyone's an initiator here. I guess Grace could do a Mickey impersonation and initiate with the package, but you know what I mean. It's more of a technical draft, and the ease of use, which was definitely S+ here in game number 1, is down to about a B-. So because of that, we're going to have to be a little bit more finicky about evaluation of Jinner's play, and they're going to have to be a bit more on point around power spikes, and like we mentioned, not allow for repeated turret dives to feast upon some squishy solo laners in top and mid.
Squishy solo laners, as well as I was even thinking about some kind of dive in the bottom side if eventually they can get that push on. As it stands now, the Callista and Galio, the Galio specifically, if you do take the Q first, you were talking about it before, definitely helps out in terms of pushing, and so far doing a better job of that than the Alistair-Lucian combination.
This lane pretty strong at all points, but obviously level 6 with the Fate's Call is when Galio gets a big assistance, doesn't have to flash for all engages. Sees is here. Remember, he kind of got a gift gank in around level 2 to get game 1 rolling. Less gifts here, but ships in the night, these junglers. Dread in a good spot.
Yeah, trying to land that one with the flash, but they see the Lee Sin, and flash comes in though, and now Nova is in a ton of trouble. First blood pretty easily will go to the side of Dread in the freak.
Seas just gave that one up really easily. Not sure if that was just a call from his support, being like, no, I'm done, but felt like there should have been a contest there, and instead a bit of happy feeding from Seas. He goes away, and now Flash is down, so until level 6, Galio, a bit of a sitting duck in the 2v2.
Definitely feels bad that they're going to give up some of that power they had in the lane with that play, but I suppose they wanted to lose the least amount after flashing in and committing already.
It's a hard commitment, but this is really good pathing from Dread to be ahead of the play. He's there for the counter gank, or just a proactive play, and obviously it just falls into his lap. And seem a lot more joyous on the side of Afrika. Remember Afrika's last win, we had tears in the audience, right? They were super moved to see Afrika win. It's 2 squads that have done very little winning so far this season, and it's a single game for Jinner, and the 2-0 dream is not one I think even the most one-eyed Jinner fan would have been predicting.
As Ingo's Dread again, really trying to slow down this Galio that doesn't have his flash, but he has Aftershock, which again is a good rune. Means that some of that damage will be mitigated, and it also means that Dread can take this Scuttle and be pretty happy about that.
It's a pretty big experience lead. I would say a level and a half feels like the lead right now. Caesar's still level 4, and it's almost level 5. Okay, it's more like 1 level. We get the ping there, but Lee Sin will have level 6 early. Just like our first series, the Drakes are pretty good early. So with Afrika finding a lot more success in their 2v2, they should actually grow a CS lead now that Galio's flash is down. And we're looking for a Hex Flash engage.
Okay, well, they should have known they were there, and now Nova with no flash is going to be another sitting duck here. Heal does come in, but the flash from aiming means that down again will go the Gargoyle.
The assurances are always a little bit less when we're down the bottom of the table. Like so many of our series this week, we're going to have top of the table and bottom of the table action. So went too far. Hex Flash does the rest of the work, and while Grace is brawling a little bit better than Brook in the mid lane, Arma actually is in a CS disadvantage against Aatrox, and you don't want to see that. It's not a good one.
The thing I didn't really understand about that is they saw the ward come over the wall, so they must have known that at least one person is in there. They go in for the face check, and they get punished hardcore, which means that they give up priority in the bottom side, die again, and they give away the Infernal. So definitely a couple of mistakes from the side of Jin Air this time around.
Sees visual bugs into a bad gank. Actually, never actually came onto screen here, but doesn't know about that. Hooray for visual bug analysis.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot of the tricks of visual bugs. I'm becoming an expert in them. Just like when the patch updates and I have to read the notes, I'm coming up to date in this new hell we live in terms of visual bugs. Yeah, really weird for Senin to be that far up. Sorry, for Senin to be that far up makes sense, but for Nova to be that far up with no flash and no Fate's Call is a head scratcher, and it's another in the good column for Dread, who's been felt on the map and will have a pretty soon level 6 advantage as well.
Well, it just felt like, you know, they had a control ward and they saw the trinket ward placed, so they know somebody's in that brush. That's the only place you can place that ward from. Unless that ward was another visual bug, which, you know, that would be next level. I doubt it was. And then even after they clear that ward, they still walk forward as if welcoming a fight, which is the other part I didn't understand. So either way, Jin Air will have to make up for their mistakes here, as he was thinking about a gank in the top side, but not going to go for it, as instead he'll go ahead for an invade at the blue buff.
And this is a small problem for Jin Air's draft that's kind of coming to the forefront now, is when bottom lane actually starts, you know, losing multiple kills, where does Jarvan go? You never want to gank the Karma lane, because Aatrox can just, you know, just hop over the wall, right? It only takes an E to get out of the Jarvan ulti there, so there's no threat for Karma and Jarvan onto a level 7 Aatrox who hasn't had his passive or flash used. Mid lane, you don't want to gank for Corki, kind of self-explanatory there, and also Brook has a way to skip around, so bot lane's really the only great place to go, and now bot lane's a great place to go for Afrika. They're piling on.
Yeah, this was the dive I was talking about, as Fate's Call does come in. But that cannot save the Kalista, as down she will go pretty easily 4-on-2.
Bullying is the right way to go for Afrika. Another endorsement bullying by Papa Smithy in the LCK. Take down the turret plates, extend the lead. In Kalista we trust is looking futile, and Karma and Jarvan picking up turret plates just holds nowhere near the value of the members of Afrika, who are going to use those items right now way more strongly.
Lee Sin going to be happy. The Lucian going to be happy, of course, as they're desperately trying to get this last plate. Can they? Looks like they will be able to.
And actually, the timing of when this happened is even more important. Consider this play happened at 9 minutes, meaning there was no Rift Herald to answer on the other side of the map. So if you can skip out and make a turret dive now and not have a Rift Herald as a penalty, it makes the play cleaner, and it was pretty well executed from the side of Afrika. They have this pretty young lineup without a lot of experience, but from ahead with advantages. You expect it to be more cerebral, more solo queue style in terms of being able to pile on and make aggressive plays. Dread looks so much more at home away from Sejuani duty, so that was the prison he was not looking for in game number 1. Corki last pick, leading to Corki Karma solo lanes, means that Cease kind of just has to wait for an opportunity bot lane, or just wait for some items, and by that point, maybe there'll be too many advantages stacked up on the side of Afrika. Jinash just rushing the Rift Herald here. Yeah. They don't want to go bot lane again with no summoners on Kalista and no ultimate, so they're just trying to find something on the map. I actually think that's smart, but they're going to have to fight for this, and they don't have the items to do so.
Will be 5-on-4, though, as aiming is way out of position, going for the push here. It's enough Ren stacks that it should go the way.
Okay.
And okay, Packet's going to come in and try to separate the team, as down will go Gallios. He's going to pick that one up. Big time Cataclysm, but the damage isn't there as Senin was zoning out everybody else. And so it will be a trade of a kill for the Rift Herald, but still Afrika going to go on the push in the mid lane.
They're threatening to dive here. Here comes the TP. Can't be cancelled, of course. Grace is going to be able to get away. That was actually pretty significant. They could have lost a further member. Turret plays being cashed in on both sides. They're leaving the solo gold to the Kalista, you'll notice, on the top side. Karma just fully backed. Karma, like we mentioned, is going to be a bit of a caster minion with some shields in this game. She is pretty far behind. Even in CS, 75 CS as Karma top is pretty woeful, but at this point it's because she's packing up and leaving lanes a lot.
Looks like a small thing, but Grace is actually denying and delaying these backs so many times, as he's going to delay it again. Continue his push in the mid lane. The fact that he was able to get there with this teleport and stop that push from being the response from Afrika is actually pretty big. Denies a bunch of those plates and even the turret from going down.
Because aiming went bot lane, he can only get the end of the turret, and then he kind of happy foots. So they're not actually getting huge solo golden experience on the Lucian as this play happens. So it ends up being a kill for Rift Herald, which, as we know, given where Jin Air was, a pretty good trade for Jin Air. That part isn't too bad, to be honest. And specifically because aiming wasn't already mid lane, his lane assignment of bot when the turret was almost dead didn't mean much. They don't actually lose as much as they should have, so it's a VOD viewpoint for Afrika, who are 4-0 up, who have the first Infernal. The coaching staff won't be happy about how that played, because it should have been more of a lose-lose for Jin Air. It ended up being pretty even.
Not so bad after all. They do have a couple of 80 carries with the Karma, so they'll be looking towards this late game. They're only down about 2.4, which, again, at 12 minutes, it is a hefty amount, but for Jin Air, you know, they've been in worse situations before. We'll see if they can climb out of this hole in Game 2.
There's definitely team fights with Corki's items and Kalista's items coming in that they win in a gold deficit. It's very possible in this game that could happen. So like you say, touching distance may be all they can accept right now. And maybe that's all they'll get. But it might be enough for Jin Air. You know, there's definitely not out of this game just yet. However, Keen has the most CS on his team. He's starting to come together, and there's a real chance that Linderong won't be able to enter lane way earlier than we could have anticipated with just how innately strong Karma is as a laner against the Aatrox. And that's the sort of plot twist that the Jin Air coaching staff wouldn't have been ready for.
Waiting for this Corki to slowly get online. Corki nowadays, of course, even with all the different changes to 80 carry builds and item builds and stuff like that, will still rush for the Trinity Force first and then move into other items. Definitely reminds me of the old days where it was just Trinity Force into some kind of Zeal item into Infinity Edge, and you have a pretty nice 3-item kind of core that you eventually get to.
You actually have more interesting choices now, because even when IE was changed, that was kind of always the build, right? Rapid Fire Cannon IE. Now you can go IE second if you have the right gold values and just burst people. It is a bit RNG based, you really want the crit, right? But 25% crit being on IE makes it a possible magic damage crit opener very early in the game. So you have a lot of ways. I think most people go into Rapid Fire Cannon because it builds easier. You can just go back and get daggers and gloves along the way.
Also, that poke you were talking about.
Sure.
The one auto into a missile or a Q or something like that is pretty huge burst damage when you do have the Trinity Force. So does remain reliable as, you know, compared to the more RNG IE build that you're talking about now.
And there's that moment where Blade of Ruin King Hurricane and some magic damage crits you're faced with as Afrika, and early in the game you can't answer both of them, right? There's no way to be able to answer the amount of mixed strong damage that could happen on the side of Jin Air. So I think Rapid Fire Cannon will be the go-to, but waiting to see the full information there. Sees, much like Dread in the previous game, kind of throwing down flags on the defensive. But Jin Air looking to stabilize. They just need core items on Corki and Kalista. That's the big one. Get 2 items on those 80 carries, and there's more than a hope and a prayer that Jin Air can win some sort of skirmish or 5v5.
You can see also what I was talking about before, how the Sylas is the only AP damage on the side of Afrika. We already have triple Ninja Tabi. The other 2 boots are not completed, so we may even see 5 Ninja Tabi in this game, as nobody respects Sylas's AP damage. We'll see what the choices are eventually, especially when you have Lucian, Aatrox, Lee Sin. I think it makes sense to just build against that.
If you see that, do you go Lich Bane, or do you stick with your Iceborne Gauntlet, Spirit Visage kind of approach? It's kind of what I'm interested to see from Brook. Because if you see all Ninja Tabbies, then yeah, you should be doing a lot of damage. So we'll wait and see what comes from the side of Freaka Freaks. role swapped top laner, now mid laner for the last couple of series. Dread walks up. He still has his kick. He still has the ability to single out one person. But moments like this, where Seas increases the minion wave, Corki gleefully accepts it, are good moments for Jin Air, and Afrika haven't found a meaningful way to open up a lead outside of something easy, like waiting for a Mountain Drake to spawn.
Yeah, essentially just sitting back. They don't have any pressure onto Grace that has his package right now. Now they do have pressure on a Linderong with Keen up a level and an item and a half here up against not that tanky of a Karma.
But killing the Karma's harder, right? Because tether, shield, speed up, and a flash. But you're right, definitely have the pressure around it. That's the side you want to keep warded to allow Keen to get cheeky auto after cheeky auto on the target. I don't know if he has Demolish. Possible that he does as well. Try to get those Demolish procs off as well. But what they don't want is the top side, where Sylas is pushing in minion waves to Kalista, who uses the early gold better than Sylas. 2 items on Kalista. What she's looking for to be teamfight ready. Jin desperately need this game to read 35,000 gold and Afrika to not have an insane gold lead at that point. That's what they want. They want to keep it around this mark. Come that point, we're chasing from multiple angles, but it's going to take a while to kill Brook.
Yeah, he does have his TP, but there's so much CC in these two guys as the taunt is going to go wide. And Brook just going to attempt to trade here up against Root. Does have the life gain, but is not going to work out. But, of course, that does mean 3 people to go for 1 Sylas, and the rest of Afrika will use that time to take their own turn.
And that's probably the not worth part. Yes, it's a kill, and it's gold onto Kalista, but you lose mid lane turret, and your ability to control the pace of the game with mid lane turret up, kind of infinite, right? I remember casting LPL Spring 2015 with Azir Zereth wave clear until 35 minutes. That can happen when you have that outer mid lane turret. When the mid lane turret is gone, and then Lee Sin and Alistar have interesting ways, even Keen on this Aatrox, to approach and flank mid lane, things get trickier. So they make a trade here that I'm not a huge fan of, but it does get gold on Kalista, and we'll wait and see how close to that second item the Kalista gets from this.
Not much analysis here, Papa. No. I suppose you don't have much to say about this.
The analysis is, do they leave the kill for Kalista? If the answer is no, it's actually a really bad play overall. Because Kalista gets the gold and is now 1,000 gold short, let's say, of the Hurricane, then it becomes a little bit more of a line there.
I do like that, and I'm sure Jin Air are going to like their situation when they do eventually get those items. Probably the Rapid Fire Cannon and the Hurricane you were mentioning for that Kalista. Just one step closer here, as you guys can see in the items.
I like the build path. We're seeing a lot more flat pen or lethality Lee Sin come out since Casper Cup. Watching Linderong just run away. You want to go threats on the side of Afrika, and then now with this longer map, find picks. Because Lee Sin, full combo onto Corki, Karma, or Kalista is going to be doing 80% of their health, and you would imagine there's backup there. So you feel so emboldened as Dread to walk up, build damage, and get across their T's with their, we have 2 80 carries, let's get some shields on them comp. You want to get picks, and you want to catch Jin Air in transition, and Jin Air, of course, have less experience in transition, and from behind have been caught very frequently. So we're seeing 2 items on Lucian. Right now, the strongest person on the Rift. Anything hits from Alistar or Lee Sin, people gonna die.
And it does feel like Jin Air know that, as you can see they're threatening but not actually engaging, and kind of just letting objectives fall because they are able to identify, hey, we can't really fight yet. And you know, feels bad that you're losing a lot, but I feel like overall it's probably a good decision, because if they do go for a fight, you're risking so much to not allow your 80 carries to scale and to fight in a position when you're not ahead.
The correct decision for Jin Air, one that they've made mistakes on previously, is give the enemy the drakes. Someone will say, but think of how big the Elder is, Papa Smithy. However, Jin Air's goal is to get 35 to 40,000 gold and then choose to fight. So if you fight before then and lose because the enemy has earlier spikes and more gold, then actually you don't have a game plan. You probably just straight up lose because your windows are starting to close. So you need to be patient, and that's hard to say for a team like Jin Air. If they'd lost game number 1, you know they would have got frisky, right? And be like, well, we don't want to lose 20 times in a row and then make a really big error. Instead, they're coming off a victory, so you're kind of seeing what Jin Air looks like off a victory. They may have made some mistakes, but the mental overall, the mental game is not lost for Jin Air in this one, as we get the zoom in to confirm that they held onto the Callisto passive long enough for the ultimate fun. It's not the Alistar. Alistar's actually going to take a step back. This Lee Sin can pull off plays that even Insec in his prime didn't have the tools to access.
Yeah, it's the new age of fun here with Lee Sin.
Now you start thinking about what could happen, and it gets outrageous. Right? Think of the engage range of max range Fate's Call, QQ, W, Kick Flash. You can do insane things with this setup. I don't know if we've ever seen a pro game with Lee Sin having the Callisto passive. Probably never.
I don't think so. Not in my recent memory. And
this is going to be potential 0.25 speed stuff from the Lee Sin.
You were talking about the range. It's probably mid-turret to mid-turret, to be honest. It's near that range, which is pretty insane.
What's Fate's Core range? Like 900 maybe? I know that the Lee Sin Q is, I think, 12 or 1300. So we're talking, if you add everything together, we're talking like 3500 range, right? Is possible if you hit the Q at max range. You can do a lot of insane stuff here. So this could be another reason that you can't miss this series, because how often will you get Lee Sin with the Fate's Call active?
And then we get another chance for Jin Air to win a series if they do lose this one. So could get interesting as this does go along.
Important note, he hasn't stolen the Fate's Call just yet. I'm actually going to get a pause. Hopefully not Silas ult related on this one.
Yeah, that is the hope, as we've had actually 2 pauses today. That's more than I'm used to, as we've gotten pretty good at avoiding pauses here at the LCK 2019.
Dive straight into them. And it sounds like
they're like, somehow we found ourselves in the Jin Air fan seats, and maybe they'll actually win. Maybe, let's go to the first win.
If we look over, the Jin Air side is, I would say, about 30% full, maybe less. I think the Jin Air fans, understandably, are not rushing to LoL Park in order to watch their team lose more. So maybe next time they'll be able to get a bit more front row, as it seems like the mouse issues have become contagious.
Even from series to series, as she doesn't want to show any of the rest of that sign. I wonder why, but the bottom says Jin Air Whiting with a sad vein, perhaps? The pink goggles.
It looked like a vein to me.
Yeah.
Some more stoic members of our crowd as we zoom in on the offending mouse. Getting an awkward shot here, but hopefully it's a problem that can be resolved very quickly. The game is very finely poised right now. I like where Afrika is at. It seems like Jin Air will make a mistake or try to look for a fight they shouldn't be taking yet, but they haven't made that mistake yet. And Jin Air Green Wings, they're actually letting us grow some expectations. When it came to what to expect from a Jin Air series 2 weeks ago, it was kind of despair from minute 1, but we are seeing Jin Air look a bit more in earnest. They look like a team that is getting better, which unfortunately took far too long in terms of best of 3s played. Keen just seems generally annoyed to be alive, and you can kind of understand where he's at right now.
I think that puts it very succinctly for his feelings about spring 2019. As we said it before, he definitely feels like a guy that was kind of mismatched. It's like a draft of a beer league, and you get like the best player on your team as the first pick, but that means that like all these other teams have to pick, and then eventually it comes around to your second pick, and you just have a bunch of guys that are so much worse than the first pick who's trying to carry but desperately cannot.
It feels like if you're an independent roster auditor, which I guess we are as pundits, right? We go out there and we say, nice roster changes, bad roster changes. If you went to and looked down the roster of Gen G, KT, and Afrika, you would definitely look at that and be like, really, guys, like, this is the best we could do. Like, there's some amazing talent on those rosters, but the 5s are where things are falling apart, right? They're not actually, they're way less as a pool of, say, 15 players than the sum of their parts. So at the end of the day, there's definitely been some dodgeball games that you want to do over on. And I feel like already you can guarantee Afrika, Gen G, and KT want to do over on LCK Spring 2019. Jin Air as well, for different reasons, but coming off their first game victory in a long time. They've doubled their victories, Valdez, is a serious point we can make. And we can also confirm we're back to the game.
Okay, not much of a mouse issue, no Silas issue or anything like that, so we're all good to go. As Keen is 6 levels ahead of Nova. That's not the mouse issue. He's also 7 levels ahead of his own support, the Alistair, somehow.
That's one of the biggest numbers. I don't know if I've seen much more than 7 levels ahead of anyone. That's outrageous, but Keen has had way better a laning phase into Karma than he should have. I think Linderong has misplayed that lane. The whole point of the Karma lane was Jarvan's not going to go there, at least go okay. And this is less than okay. It's 190 CS at 23 minutes with very little in terms of turret plates and things like that outside of gank attempts and Rift Herald usage. Of course, it is also because he's taking a back seat for other people who have rotated through his lane. Afrika Freak's no doubt frustrated that it was a 4th spawn Ocean in this game, but it will slowly be taken down by Keen.
It's a far cry away from double Infernal into Mountain that Jin Air got in game number 1. And how about a 3rd Ocean for the Afrika Freaks?
Oh, that's so tilted. That's where you know that the LCK gods are definitely Jin Air fans.
At least you know that Drake number 6, if they get it to spawn, won't be an Ocean Drake. So they'll be happy about that.
Would they prefer an Infernal or a Mountain? Do you just assume Infernal because there's so many stats to multiply there? I would just probably go Infernal, but both of them are pretty great. There's not really a low roll option there. I want to see, wouldn't it be awesome if it was a 4th Ocean Drake? And then we get the pause and they're like, really guys, really?
We're going to have to remake.
Or a cloud pops up and they're like, wait, what?
Yeah, not actually possible.
I mean, Jin Air won in the 18th time of trying, so the realms of possibility are definitely growing. They were in a gank brush-like spot.
They still are.
That's actually pretty creative stuff. It's hard to create a gank brush with no brush, but they did it. However, just means Fate's Call is used, and Keen says, how about a flank? Speaking of flanks.
Yeah, here comes Alistair. Big knock-up. He's going to knock Seized into that back line. He might be the sacrifice here, but he is actually going to be able to get away after the hero's entrance comes in from Nova. Dread's going to get taunted up and nearly gets low. Nova with the big shield, but it doesn't look like it's enough to get him away from harm's way. The kill does go to the side of Afrika after all the fight.
Afrika should have disengaged way earlier. Seized could have just flashed much earlier, but he tried to be greedy around his flash. Now they're going to lose the maximum. That's the sort of mistake that's not the worst, but it is the likely one for Jin Air. Baron's still very healthy. A lot of people can poke around it, but Keen is still a monster.
That he is. Just going to world end here, try to zone everybody out. Should be successful to do so. Nearly kills Linderong.
He's spotted.
Trying to come in from the top side. They're trying to delay this one. The kick comes in. Dread is able to get him away. Comes in, smites it down. And the Baron will go to the way of Afrika. Nicely played.
Another one of those unforced errors this time on the side of Jin Air. They conspired to lose some. There was multiple times where they could have gotten out without any deaths, but just with some summoners used. 2 re-engages, too many. They lose the Baron from that, and now the hope of ever getting lane control back means the Elder Drake 6 stack is looking more and more likely. The map control is looking almost impossible, and it's just as we were on the cusp of the items being done for their carries. Remember, they could have disengaged here as well, but Nova goes back in, greedy for a kill onto Dread. If he knew the stopwatch was there, if he had it over, he wouldn't have done it. He goes down. Free could take the Baron. Too easy on the back end. Suddenly, it might not matter that 2-item Callista and 2-item Corki are ready to go.
Eventually, the gold lead just gets too large for one team, and the scaling begins to matter less and less. Until, of course, we do make it to 40-odd minutes, but knowing Afrika, they know their win conditions as well. They're going to want to push this one in, as Senin is looking for a cheeky Hex flash over the wall, but Linderong will be smart about that one and avoid it for now.
So hard to respond to this pressure, though. Jin Air want a group. They have to force something. They're trying.
Well, they did get the flash away from aiming. Probably the best they could have got in that situation.
Means that 3-lane pressure becomes 2-lane pressure, and remember, Jin Air want to fight with their shields as a 5. That's why they have to hard engage, otherwise they're split to death.
Grace has to come down to protect in the bottom lane up against Keen, which means that that mid inner turret is going to go down. Would have been hard to keep that one either way, as Afreeca just trying to take all these inner turrets first before moving on to the inhibitor turrets and next objectives.
The third game is so likely here. Jinna needs to find a way to get 3 honest fights, and Afreeca want to fight dirty and play 3 lanes. That's so hard to do. Baron buff is there. The Drake stacking is going to become a problem. Everything amplified to the maximum after that pick onto the Galio and Baron. While Grace and Root are strong, not the best wave clearers, so it does take a while to work through these minions, and we still have a minute worth of Baron on the side of Afreeca Freaks.
Certainly is a long time, and a big Baron power play so far. Keen threatening down there, but with the Karma in his back pocket, Grace should be just fine. Question is, will the inhibitors be fine on all of these pushes, as mid-turret just going to melt, nobody able to stop that push, and it looks like Afreeca will move on to try to take their first inhibitor.
Pretty tutorial stuff here for Afreeca. They can play 3 lanes, and Jinna's can't answer 3-lane push, so Baron buff is the ultimate equalizer here. No rumble required. Got pushed up and top. Turrets falling everywhere. Can Jinna do anything?
Well, a package comes out, but that's not going to help too much. Root gets a couple of autos there onto Keen, with C's threatening from the south. They will back off for now.
And with flashes down on people like Galio and Jarvan, best case scenario of engage looking pretty honest. Looks pretty like something that can be easily repelled and disengaged from Afreeca. So Jinna having that spot where you're losing your inhibitors, losing the game, and not even being able to fight for anything.
Oh, C's misses the flag, and Drag has to go forward to his death eventually, and the 2 inhibitors going down certainly felt like an eventuality, but Afreeca trying to stretch it into more even without the Baron. After that kill does come in, looking for their 3rd inhibitor in the bottom side, and still feels like Jin don't have much they can do in terms of stopping this one now 4v5. Just gonna have to Valkyrie away to safety and let everything fall.
Just waiting to see that game timer. Feels like that's the only question left for Afreeca Freaks in game number 2. Don't think Jin have the ability to turn this game. I don't think, even if you gave another 2,000 gold to Kalista and Corki, I still think they're too far behind to come back in. With the map state, with the fact that, actually I would wait for Elder here. If I was Afreeca, I wouldn't try to rush this one down. That's the LS analysis that I think is sometimes a bit overblown, but I definitely would have done it here, because you're really liking the scenario you're in right now. We watched the replay in this particular part. It's just C's being put with his pants down. The W arms, he goes down. The base in complete tatters. The hopes of the Glad plane, they're not gone, but they're fading, Valdez.
Yeah, we're certainly getting some turbulence in this series, as all of the lanes are going to be pushing in now. Imagine having a Baron power play into a Elder power play afterwards would have been much better.
Now, we can hope for one thing. Brook has successfully stolen Kalista ult. Therefore, we could see the scientifically proven best Lee Sin play of all time. It could happen.
That's our hope for this game now.
That's the only thing left. We just need to know if we'll see it.
That's all we got.
I would be very tilted if we didn't see at least one of them. It's like when you play the Ballista comp and you don't get the sick hooks with the Fate's Call. Come on. Science has never been this stacked onto the side, Lee Sin. Dread, show it to us. I need to know what a Dread Lee Sin kick looks like.
Hold on, he's got to do Krugs. We have important things to do that don't involve a Fate's Call right now.
Don't worry, Lucian's going to get blue and the Gronk.
Hey, you got to farm up, you know?
Why? Why do you have to?
You got to get that Skrilla.
The only valid excuse for this is that they're doing comms about the next game. And they're just conversing about game number 3. Usually that's what you do from a losing perspective, but otherwise feels unnecessary to put any 50-50s on the board. You don't want to lose a smite and lose control of a game that is so far into your control. You have all the Drakes, you have all of the map control. But you're at 2-mana, that's a lot smarter. You know that Jin haven't been able to push up, so at least now the Baron is 100%.
Everybody on the side of Jin just grouping to try to stop double super minions from getting into the base. Means that the Baron is free.
Oh no. The Kalista ult timed out.
It's okay. You could get it again. He's going to get it now.
I'm going to be very angry if he doesn't.
Well, Kalissa's in the base. You can see that Root is trying expertly to avoid this from happening.
Trying to stay out of ult range of the enemy Sylas. Come on,
All
Brooke.
right, here we
come
go.
On, Brooke. Steal it. Steal it.
It's right there. Hey, come on, buddy. No.
You had one job. Well,
Sennen had one job, and so did Z's. He goes in with the stopwatch and is not going to die just yet. Finally does go down as Grace and Root are desperately trying to do damage. Down will go the Alistair. They still have that Galio engaged, desperately trying to keep their turrets alive. But so far it is a 1-for-1 as Linderoth going to get low. Nova's going to get low. Take a look at Root on the left side. Is going to be burst down eventually. It's all up to Grace now. Still does have Linderoth with him, but you can see the rest of them are going to be able to burst down the Corki. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to my first Game 6 of the Spring 2019 as Afrika are able to tie it up here up against Jin in the second game.
Important update for the fans. I watched for the Fates call Lee Sin play. It sucked. It was terrible. It was not good. It did happen. We're never going to talk about that again. But Afrika Freaks were able to pick up the victory here. They're kind of gift-wrapped it a little bit, Jin predictably from behind with this draft. They went too far, and they even got some chance. There was a bit of nope, sorry stuff going on when it came to actually getting the pick onto the Galio, but he went in, he went in for Valhalla, and unfortunately he was taken down. So was the Baron, and Jin Green Wings end up losing game number 2, and that means the Glad Plane, which we thought we saw, was it Mirage? It's possible.
It's cloudy skies nowadays. There's a lot of dusty air here in Korea. It's possible that we were just seeing things through the clouds, through the smoke, but could have been just smoke and mirrors. We'll have to wait and see for game number 3, game number 6 of the night, which is kind of interesting as well. But yeah, they tried to play that comp where they tried to scale, but just a couple of mistakes. Kind of what we were used to on the side of Jin eventually does come through once again.
But it just didn't really seem like they knew what to do with the Karma lane, because Karma was way down dogging it in CS against a melee opponent. That shouldn't happen. You want to avoid it, but they were pathing around top a bit. It seemed a bit muddied. It seemed a bit, I could play that when it came to the overall 5th pick, and then the play was disconnected. And that part's not so surprising. It's Jin Green Wings. They've been struggling, but unfortunately this comp just didn't come together. So back to ease of execution S+, please, in game number 3.
Maybe take a Malphite the next time around.
Yeah, there we go.
Just click your buttons that are basically targetable.
Yep.
And or targeted, and try to go for the win.
That is what we're hoping for. I think we have a couple of stats to show you before we get to load into game number 6 of the night. We show you the numbers. Corki did the most meaningless 22,500 damage in the history of the world. Sylas did no damage, and yet was a better champion than Corki this game, much to your depression. And
right in the bus again.
Well, the bus was definitely all Afrika Freaks. It showed up late, came in fashionably late, but 3 minutes on was just rolled through, and 33 minutes later, it could only be an Afrika Freaks victory in game number 2.
Well, curious to see what Jin can do on the blue side for game number 3. Will they bring back some of that magic from the first game of this best of 3 and maybe get this plane off the ground? We'll be excited to see if it is possible, but we'll have to take a look after this break.
20살, 그것은 치열한 전투. 우리를 억압하는 모든 것으로부터 우리 자신을 지켜낼 뜨거운 혈투. 그게 바로 20살 우리의 캐리, 우리의 버프. 우리 은행이 내일보다 더 빛날 20살 우리의 오늘을 응원합니다.
This is for those who dare to stand up, for those who dare to make a difference. Get ready for battle and join the Republic of Gamers.
이 혹독한 훈련에서 살아남은 의자만이 CDG의 의자가 되니까. 때론 지나친 고집이 정말 좋은 것을 만드니까 의자가 인생을 바꾼다.
CDG.
Welcome back, guys. We are here for Jin Air versus Afrika. It is 1-1 after Afrika were able to tie it up in game number 2. Jin Air had the scaling comp, but weren't able to quite hold on. Aiming also did pick up the MVP for his good Lucian performance. And now it raises the question, will Jin Air, given a second chance here, take their first series win, or will Afrika, from down a game, be able to come back?
Your thought is try to draft a bit more of a forgiving draft. Yes, they had a Karma blind pick top lane that can lane against anything, but when that comp goes bad, it goes real bad because you just can't fight when you want to, and then they just couldn't choose to fight because Afrika was too far ahead. Game number 3, back on the blue side for Jin Air. We want to see a recreation of the very easy-to-execute comp they picked in game number 1. On that time was Galio, Lissandra, Jarvan, Tristana, and Aatrox. They were all about the fighting. See what the choice is here in game number 3, and if Afrika will ban away any of those picks to remove there being kind of reliable engage options, and things are just pretty straightforward to use for Jin Air Green.
So far, the draft exactly the same as game number 1. Will Afrika keep up the mirroring with a Lucian ban? No, we will have Jace ban first. They did do that in game 1, but they banned it third.
I think I would actually leave Jace up against Jin Air because I don't believe Jin Air have the macro to close with Jace. So yeah. It's not like Urgot, where Urgot before in previous patches could just team fight. If they didn't get the side lanes going, Jace in a team fight is a lot more situational. So I don't really see... For sure, Jin Air have to ban Jace, right? Against Kane. He's the best Jace we have in Korea next to Khan. So don't really see the thought process there. But we do see one adjustment ban. We do see... No, sorry, Lucian was banned. So it's actually... same bans, a makeover for game number 3. First pick for Jin Air this time. They went really high on Galio priority, but I don't think every team is going to be Galio first round. And Jin Air decide first round Ezreal. I guess with Aiming in the roster, they have someone who's been more willing to go to Ezreal, but I don't think Aiming is one of our impressive Ezreal players, and he's been caught quite a lot at pivotal moments. So kind of hard to say whether they rate the fact that Ezreal gives them more escapability or whether they really feel like Root can perform, but they take the Ezreal and they're greeted by one of those reliable picks in the Lissandra and, of course, one of the accomplices in the Galio they were running in series number 1.
It's like Afrika want to take Jin Air's game 1 comp and throw it right back at them. As he's doing a little bit more trolling here, as he did in game 1. We will see the Tom Kench come on through with that Ezreal.
What are they first rounding is what I'm interested with Jin Air. Who they will actually pick for here. They can just pick an easy-to-use jungler. We usually do see a lane like Ryze is banned away, right, into the Lissandra. They're going to go with Syndra versus Lissandra, so that's the end result here. They look at what they know, which is likely the mid lane pick for Brook. Brook has already struggled heavily in this exact matchup, and it might just be the impetus for Keen to take the Lissandra mid lane, or for some lane swaps to happen.
Yeah, I do like the idea. Maybe even throw in a little bit of psychology up against Brook and say,
all right,
okay,
here's
Afrika,
some psychology.
Yeah, gonna take the Vayne this time around again.
But this might be Aiming's pick. If you were watching the LPL yesterday, RNG versus FPX, when RNG broke FPX's win streak, one of those games was Uzi Vayne into an Ezreal. So maybe this is just looking at the names and saying, I don't feel like Root's Ezreal's going to punish enough and just run 2v2 lane with the Aiming Vayne. We'll get more information on that as time goes on. Banning-wise, with no junglers selected, all the high-priority early game ones are being targeted. Feels like Dread has the extended bench of aggressive picks. Usually with a Vayne, though, you fall into a tank jungler because you're like, aha, I need to something to support my Vayne. I would have much preferred some aggression and just swap the Vayne around to either solo lane or duo lane as necessary, but a lot of the aggressive picks are being removed.
A lot of what we saw in the second round of the second game, actually, and the second round of the first game by Jin Air as well. A lot of Rek'Sai Olaf banned together when there are junglers still left available. And, well, I mean, we saw Jarvan, Lissandra, and Galio win game number 1 for the side of Jin Air, so they deny the Jarvan this time around.
But then don't you just lock in Lee Sin, and C's not left with much? That's what
Dread's
I think here.
Laughing his head off.
Jarvan was, of course, going to be the answering counterpick we would have imagined to Lee Sin. So now you super price Afrika into Lee Sin, and Jin Air needs to convince us this is a next level. They actually have something they want to draft on blue side. They need to pick top lane and jungle. And where will C's go? We don't know much about his champion pool. Nocturne's gone. So much is removed here. We might actually roll back all the way to the first day of the season when it was a different Jin Air Green Wings jungler in Malrang popping off on, at the time, the debut of Xin Zhao. Looking for a blind pick. We saw some blind pick GP on patch 9.2 LPL, 9.5. It might be back with the GP buffs, but it's not going to be played today. I don't think it would have been smart to go GP because I don't think they reliably dive bot lane that well with the draft they'd already put together. They don't have the Lissandra Galio, for example, so they're just going to go for a blind, Aatrox jungle, I guess. So Aatrox blind top lane and Xin Zhao jungle almost certainly. So pretty generic 9.1 draft on the side of Jin Air and Afrika. How do they answer it?
Okay.
We didn't even notice. Vladimir just left open the entire time, and they're going to just take Vladimir to try to overwhelm Team Comp-wise.
Yeah, you know, in our first series, Sandbox versus Damwon, we saw Vlad heavily contested and first picked. Of course, it was different players, but Vlad very high tier nowadays, and it was so funny to see it left until the last pick. Almost felt like Afrika forgot about it as well. They were like, oh, wait, Vlad's available. Why would we ever pick Aurelio when we can pick Vlad? And, yeah, they're going to go ahead and do it, and you were correct for now, yes. As the 20-second mark is passed, the Vayne will be going in the bot lane.
You can definitely lane Vayne into Ezreal. It's been a matchup as old as time. If you're one of the golden oldies out there and remember when Ezreal's Essence Flux W slowed attack speed, you would go Vayne into it, tumble around, and try to dodge that projectile. A lot of things to dodge, and Ezreal can just one-shot you as the game goes on. Of course, very, very squishy is the Vayne, but I think this might be a nameplate moment where, while Root has been good on Jin Air, it's still Root and not one of our god-tier Ezreal players like Deft. Aiming being bold, though. It's making about him a little bit here. Laning 2v2 Vayne is something that goes really well or really poorly, and we'll see which school of thought it is, as someone's got to win down the bottom of the ladder between Jin Air Green Wings and Afrika Freaks.
Excited to see another Vayne game. This time around, it feels more safe. It feels like it makes a lot more sense. Keen gets onto a different type of carry as well. Can still do his own kind of late game carrying on the Vlad. We'll see if that does pan out, though, as we're going to jump into our final game of the night, Game 3, Jin Air versus Afrika. Fans staying here late into the night. It's already 10:40 about p.m. here in Korea. And that does mean if they stay until the end of this game, they risk potentially missing their last train home if they are living a bit away.
Valdez, both Afrika and Jin Air fans are so desperate for a win that maybe that cost is higher. Missing the first win for Jin Air, or just one of the paltry few for Afrika Freaks, when neither of these teams has really any hopes of the postseason. It's a pretty big cost to bear as well. So shout out to everyone around the world and those in Lol Park joining us for the 6th game of the day. And what does it mean for the Jug? So we're talking a lot about the Vayne on the side of Afrika. Just press the attack Vayne in the 2v2 lane. On the Jin Air side, they've got a lot to like, right? There's a lot of power in this draft, even if it is a bit outdated compared to other 9.4 meta picks. Xin Zhao Aatrox should be able to chase down Vlad pretty well in a long lane, in the top lane, for example. Syndra beats Lissandra in the mid lane, and Brook looked very off the pace in terms of 1v1 laning on Lissandra against his last Syndra. It was definitely looking second class. A few days ago, Ezreal Tom, at least early, should be pretty damn comfortable on the bot side. So outside of Dredge shenanigans, and they should probably be post-level 6, the laning phase looks pretty comfortable for the side of Jin Air. And also, earlier in the game, you have less scaling champions than the side of Afrika Freak. So there's windows for Jin Air to push and push hard. You just feel like there might be a creeping doubt if Dred can get some ganks off and actually get extra gold that is unexpected based on the lane matchup to the side of Afrika Freak.
It's funny, the stat we saw that Brook, even though he had one of the worst early games of Lissandra versus Syndra, he somehow, on the back of his team, sparing his blushes, was able to win that game on the Lissandra. We'll see if he can recreate that moment here, perhaps up against an easier opponent.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going back and watching that Dam 1 versus Afrika game #1. It wasn't a high-quality game, but Dread here first, though. He's lying away. There's a lot of patience. Seems like he was more interested in the big Raptor, though, than actually taking a gank.
Yeah.
Go back away. But in that game, you know, it sounds like a pretty big thing to say it's one of the worst laning performances I've seen, but it was kind of everything in the kitchen sink when it comes to making mistakes. He was pathing predictably around the lane, so all the Qs were hitting from the enemy. That's always kind of a push and shove, right? It's prediction versus predictability, and it was just too predictable on his duking. He was also queuing the wave at the wrong moments. LS was making a lot of notes of this.
Yeah.
To just end up being frozen under the enemy turret, so it was actually very eminently gankable in that case, and he was dying to gank. So it was just everything going wrong in terms of a laning phase. A very extended coaching VOD review was required there in terms of the 2v2. So far, at least the laning is in a better spot right now in terms of where the lane was. Dread going to be spotted on a ward, but Brook definitely has a lot to live up to game #2.
See that Seas comes over, doesn't go for the Wolves, and now does a nice amount of damage here to Dread, but some pings from the bottom lane say, hey, Senin did just invade our jungle as, okay, Grace trying to get a little bit frisky here, but running out of mana, and Brook is playing Lissandra.
That's actually really well played by the Xin. He goes in to try a play and then does lead to the first call. That's good trust from Seas with his duo lane, only having played a handful of games there. Brook forced out of lane the first time. Hopefully will not be forced out multiple times. Like last time we saw, why are you TPing into the minions, I would ask. I guess he really wants a freeze, but it's not going to happen. Could have just TP'd onto the turret there.
Yeah. I've done that before, and then I never did it again. It's definitely one of those mistakes that you're like, oh, probably should never do that again in my lifetime in League.
I think if you have your jungler there and you could try to get a freeze, it's fine, but that was just the wrong TP spot.
Yeah.
Power taken out of root. That's the sort of cooldown that can be relevant here with Senin with his flash up. Jungle pathing for now, going to be a bit more defensive, but again, when it comes to innate advantage, organic advantage, as Frostmurin likes to say, there's a lot on Jinez's draft side, and Afrika have, you know, this kind of flexing 2v2 pick in the vein. They don't have the asterisk of, by the way, Uzi when it comes to aiming. Afrika in the late game, I think, have a lot to like, though. Usually when you see Vayne comps, as Brook takes a lot of damage, it ends up being supports, right? That Karma, tank, jungler, things. You don't see that this time from Afrika, but think about how late game team fights look. There's many drafts where Vayne finds it very hard to function. She struggles against champions like Cassiopeia and really high-threat AoE champions that she just can't tumble and skill shots away from, right? In this game, she has all the AoE threats. Lissandra, Vlad, Galio, Taunt, and just Lee Sin's kick range. Those are things you have to respect as the enemy, and the idea is that aiming fights in between all of that AoE threat, kind of like an AD carry playing around a peeling cannon ult. That's what you have to look for in terms of fights. So that's where things get going, but that's much later. That's a Rage Blade, Zerka Greaves, and a Blade of the Ruined King later. So until then, there's plenty of moments where Jinez should be able to outtrade.
And so far, it's not looking half bad. You can see they're already up about 500 gold. Small thing, but still early on, and comes down to some minions in the mid lane that are going the way of the Syndra instead of the Lissandra. So you talked about 2 winning lanes in game #1. They were able to pull that off with some good jungle play from the side of Seas. Well, they have 1 winning lane, just a bit for now. We'll see if they can get some of their other lanes ahead as well.
And of course, when it comes to the more kind of pro play winning, they do have priority top side. I actually would have really liked an extension of the window in which you can push in Vladimir by going early Executioner's Calling. It feels so bad, right? Because Aatrox desperately wants to get 40% CDR as fast as possible. But Executioner's Calling to really force the Vladimir into some tricky decisions and never have a comfortable health bar to wait for your jungle gank. Theory there is you get the Executioner's Calling, so Vlad's always below half health, and you never have breathing room to wait for your jungler to path topside. You need him there as soon as possible. Regardless, it's not going to be done for now, so then around walk in. They still get an invasion topside, but not at the cost of any Vladimir health bar.
You can see what Afrika does. They see the Aatrox going in. Dread checks the red, notices it's gone, so they know that his red is gone. But that sparks them to send their team over to the enemy red. However, and it means that Afrika's coming in here, but it looks like Jinair know about this.
We're coming in hot, Valdez.
Yeah, we are. Dread could be taking a bit of damage, and he does, but it's not going to be enough as the Lee Sin is slippery, and he will get away with the stolen red buff.
Okay, I think Jinair and Afrika mostly made the right calls there. They're a little bit slower. They're not as razor sharp as a team like Griffin that really punished you in map rotations, but information was on both sides. None of it was ignored, like Soul randomly walking up for the death in game number 1. And the end result ends up being a trade where the only kind of meaningful difference is that Jinair left vision where they went, Afrika didn't, so small advantage in terms of map control, Jinair. They already had that given their lanes, so it doubles down on where they're strong.
Grace sitting on a kind of weird item build at the moment. Didn't have enough to go into that lost chapter, so just picks up the Dark Seal and a Mana Crystal for a long time. Has not backed now. Curious to see how much gold he has, as he's been sitting on this for a good 2-3 minutes.
In a losing matchup.
Oh, the stun, though, goes on to Brook. And he has to ult himself. He might be going down here, but we're taking a look at the bottom side, too. First Blood does go the way of Xin Zhao in the mid lane as he flashes on to Brook in the response. So, nicely done by Jinair to get ahead.
Nerong actually had to use his ultimate top side. That seems like a lot. When it's level 8 Vladimir to be discussed, Dread is spotted, or should have been spotted, on a control ward here.
Looks like they pinged it, too. And Root and Nova just going to back way back.
Definitely gave it away there, but that's safety first. Good call from Jinair, because they actually came away with the kill, right? They got the kill in the mid lane. Able to get the kill onto Brook, who was too far up the lane. In spite of all of that, I was more focused on the bot side there, but Nova was able to cleanse flash away. But with his summoners down, with Syndra on a recall, there could just be an objective around the weak side of the map anyway. This is probably more than Afrika should have gotten, and Jinair trying to punish them.
As you can see, the Lissandra sitting in the mid lane for now, as C's and Grace are going to get there first, so 4-on-3 for now, but it doesn't look like they can close the distance, as another stun is going to land on the Brook, but this time it's not going to delay that E, so Brook will get away this time.
Point I wanted to raise about the Sapphire Crystal, like you mentioned, was clearly on the way to the Lost Chapter is, it's actually relevant in this replay. It gives you access to more mana to keep harassing a winning lane. So in a losing lane, Sapphire Crystal doesn't do much. In a winning lane like this, where every Q was a danger of putting Brook into lethal range, the extra mana actually was relevant. He was owned by the end of the play, so with the mana, they pick up the kill. Playing towards items is good there. Now it's Lost Chapter and Sorcerer's Shoes, and more pain for Brook.
It's interesting, too, because I believe it is the same cost, the 350, the Dark Seal and the Sapphire Crystal, but instead of going double Dark Seal, you go for the Sapphire Crystal for the quicker Lost Chapter eventually. So,
if you're fighting and the battle stats and just the portfolio stats you get from the Dark Seals there, I think you go that way. But in this case, when it was kind of Brook grinning and bearing it and Grace being the only aggressor, I actually like the Sapphire Crystal choice because you don't need the kind of random sampler that the Dark Seal provides.
Makes sense. Good decision overall. Glad we were able to cover that as well, as Grace looked good in game 1 and I suppose struggled a little bit more in game number 2, but once again gets a winning matchup and is having a much better time.
Just feels like we already know how this game ends. Keen gets too big on the Vladimir and takes it over.
Hey, don't spoil it. We're only 10 minutes in.
It was the Caulfield's Warhammer into the Longsword first buy, and no Executioner's calling on the second back either. Went just full Kindle Gem. I don't think more cooldown reduction helps this lane state enough against the Vlad, who's now got his own bevy of CDR on the side of Afrika Freaks. It's my preview there, so I don't want to be spoiling Valdez, but it's not inspired with confidence. They can turn these items into the Vladimir, getting anything other than CS for CS.
Well, I mean, I would agree, but after game 1, I suppose we should give them a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, as they've proven, at least today, against Afrika, they can show a little bit more than what we were expecting. Perhaps they can take advantage somehow here in the early game of this one to come back. So far, they are 1,500 ahead. Just have to keep that Vlad in check, as you were mentioning.
And if you make no mistakes, the problems with this draft never come up. You never get to the ultra late game without a Baron. The Syndra never has to awkwardly, defensively go to a side lane and just not be able to match Lissandra Vlad and get AoE'd or womboed down. From ahead, the Jin Air draft holds a lot of values. There still is things here, but unfortunately, where there is opportunity for the best teams, we see warning signs for a Jin Air team who have just been unable to capitalize more reliably than not. Warrior and Chance are out there. Grace is still super far up.
Oh, he's trying for that one was Dread.
Senin,
okay,
hello?
Senin.
I guess he also...
Keyboard issue.
Yeah, I guess he also, like the LoL gods who gave us the nice Drake spawns, is a big fan of perhaps Jin Air winning the first series they've had it. If you guys are wondering, no team has ever gone 0-18. I believe the worst is 2-16. Kongdu Monster did this as recently as last year.
Oh, you're talking about sets.
Yes,
right?
sets. Okay. Best of threes. I think Spenu won 2. That was the only one. It could have been 1-17, but I believe 2-16 is the worst ever. So 0-18 has definitely never happened.
Dread waiting again is going to show himself. They really want to get on top of Root. And the Devour's there, just barely on time. Nova has to flash for that one. Linderong is going to get Hemoplagued. Does World End himself to stay alive and clear out this wave as Keen's dominance in the lane continues.
And this is the only part that's askew. You know when you get the picture and they ask you what's wrong in this picture, what's off? You know, it's sometimes something really big if you're a young kid. It's something a little bit more technical if you're older. The thing that's off is that Keen is the one who's the aggressor in topside. He's the one who's threatening. And speaking of threat, Lissandra's coming.
Here she comes, but Root is able to get into safety. You can see a TP comes in, and Nova's going to be okay. They turn onto Brook here. Dread also taking a bunch of damage. Senin as well, going to be denied that dash, and here comes Keen in a bit of trouble, has to flash himself, and the flash forward. They want to get that burst damage onto the Vladimir, and they will. 3 kills will go the way of Jin Air.
It is all lined up for Jin Air. Too late. Afrika realized they had to get out. They were too overextended. Brook's going to die eventually on the back end. He's trying to explore new parts of the map. You don't need to do that. It's not civilization.
He's looking for a new exploration unit as he's going to go down too. That makes it 4 more kills to Jin Air. And now they've got a 3,500 gold lead at 15 minutes.
All right, we definitely went from the advanced technique, what is wrong with this picture, to the much clearer, child-friendly version of this dive. They try to dive Nova, and then they realize, wait, we're out of extension, and aiming is tanking turret. We have no more threat on carries anymore. We're under the enemy turret without vision, and we're going to be flanked by Syndra, of all people, who doesn't have a TP in order to respond to this. They cut off the members. Aiming gets to see you later on the back end, but everyone else dies. The donations are a bit too genuine on the side of Afrika, I would say. They're being very generous in this early game, and yet it's not all over yet. They're trying to outnumber and take Rift Herald. This might be a freebie to Afrika Freaks.
And it looks like it will be, as aiming's there, but Root is not. That means that up a man, Afrika will be able to take this Rift Herald away. And with no plates down on the bottom side, the best that Root could try to do is put some pressure onto this turret, but is not going to be able to because Keen is here. So nice little win for Afrika to catch up.
And right now, if you pause it and say who wins, purely based on where the items are at, it's huge, huge lead for Jin Air because they got their earlier spikes faster. The items take longer on Afrika's side. They need 40,000 gold to get going, and exactly, things are coming together. Your point to the Executioner's coin, but it's so late it doesn't matter as much. But
like he finally got it.
2-item Ezreal's there compared to 1-item Vayne. Syndra has the 1-item power spike earlier than Lissandra. The Xin Zhao is going to have Sterix Gauge pretty soon, right? He's pretty strong. He's battle ready. So right now, there's just no way for Keen and aiming to match item timings at a pretty paltry amount of team gold, 24,000 gold. They need 40,000. They need at least 35,000. And if they continue to kind of walk into machine guns like they did on that inner turret dive, Jin Air could run away with this game. So if we're purely being about where the champions are at, Jin Air are even more ahead than the 3,500 gold shows.
It definitely was a bit of a donation by Afrika. I don't want to take away anything from that, but I like that Jin they play around the Tristana kind of lane in the bottom side. They gank early for it. They get root ahead and make that work. And then once again in Game 3, they return to a similar kind of idea where they play around, the Ezreal with the Tomcats. They draft that super early to try to get root into another decent lane. Definitely helps out against Afrika, who's trying to dive by all standards, doesn't matter when or where.
Rift Herald's being employed just to get a turret trade. But as you remember, we had a game where Root got going on Ezreal, but they stayed bot lane after getting a big advantage and kind of squandered that position.
Yeah.
Actually, they had a lot more flexible lane assignments in this game, and the reason why I say that is, it's Vayne, right? Vayne is not going to wave clear in front of an Ezreal very well. Ezreal pushes the wave and then pokes with the Q, and it does most of Vayne's health bar, and she has no wave clear to stop. So actually, Ezreal shadowing Vayne when the supports are involved, when there isn't going to be a map lead and get ganked, gets more advantage, and their only price is an Ocean Drake on the bottom side. So this is a lot more straightforward for Root to keep piling on the pain. Right now, at least, there's nothing to wag your finger at when it comes to Jin Green Wings in game number 3.
And it did feel like that we were not going to have a team go 0-18, right? It just feels so improbable. No matter, where that team comes from or what level the players are at, it's just so hard to actually do that. And we were expecting one of these lower half teams to be the one to go down to Jin Air. But, I mean, it's not over yet, but we could actually have it happen here, which, again, wouldn't be the greatest feeling for Afrika to slowly crawl down to a loss to Jin Air.
And if you came to me 2 months ago and then said, this would be the time, I would have not believed it, right? I talked on my stream, I like to approach League of Legends analysis like Sherlock Holmes. In fact, if it happened, how would it happen? And you just look at the rosters and you're like, no, that couldn't happen. But then if you came 2 weeks ago with Jin Air showing nothing, having no presence in games, it doesn't matter what the roster is, I'm still there being like, no, I can't see it. But then we see Jin Air get a bit better. We had that amazing Root pop-off team fight a couple of weeks ago. We see, in general, things happening in their games, and they definitely have with C's a lot more get up and go, right? They're definitely waking up in the morning and actually taking on the day. Again, you start to see it, but you needed the last piece of coming into the series today and refusing to run UCal in any of the 3 games, or Sun, their other mid laner, persisting with Brook in every game, and even in the matchup that he clearly couldn't handle a couple weeks ago. He's been better today, but last time out, this matchup was not LCK standard. You needed to give me all that, Valdez, and even then, it might not be enough.
Well, Nova will be the sacrifice here, as he's actually really fast.
Did he have Ghost there? It's possible, I guess.
I suppose so, as he does not have a cleanse, at least. Yeah, that was a very fast catfish, but didn't help him escape the hook this time.
But this was the team, if there ever was one, to go 0-18. There's been so many times where that's felt more likely than not over the course of their best of series. But now we load on all the things that have muddied the water, and I think even Sherlock Holmes would need till the 2nd episode to work it out. This is a tricky one, where Afrika have really good scaling. They have Vayne and a lot of threats for Vayne to hide behind, but they haven't hit that 40,000 goal we're looking for, or even 35,000 goals to even think about a fight. But if Jin Air don't find anything more, remember they've been in 5 kills for a while now. There's still light at the end of the tunnel for Afrika Freaks.
There is. We'll see what they can do here, as you were mentioning kind of the spoilers of Game 3 and what it could have been if Akeen just got super fed on the flat and no mistakes were made. As speaking of mistakes, Dread with a very clean play here up against Nova.
Nova went up to Ward as his AD carry was being a bit too overextending with harassing, so it's actually a pretty understandable spot to die. I believe that is, yeah, it's Ghost. So he had Ghost on his spellbook there. That Ghost wasn't very useful against the kick from the Lee Sin, I should be mentioning, so kind of fell into lap of Afrika, and they gleefully accept a way to delay the game and get some more global gold onto the team.
Hey, you get it killed onto aiming as well. Get him 300 gold and say, hey, here you go. A little bit quicker onto your next item. See when he actually does get there. Root and the rest of them trying to get more aggressive as aiming. Grace pulls it off, and the TP's going to come in. Brooke, you're going to get knocked up, and down you should go. Is going to ult himself first, does flash away, and somehow finds a way to get out of there. Jin Air not able to time it to break that one, as it will be the flash and the TP, though, blown away from Brooke as well.
But not his life. That looked like it would be a second kill, maybe even a Baron start from Jin Air. Still, Brooke needs to fully recall. They are not going to be able to keep this inner turret rolling. Big moment for Jin Air. The yes-no question of where is the burst range for a Syndra is always what you're paying attention to in competitive. Down goes the Lee Sin, and I was actually about to pose a question of, okay, you're going to have your Rage Blade soon as the Vayne. Is this a QSS or a stopwatch game? I wonder for the Vayne. You need the defensive item next, and after that moment, maybe stopwatch is the go.
Yeah, I mean, you could avoid a lot of the spears if it does come down to it with the stopwatch. But you got to be careful as well to avoid that kind of play. It's under turret, and he still gets hit with a max range stun. Very well played by Grace.
Yeah, Amy explodes. Rest in peace, the Vayne. Means that he doesn't get to farm off the last bit of gold. No doubt he's sitting on gold because you never want to actually buy the amp tome. It doesn't provide anything. You don't want to clog your inventory. Brooke pushes on the top side slowly, but the slowly part is relevant. They're going to lose a Drake, and also will need to reset on the map. And now Abyssal Voyage. That seems just defensive. Okay, we get the full information. It's the defensive Abyssal Voyage. I think chasing there would have been foolhardy when they don't have vision in the area.
Yeah, could have been a Jin Air moment if they said, hey, you know, he doesn't have flash. Maybe we can do it, but may have been able to bait themselves in there. Either way, they just get a bunch of farm, and now we've got this super fed Syndra alongside of an Ezreal that picked up an Archangel staff. And you begin to wonder, Jin Air from this far ahead, can they close it? You know, we always have to be skeptical because of what we have seen in the past, but this looks like a fantastic moment for them right now, as long as they can avoid Vlad with 3-4 items and win a couple of these team fights up next.
But they're messy, Valdez. Of course, they don't have a lot of experience in trying to close out games where you have to overextend, and things like this happen. C's already has been caught, and Keen's flank. It seemed likely. We know it's coming.
Grace gets the stopwatch out of Dread, but it looks like C's might be in some trouble. Keen still at full health, trying to zone them away. Good taunt there by the side of Senin, trying to get in, and Keen is going 1v4 right now. He's going to be punished for it, and now Senin might be in a ton of trouble too. Tries to taunt up Linderang, but another max range stun from the side of Grace means that Jin Air is going to win this fight for now. Brooke now is going on in. It's going to be burst to smithereens by the side of Grace, who picks up another kill.
They're able to pick up the kills here. That's 3 for 0. 3 for 1, I should say, on the side of Jin. They don't have the smite, but they want more kills.
They're coming on in. Nova's super tanky, and Grace and Ezreal here. Root just do insane amounts of damage. Tom Kent can just tank it up for days, and they don't care.
And they're even pushing him in at the same time. They got to fight earlier before that 40,000 gold was in, and just like we outlined, it worked out. Dread's trying to waste time to allow the rest of his members to respawn, but that's the most he's going to do. He goes down, targeted E there, over the wall. But with the smite being dead and Until Spellbook smite not available for Tom Kent, they don't lose the maximum. The Baron might have actually been a game ender with the fact that Vayne doesn't offer that wave clear against Baron buff minions. We watch the replay here, and C's just takes less damage at the start. Keen already has looked for the flank, and this is where you feel the creeping down. But it's a bit earlier than the team wants to respond, and Stopwatch buys so much time next to the Aatrox ult. Aatrox just sweeping away with his Q in the front line. Can't be matched. Keen doesn't have the items yet to be Malphite, Orianna, and a single champion like we talk about with the Vladimir, and does die at the end of the play.
Great mechanics there from Grace, actually, followed up by a near-perfect stun there. He's able to stopwatch just in time to deny the empowered Q from the Vlad and deny that health gain that could have kept him alive and kept him going in that backline, especially once the Galio followed up. So this guy stepping up today. I mean, we haven't been impressed by him so far before, but certainly looks like a much better mid laner today.
And don't get us wrong, that is definitely more than a body blow for a Freaka. There definitely is some tips of blood coming out there. Are they mortally wounded? Your thought is no. You feel like it's not done yet. They still have Vladimir with a death cap, 2 items on the Vayne. You can definitely mess up your target priority and Vlad and Vayne can take it over. But it is close to being mortally wounded. This is a pretty big advantage. Only a Baron buff could be kind of bigger outside just a team wipe.
Well, Senin, you are not allowed to stand near the Ezreal and the Syndra. He's going to go down. Nice snipe here from Root. That means that it is going to be 5v4. Now, where do Jin Air go from here? They have a massive lead, 9,000 gold. Now they're up a member. Do they go to Baron, or do they just continue pushing with all of their poke in this comp?
The comms are off. Usually it's said where that ult is going. It was very predictable, and he jukes into it. Jin Air walk up. They don't want to make it about a Baron. They just walk up with their siege, and what is a Vayne to do against a siege like this?
Can't do anything, especially when you don't have that follow-up engage from the Galio to make room. As Brook just threatening it here with Galio just about to spawn. It looks like Jin Air, though, not going to overstay.
Another good moment for Jin Air. They don't overstay, and the window to overstay against Galio ult is actually a lot more aggressive, right? Galio can get back really fast. Still, we're seeing some aggression.
A World Ender does come in, though. He is going to survive. Sees trying to make some room for him here as well, and Brook takes a bunch of damage, so no follow-up. Huge damage as well. Trying to come forward is Root. He's got a red buff. Keen forced to pull out of this one. Stun not quite going to land, though, so they cannot follow up.
And you can just see the moment where it clicks in Root's head. He understands, wait, Keen doesn't have flash. There's no threat on the back line. Now that this comp has lumbered in and not found their man, we can re-engage with long-range damage to try to punish them. So I love seeing that, because if Jin Air was full defeatist, you just full-on recall on that spot. Instead, they still show that the Fangs are out. There is a chance for them to find some kills, because 2 kills there and a Baron rolls down, and suddenly the base is broken and maybe the first series is won by Jin Air Green Wings.
You can tell that they're finally feeling it here after so long, which is certainly a good feeling for them to get some confidence back and feel like they can actually...
Should we go on record?
Make some plays.
I think Jin Air does it. I think they're going to win this one.
I mean, Grace is just ridiculously fed. I don't even know why Dread is anywhere near him at this point. He doesn't have stopwatch. He has no way to get away. You're in ult range. You can't be there.
I think the chat's probably feeling it as well. I think Jin Air might have done it, Valdez. He seems like a freaker, just trying too many things and stacking the landing on most of them. They're not getting it together. Jin Air's actually trying to take multiple objectives here, but the lure of the Baron is definitely less than we might have expected. The damage from Root is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, the Ezreal is still going to be an Ezreal. Root is a fantastic AD carry. Hasn't had a moment before now, but finally, he's getting his time to be that Ezreal.
That was an Inferno. It would have been a sick map play, but yeah, I don't know about the Ocean Drake there. I get it anyway. And it does mean no Elder spawning at 35. Again, would have delayed that one, but not something we see pro teams do. That is that was just an E into 1 round of spells.
Here we go, guys. We're taking off. Start the thrusters. Jin Air plane. Glide plane is coming off the runway here. Not going to push for more, though, as we're still going to wait. Jin Air, they know that they're close, but they're not going to overdo it.
And now Afrika does have 45,000 gold. Yes, in a 10,000 gold disadvantage, but level 16 on Keen, he's going to have to flash, hop his way to the back line, and do it all himself.
Okay, everybody does dodge that one, and the pool is going to deny the Syndra ultimate. Keen trying to make a play here on a Grace, but a nice Devour gets him in, but Linderong is going to be ulted up. Grace super low. Trying to get in range of him now. Here is aiming. He's going to flash it, and he will get 1,000 gold. Is it possible? You talked about 45,000 gold. It's happening, Papa. They get a kill.
And that's the thing, is Afrika can't forget they have the Vladimir. His summoner is down. They only got a kill, but only a kill was enough for Baron in game number 2. And Jin Air have been very scared about pulling the trigger around Baron. The Baron for Afrika is so big. If they can pick it up and they're going to go straight onto it, they know it's now or never.
Abyss of Voyage comes in immediately. They want to get Root in range
Here's
to try to stop this one.
Winner of this Baron wins the game.
Comes in. Vlad going to also TP himself. They may be able to turn onto him here. He's going to immediately pull. In goes the knock-up as Root has other plans. Wants to go in there.
He's so aggressive.
Trying to kill Senin. Brook nearly goes down the immediate Devour. But the Baron goes to the top. Kent! Nova gets the Baron! And it doesn't look like Afrika are going to have it today. Jin Air are going to push for the win.
Jin Air Green Wings will not go down. They will win this series, and they'll do it now.
Finally, we can take off on the runway. The Glad plane is finally going to fly. After so many weeks and a month and a half, Jin Air should be winning their first series tonight.
We're going to see some real emotion here. These players have never won in the LCK, the majority of them. They'll close it out here. Nova flashes in, smites away, and they finally win after so much toiling in LCK Spring 2019.
It finally happens. We see high fives on the side of Jin Air. You see that the emotions will come out from the fans, from the coach. Immediately makes his way on over as the emotion's not coming out just yet. It's hard to after 17 losses in a row, but you cannot deny that finally they have reached their goal of having a Glad plane fly.
And what does it look like to celebrate on the Jin Air Green Wings? For Root, he doesn't know. He's never won a series in the LCK. A lot of these other players have been around, but of course have just felt this sinking feeling again and again. It's their first bow to the Lowell Park crowd, the last of the 10 teams to do it for the first time.
Maybe the emotions come out in the interview because I'm sure we'll have some hard questions asked. Like, what does it feel like to finally win a series after this many series lost in a row? And it was 12, I believe, here in the spring split that they have lost. Finally, they pick up the 13th one. And Grace is definitely the one smiling. He had a great game. Wasn't the hardest opponent, as we mentioned before, but you still got to hand it to him. He's finally able to show up twice in a series and make it happen.
He actually just started hiding from the camera because he realized the camera was on him and he didn't know what the right way to look is. Not like he was doing a lot of winning last year either, as Jin Air went to relegations again and again. Freaka Freaks, Keen, and the crew, I'm sure, want to pack up and get out of here as fast as possible. I think it starts with the selections today. I really don't understand going for something that, at best, beats Jin Air and doesn't really play forward, because I don't think Brook is the solution against the other mid-lane talent in LCK. And at worst, you don't get Yukal a series to get his confidence up, and now he has to play against an opposition that has to be sturdier than Jin Air Green Wings. So Jin Air pack up. Well-deserved victors of today. I think they were the better team on the day. And Grace has been, should be a second MVP of the LCK. They only have 3 to dole out, so 2 out of 3 is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, gotta hand it to him. I believe it was his Zoe play the first time around, and this time it's Syndra. You get to wonder, how many more series can this team pick up? As Linderong, definitely one of these guys that has been around for a bit longer than some of the other members on the side of Jin Air, has looked very frustrated at times. One of the older guys here in the lineup, but finally gets to pack up after a win. It's got to feel damn good.
This is what you train for. The Jin Air players practice as hard as all the other teams, but you never had one moment for them to feel like they'd made the right choice, to join this team, to become a pro gamer, all the other things that go through your head when you choose a vocation and people laugh at you and make jokes. We've been guilty of that, Valdez, because it's been tough to watch for the side of Jin Air. They have been so far off the pace, but I think C's coming in, and Tana even, when he's had a couple of performances, has brought a bit of life back to what was feeling like a very dull Jin Air Green Wings, and we actually get the confirmation of how that kill happened there.
Yeah.
Able to take down the Vlad on the flank. They close it out from there. We'll zoom back in. We showed Papa and Valdez, but we'll see how this one happened. Root will not be denied. This guy ain't afraid of anyone, and I stick by my analysis that if I'm a team looking for a new AD carry in a future split, and Root's no longer on Jin Air, he's always been up there in solo queue. He is very, very young, and what does he look like with a winning feeling behind him? We can only know for sure the next time Jin Air play.
Wow. Well, we were here, Papa, alongside all the rest of the chat.
And that makes it worth it that we went through this 6.5-hour slog today. We had some very long series, 6 games, and at least the reward is there. Jin Air Green Wings win their first series. They will not go through the ignominy of losing 18 best-of-3s in a row. Big victory for them. Will it change their relegation status? Almost certainly no. But at least they can say maybe. And today's not the day for anyone else to point and stop them. Today's the day for them to believe that anything's possible.
It definitely comes down to their games that they have left. And taking a look, I mean, they've lost to Kingzone, Genji, Damwon, and Sandbox here in the second round, which means they still have KT. They still have Hava Life. You know, some of these other teams that maybe potentially something magical could happen and they could avoid it But again, it still is a far cry, but you never lose hope after a series like this.
Yeah, with a bad team. So that's something that instantly they should be awarded for, and they picked up the match victory. We went through so many series, man. Just win an early game, win a matchup, get something going. And it got going really fast. Winning game 1 here, I'm sure, was so important for their mentalities, stopping that record no one would want of 18 best-of-1s in a row. Nice kick flash from Dread, but Nova prances away, and we know he got the last laugh after all.
Certainly did. It's funny to see the Syndra balls flying around her head like they're taking off like the Glad plane. Gray certainly had a fantastic game. So did Root towards the end. Their carries finally begin to pop off. Good early game for the Sindao as well. CU seems to be an upgrade from Malrang, which was a surprise after Malrang got so many first bloods early on in the split. But it does make sense now. See Grace, he flashes away and then he stopwatches the empowered Q that could have kept the Vlad alive. And then he lands this max range one to get the Galio too. So I would give it to Grace, as you were mentioning and hinting at before, Papa. Makes sense to me.
And we're all the winners because the picture that we have been denied for so long can finally, after the series win, be tweeted, and it's not in any sort of jest at Jinair. It's in celebration. A smiling plane is a simple thing, but it's something that has eluded Jinair all year. Congratulations to them. They've won a series. They can have a victory dinner. Maybe the beef is out there. Was beef more expensive than pork in Korea? Steel comes in from Nova. What a hero on this Tom Kench. Anything should be on the menu for the Jinair players tonight. They deserve it.
You can see how happy, especially, maybe not the younger players who are struggling with how to express their emotions on their first win, but the coach who comes running out and finally has a big smile on his face after this kind of game. Certainly heartwarming, as the damage in the gold graph tells a story. You said it best. I mean, Jinair was just the better team today. Afrika made a lot of poor decisions and interesting roster choices, and Jinair took it and ran with it. They flew with it, and they looked great today.
And it seems like a weird time to pile on, but it feels like the true ramifications on Afrika even bigger than just losing to the no-hope team suggests. The roster, I don't think, is one that's going to go forward from this series loss. The individual performances weren't great. The shot calling, like it has been all season, was a bit wayward, so they don't pay anything positive forward, and the worry is they may pay some negativity forward, which is the absolute worst way a competitive squad can come away from best-of-3 series.
Yeah. Gray's going to pick this one up. Some really stellar Syndra play, just in general. I mean, he looked fantastic on this pick. And it's just another one that he has in his arsenal. You ban out his Zoe, well, you got to consider that Syndra for the future.
He played really well in this game. Even the small moments you were pointing out about as some really good scatter the weeks. And then, of course, the standard I'm ahead. Why would you walk into range of me comes in as I
Dread walks back. He's like, it looked like he was trying to dodge a stun, but like, even so, just
it reminds me of, you remember Clippy, the helper tool on Microsoft Word? Oh, I see you were trying to get a kill here. Let me help you out.
Let me donate my body. Here you go. Thank you.
He's just a kind soul.
Yeah. Nothing was going right in that game. Dread, after that, got a couple of flashy kicks, but
now you need some time. Work out the wording for this. You got to throw to a very interesting interview for the first time.
Well, I don't have much time. I'm going to hand it to Ji-sun for the first interview of the Jinair Green.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with today's interview translation, and we're going to be hearing from Jinair Green for the first time, joined by Root and Grace.
저쪽 외국 해설분께서도 엄청나게 큰 소리로
English casters were so happy for your victory today. How do you feel right now? I can't believe this. Recently, we were doing so poorly during the streams, so it's hard to believe that we finally got the win.
정말 값지고 감동스러운 승리고요.
It's a very emotional moment. What about you, Grace? This is so surreal. I can't feel anything. Maybe I got used to losing a lot.
그 연패를 오늘 끊어냈으니까요.
But you guys finally stopped the longest losing streak. It's time to enjoy your happy moments.
팀적으로 정말 달라진 경기력을 요즘 보여주고 계세요.
Seems like Jinair evolved today. Can you feel that? Well, until this Monday, I think we were doing quite well, but recently we were doing so bad in the practice game, so I was so worried. But I'm so happy that we were able to come back from the bad performance. So I'm really happy. Great, your performance was on point. How do you rate yourself today? I did fairly well. I don't really think I changed a lot, but it looks good in game. Jinair is improving with C's in the jungle. How's your synergy with him? Well, he like goes in really well. I mean, all the junglers in my team has their strong points, so they are both good. Talking about game 1, Sivir showed up on the side of Africa, but you locked in Tristana. Why was that? In the early game, Galio has a good follow-up for the gank, so we were planning a turret dive in the early phase of game. And then we saw a ward in the bush. So he's made a call that he is able to pull up some level 2 ganks, so we were able to pull that off.
네, 굉장히 빠른 타이밍에 시즈 선수가 왔는데 이제 와드 지웠다고 이제 보셨다고 말씀하신 거죠? 네, 이렇게 깔끔하게
This was a very clean gank over there. Is that the moment that you guys gained the momentum?
네.
I guess.
특히 1세트에서는 정말 지네어가 확
Speaking of
잘나간다는
game
모습을
1,
확인할 수 있었습니다.
I can't say Jinair was in a better form compared to previous performance. Game 2 was a bit of an unhappy set, but you did put a lot of damage on Quirky, and then game 3 you did amazing game on your Syndra today. Syndra is a really good counter pick against Lissandra. I remember Showmaker playing it last time, so that's why I prepared it. There were a lot of solo kills as well. Let's check out some replays.
네, 화면이 준비가 되어 있지
We are
않다고 하는데요.
not ready with the replays.
22분 때 솔킬
Sorry.
장면 기억하시죠?
You remember the solo kill in the 22
네,
minutes?
맞습니다. 그때 스킬 연계가 정말
Clean
인상적이었는데 한 번에
engagement
잡아낼
and
수
just melted
있다는
down.
생각을 하셨어요?
성장 너무 잘해가지고.
Well, I was fed really well,
제가 신들 좀 많이 해봤거든요.
and I played Syndra a lot, so I calculated everything.
해주셨습니다. 아, 그리고 바론 스틸 장면 정말
And the Baron
인상적이었어요. 탐켄치가 분풀주로 강타로 확 잡아내는
Tom
장면이
Kent with the
있었는데
unsealed spellbook,
그때
he
바론을
used
스틸하겠다는
his smite and stole the Baron.
탐켄치 말이 있었나요?
Did he call that?
스마로 바꾼 것도 몰랐어요.
I didn't even know that he changed his spell to smite.
작년 썸머 때도 노바 형이 잘
But
바꿨거든요.
in the last summer split, Nova was so good at stealing with his unsealed spellbook, so I was trusting him.
그린스는 누가 주로 오더를 하는지 궁금해요.
Who's the main shot caller in Jinair? We all have a lot of communications in game. Well, but I think Nova is the main shot caller in my team.
모여서 잘 협력이 되는 편인가요, 요즘에?
Is Nova in the center of your teamwork? We sometimes have different ideas, but overall, yeah, maybe I can say that.
잘 맞아가고 있습니다. 자, 길고 긴 이제 연패에
It was a
나오면서
long struggle.
정말 많이 하셨습니다.
I cannot even imagine how hard it has been. So, any message for your fans? During the losing streaks, I was so sorry for my fans. I'm really thankful for them, and I always appreciate the support.
감사하고요. 자, 그레이스 선수도
And Grace, you wanna say any message for your head coach or your coaching staff who has been waiting for you guys to come back?
고생 많으셨어요.
It has been a tough journey. Thank you, head coach.
더 고생할 수도 있지만
It can be another extensive struggle, but I'm gonna do my best to not make it struggle.
힘 냈으면 좋겠습니다. 다음 경기 하나생명전이에요.
The next opponent will be Hana Life Esports.
하나생명 지난번에도 이길 뻔했는데
We almost took them down in our previous games, so if we prepare enough, I think we will be able to take them down this time. And Root? I wanna win. If we not lose in lane, in the bot lane, I think we can take down Hana Life Esports. So thank you very much for this interview, Root and Grace. And Glad Plan eventually takes up tonight, so I hope they can land on destination that they want. Just to wrap up today's very long day, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that translation. You got a feel for Root, who, again, it's I think it's definitely his first time up there on stage doing an interview. Obviously very nervous, doesn't know how to feel after finally getting that win. But, man, that guy's got some skill. Maybe not in the interview, maybe struggling with his emotions right now, but on the Rift, definitely a fantastic player.
You just wanted to walk up and hug him. Maybe that's just me, but I was just looking at this, you know, kind of cute kitten there who's just doesn't know. It's a new spot for him. They've never won a match. They won a best of 3 against a very low-level secondary team in the Kesper Cup, but that's a long time ago, and he didn't play both games. So, yeah, must be a world of new emotions for Root, who, like he mentioned, Scrim's going extra worse, I guess, recently, so they had even lower expectation today. But it comes together on the day. Root has really proved himself to be a player that I think will be around for a long time. I think he does have some really great skills there in the bot lane, and Grace, on his day, has been pretty good too. So, wow. Congratulations, Jino. We couldn't know that today would be the day, but the team sheet was the one where you thought maybe it would be, and now you go back and can definitely put it all together. But you had to see it to believe it. Jino Green Wings win a best of 3.
It finally happened, and as LS would say, the balance is finally broken. Does this mean that Griffin loses a series? There's another question.
SKT fans, I'm sure there's a lot of them in chat looking forward to tomorrow's series. We'll hope that's what it means. But if you actually follow the money, that was their 13th best of 3, so maybe Griffin beat Sandbox and SKT. I actually don't know who they play later. You can maybe find a little bit of time to find that, but we'll see if it is a tomorrow thing or if it's a longer-term thing. But Jin will not be the reverse Griffin unless we see Griffin actually miss a beat.
Well, the 13th best of 3 for Griffin is Gen G. So if we are maintaining the balance, that means that Gen G is going to beat Griffin somehow. But enough of the memes. Tomorrow is serious business. SKT versus Griffin, the first match of the night, 5 p.m. KST on a Friday. You do not want to miss that. That'll be brought to you guys by Atlas and Papa, bringing you the action. I'll be watching at home in the chat. Should be an insane series.
I'm hoping that SKT can actually rock up and show the aggression they've seen in recent series. Their first series against Griffin, very forgettable. They were out of it very early. 80 carries for Teddy. Action-packed series should come out. And then we finally see KT after their long break.
It's going to be a great day tomorrow for sure. Today was a great day in its own right. Jin finally picked that one up.
Plane, baby!
We're finally in the air, guys. Took a while. Lots of technical difficulties, but after 13 series, the Jin Green Wings have flown in the air with a big smile on their face. No more crying, no more sad planes. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys next time here at the LCK. We love you. Good night.
You take me higher when I feel low. Make my world brighter when I'm alone. I keep on rolling. Oh, with your fuel, you're like my gasoline that makes my dream come true. This is the beginning. Together we'll be winning. With you I'm a sinner. Make my song a city. I'm feeling alive. Like a feather, white like the wind. I fly again. I'm feeling feather light. You're my desire, my cookie roll, my burning fire, my secret code. You're like my gasoline that makes my dream come true. This is the beginning.
And I'm like, I can't uninvite him.
It's definitely one of those things where we're both in the group chat.
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, nah, I'm not going to go and he's going.
You're sending me the DMs being like, does Silas have to be there? And yes, like Silas is cool.
Do we have to bring Silas every time?
Yes. You need to update your rankings. Silas is here to stay. I know you liked it when Silas wasn't there. It could just be your homeboys. Silas is there now, and that's the new world you live in.
Well, he's also another one of these guys where it's like, Victor against Jace, maybe you can get some good action going. Victor against Aurelia, Camille, you know, some of these other carries in the top lane. Silas just builds tanky, half tanky, and sits there and clears waves and says, okay, not much action going to be happening in the top lane.
Right now, it seems like all the action is when Sandbox damn pleases. They have control ward lead around the Baron. They can two-man Baron pretty easily, and they're pretty flexible with who those two men are. As long as Jax is there, he can do a lot of the heavy lifting himself. Already a lot of CDR on the way to counter-striking away. So because of that, and the fact that they have a Roman utility advantage with Tahm Kench and Ashe, it just feels like it's when they damn please that the next move is made. Perhaps an item completion like Infinity Edge or GA from Ghost will be the herald on that. It's going to be the GA, another one of those mid-game closer items. It's been Ghost's way to go on this pick so far today. Silas has some pretty decent shoving ability into the Victor, and certainly won't be solo kill. It's not enough gold in Nogari's build just yet. He actually halted his lost out to completion to get the Hex Core for a bit of utility. And now it's all about throwing flags. We had Sad Gragas bowling for a jungler behind on the red side. Now it's going to have to be Flag Day Jarvan, just throwing down the flag. That's all he's got.
He's like the sad school manager that his only job is to raise the flag and then just like...
In America, isn't there a flag squad and a cheerleader squad?
A flag squad?
Yeah, there's like... I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I had to learn about it. It's a very American thing.
Well, not where I'm from. Not in New York.
There's cheerleaders and something else, right?
Maybe in some other states.
Okay, maybe.
Not going to name any names. But...
Give me a hint. Can I buy a clue?
Yeah, sure. You want like a
I need
letter?
some lifelines over here.
There's definitely a couple of states that start with T that definitely are on that bus. As again, not naming any names. Do you know how many states do you know?
I know a state that starts with T, Tasmania. So.
Well, yeah. Okay.
That's all I got. I'm Australian, by the way.
The state of Tarnation.
Well,
the one you hear a lot from
that's
down
where
there.
Damwon are in right now, but at least it hasn't been smacked in their face just yet. We've been able to joke because the map state hasn't been closed. The game hasn't been closed, even if it feels like a game closing gold lead. Doesn't matter how much you have in theory until you whack him in the face. We remember the wallet. Speaking of whacking him in the face, this is pretty bold.
Link just doesn't care anymore, and he might be paying for it as he goes 1v5. Joker trying to save him, gives his life away, and now they might even give the Baron away.
Well, the theoretical advantage being thrown.
Okay, now we're going 3v5, and we're forcing it here as Sandbox, and it nearly works out as they almost kill Nuggery. He has to flash away, but it looks like all the flashes on the side of Sandbox also traded in that effect, but with just that one trade, they may have discouraged the Baron, but it's not going to matter because TP comes in here from Nuggery. Sandbox are still 3v5. Nuggery now is full health.
Yeah, that's why you got to pull the trigger. Let's watch how this one goes. Baron at 5,000.
Okay, Cullen comes in. A lot of that stopped by the Braum, but now on the backside of the pick, taking a lot of damage. And oh man, Summon and Dub going ham in the backside, but the Baron still will go to the side of Damwon Gaming just barely, as on Fleet not there, no chance at a Baron steal.
But it's actually a really big contest, Valdez, because they get both side laners. The 1-3-1 can't happen now. TP down on Noggery. Noggery and Showmaker dying and not getting the buff. Means that Damwon can only play one lane, which does remove a lot of the power of the Baron, or have some really weird lane assignments. We already said we'd like Jackson a side lane, Dove and Summit are strong as well. And they find an exit kill here. Doesn't look like it.
Unfleek says he still doesn't care. That time he had a Tahm Kench, and it wasn't 1v5. Ghost going to solo the Drake. Rise pushing the top side for quite a while. Sandbox not too unhappy. Let's see how far Damwon can make this Baron stretch in terms of coming back in this game.
It's an analysis point that might be lost on some people. How can Sandbox feel happy? They lost the Baron. But consider this started with a huge unforced error. That's right there at the tennis column for unforced errors. Jax overrates how strong he is, but more importantly, isn't on the same page as the rest of his team. And that hasn't been a problem for Sandbox. Joku tries to address the spill, but it's a toxic oil spill. It can't actually address it, can't pick anything up. So then it's 3v5. You will lose the Baron. There is no smite here to contest it. But to take down the solo laners is kind of god tier for Sandbox. There's so many different other ways the Baron contest goes down. Well, they take a 1-for-0 trade and lose the Baron. Or it's 2-for-1 and Showmaker or Nogari live. In this case, both of them dying means that Damwon are only playing one lane with their Baron. That's not what makes Baron shine. That means the Sandbox should be able to survive, and it shouldn't be a game-closing Baron buff power play.
Yep, all they can do is sit here in the mid lane when they're still down on gold and try to make the most of the Baron buff that they do not have on their best men. And now they're just going to sit here as 5. You can see Dove just goes up to the top side. And
Summit takes another delaying ultimate, just throws it out there. They want to buy as much time, see how many objectives they actually lose during this Baron. Remember, they're actually threatening the map as this plays. They're trading turrets against Baron.
Hey, trying to force a fight here, though, is the side of Damwon. Joker is going to bite the dust on Fleek. With a nice stun here, but they get the knockup on the Silas. And oh man, Damwon, the push is coming in as they get 2 huge picks. But now Showmaker takes a bunch of damage. Flash in from on Fleek. He wants to go in and lead his team to the charge. And can he do it? He gets the first couple of kills, and Ghost is man-moding as well. They're gonna get another stun onto Nogari. A double kill to the Rise, and Sandbox are here to play. It's only Hoyt left, as he's on the run and should be going down in this fight. Oh man, what a play.
That is the Jax of your nightmares. On Fleek can't do it the first time, but he baited them into a place of safety. 3v5, they all in and kill all 5. And Sandbox Gaming, they get over the line, but man, it's been touch and go in the last few minutes.
That's just the kind of thing you see, and you can understand that On Fleek has such a high level of understanding about this champion, knows exactly when to go in and engage and lead his team into the charge and tank for the Ashe and fight front to back, even down on members. The understanding of the team, or rather the champion and their position in the game is so high from the side of Sandbox, and they're going to turn that into 2 inhibitors after that play.
And the thing you must remember about this play, because everyone has their war story of Jax winning a lane he shouldn't and split pushing and killing your whole team, right? Remember when this play goes on, it's a jungle Jax. And we know the jungle has been nerfed many times over. We see the start of the play, trying to threaten 4v5, but the Yasuo win war into all in here, kills Silas, and you think they're boned. On Fleek, the teleport comes in. It might have even not come in if they'd rushed down the turret, but they can't. But On Fleek re-engages as Jungle Jax for a 3-man counter-strike, and all the gold on a jungler is often the reason where you at least got all the gold, your Lee Sin got all the gold, your carries are behind. He's a jungle carry, is Jungle Jax, and the fact that he can do this on the jungle in a pro game is something we so rarely see. And that's why it's a treat to watch him roll in there, and Rise and Jax, tanky boys that do a lot of damage, roll through the members of Damwon Gaming.
Everybody loves to talk about the big junglers up towards the top. They always mention, you know, Klid and Tarzan, obviously, but On Fleek sometimes loves to slide under the radar in some of the fans' minds, but hopefully after this game he can shoot right back up there towards the top. Definitely a very highly mechanically skilled and has a huge understanding of the game, as you guys can see. Summit gonna throw out that Chaos Storm and nearly die, if not for the Tom Kent, who's there in position.
Actually pretty clean by Nuclear. They got a big chunk onto Summit, but not gonna be the biggest thing. Double Ocean gonna be helpful. You can see the health bars starting to roll up. It was as Rise in the mid lanes, trying to make them punished, but trying to play 2 lanes. Summit can do a lot of thrift shopping now. He's level 16. Back to the Braum ultimate. On Fleek, and we talked about that lane assignment with a jungler like Jax. You can play 3 lanes with your smite user, so On Fleek pushes top. In the mid lane, they just want to catch Braum.
Yeah, Rise now, you know, we're talking about some of the other members, but take a look at his damage. Arrow perfectly on point there. Not much of an escape this time around for Hoyt, as in goes Summit, has the Jarvan Cataclysm. Says hello to the face of Damwon Gaming. In goes On Fleek into the back. He's got a Guardian Angel now. As Summit also trying to lead the charge is going to go down here, but Dove will be there on cleanup duty as Sandbox trying to push in for the win.
Sandbox going to close the game here. Nothing Nuclear can do. Punch comes in. One-way trip to the death chamber. And Sandbox Gaming will stop Damwon's win streak at 6.
Very impressive game here. Sandbox from ahead, finally able to close it out here. GG in about 33 minutes, I suppose. Big tears all around to the side of Sandbox, who will once again take a 2-1 victory over Damwon.
Champ giveth, the champ taketh away. The one-way trip to the death chamber was how Damwon got the Baron, but contesting and getting a 2-for-1, but importantly, forcing Damwon to only play one lane is why they weren't just paper cut to death from multiple directions. Against Baron, if Yasuo and Victor have it, you can't have that lane assignment. And yes, it took a huge re-engage on the champ actually hard carrying for it to matter anyway, but if your side laners have Baron, that play never happens, this analysis never happens, and they find a way to break the base. Instead, Sandbox get the re-engage, On Fleek accepts it, and they get to bow to the crowd, lol park, and their appreciation for Sandbox to cement their spot 2 series ahead of Damwon, and closer to outright second in the LCK.
Really trying to make a case to bring back some of the fans and the non-believers after their slow tapering off here in the middle of spring 2019, but they fight back here in a super impressive game. On Fleek reminds you, hey, I don't just play Lee Sin, I don't just play Rek'Sai, Camille, Olaf, I can also play Jax as he widens his pool. Once again, it'll be interesting to see who picks up that MVP. I think On Fleek
will win it.
Kind of an obvious one there. Ghost, some really nice mechanics as well after On Fleek was opening up some of those trades, so shout out to him too.
I think On Fleek will probably have the most gold on a jungler all season in this game. He was so fed and farmed, and also just everything going his way by the end, so my imagination is that he should be saluted for that play, but everyone played their part. Ghost, like you say, was so solid on the Ashe. Another pick now that's in his effective champion. But it's not just, ooh, don't know about Ghost on that pick. It's, all right, his Ashe is good. He's right up there with Sungyun and some of our better Ashe players.
2-0 now.
In the league, exactly. 2-0 only on today. Another new pick in the 9.4 cycle. And on a patch cycle that we think will extend crit carries for a long time, he plays the Ashe. That part is confirmed. Big smiles from Joker. Well-deserved victory for Sandbox Gaming. So we got some orders of business before our second series. We go the full 3, and I think just the more solid nature of the 5 members of Sandbox was, to me, the biggest takeaway between the two teams. They were swapping Silas priority, and there were some unexpected mistakes from Sandbox Gaming in game number 3, and some expected, anticipated mistakes from Sandbox. So at the end of the day, Damwon, I should say, so at the end of the day, it's not the biggest difference in the two teams, but I came in being 60-40 Sandbox, and I leave being 60-40 Sandbox. So Damwon Gaming need to retool if they're going to be able to take down a team like Sandbox Gaming in a best-of-5. That's going to be almost a guaranteed roadblock if they are to ascend up the standings in playoffs.
Sandbox, after that win, as you mentioned, they do claim second place ahead of SKT. Damwon now 8-5. I believe they might be... Let me take a look here. Well, Kingzone 7-5 alongside Hanwha. So if Kingzone or Hanwha take a win, you could see Damwon begin to slide down in some of the rankings, which is not where you want to be when especially these top 6 teams in the LCK Spring right now are really vying for only 5 spots. Every game matters.
And it is worth noting that Sandbox only moved +1 ahead of SKT with one more match play. They don't move to 13. They came in at +11. Guys, if you're wondering about LCK, tiebreaker rules, obviously it's match score first, so best of 3 wins. After that, it's game score, so it's game wins over game losses, then it's head-to-head. So Sandbox, as of now, own the head-to-head against SKT by beating them in the first round robin, and their game score has gone down a little bit, so because of that, it isn't extending a huge lead, but Damwon are not an easy team to 2-0. And of course, SKT will face Sandbox after, or much after, they actually play against Griffin tomorrow, where their game score might be rescued or maybe further hurt.
Take a look at some of the highlights here of game number 1. This was the second Baron, the Infernal. That's a nice little flank from Summit, gets this one started.
Was pretty competitive in this series. This was where Sandbox were slight leaders towards the mid-game before the big over-engage from the champ, where he overrated his power and just went in too early. This is where they were able to surround and eventually take down most of the members of Damwon. A spirited escape from Nuclear does get him clear of the clutches of many, many people, I believe, in this fight, but this might have actually been one of the wipes. It was so extended, right? There were so many fights where it felt like there was a surround, and no, Nuclear went down. This would, of course, been after the earlier contest around the Drake. But a lot of fights here. This is where Onfleek threw one back. Goes in. He actually doesn't have Counter-Strike at the start. He's trying to hold on to it and just gets 4-hit passive by Braum and goes down. So that was a mistake by the man who ended up being the carry. But here where they specifically got both side laners, it got some breathing room, and then the champ did the rest in a 3v5.
Summon and Dove, when you are just attacking singular targets right in front of them, can do some insane damage, as we did see in that one. But this re-engage is where Onfleek makes up for his earlier mistake. Says, hey, Showmaker Nuclear got a little bit too far forward here. Let us try to go back in. And that he does. With the big stun comes in, creates so much space for the two carries of Dove and Ghost to do all that damage as he hides back in his stopwatch.
Really entertaining series. You know, we've had a lot of matches that we hyped up based on previous games, based on ladder standings, and then the actual game has been, you know, a bit iffy. A couple of stinkers, a couple of easy 2-0s. A lot of teams that we hyped against SKT have rolled over. Griffin have beaten all their opposition. It's good to see some competition, because I leave this series being like, wow, there could be a great best of 5 between these teams, because, okay, Damwon lose here. Let's bring back Flame. Let's see how that goes, right? Damwon have the bench to make best of 5s interesting. So maybe we will be treated to one of those at some point in the 2019 season. Right now we're treated to Onfleek and the tanky DPS members of Sandbox closing out game number 3. Probably an interesting interview with Mina Kim after we get the big numbers on the screen.
And the Jax did about, I mean, it was more than double over the Jarvan, of course. And you can see Victor did have a big damage number, but unfortunately that wasn't able to carry them to a victory or do much of anything. It was really just the Sylas and the Jax opening up some of those fights for the Ashe and the Rise to just rain down hell from right behind them. And when you're ahead, that certainly works out.
And it also shows us Punch has to go in the extended bag after so many jungle bans by Damwon. He power picks Jarvan. Onfleek's got his old faithful, the Jax, to fall back to and conquer a Jax. Trinity Force too early, and from there the game closed out. So really well played by Onfleek in a trying situation. The jungle champion pool was the Dregs.
Yeah, there's tons of bans that came out. We saw Olaf, Lee Sin, and Nocturne, Gragas, Sejuani all taken away. But Onfleek goes down to the Jax, 8-1-5. Will easily pick up the MVP of this game.
Watch some of those highlights here. I wonder if we'll show the Jax low light in the highlight package, but we saw all these because they were the big moments of the game. We skip over the low light for the 3v5. To know and understand the damage ranges here is so important for Hurricane Ashe. The Rise doesn't do too much because he has to stasis and gets stunned up by the W. Jax is so immovable and has so much chase potential when you're hitting close to 40% CDR and level 18. Chase, 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 jump onto wards, jump onto champions, whatever he can jump onto. He knew there were kills to fall.
Definitely did his job very well, especially after that immaculate early game where he picked up 3 kills around that first Drake. So all kind of snowballed from there, and Sandbox do end up our winners. Let's hear from them in the interview. I'll hand it over to Jisa.
Today's interview translation, and we're going to be joined by Joker and Onfleek from Sandbox Gaming. Joker, it's your first MVP interview. Good to have you here. How do you feel? I thought the time will come, but I didn't expect this will be today. Especially really happy that we pick up a 2-1 victory against Sandbox Gaming. Well, weren't you really sad that you missed so many MVPs? Kind of. But I feel happy, and that's what matters more when I win every match, so I wasn't really that sad. And on Fleek, Game 3, your Jax was unstoppable. How do you feel right now? Today was a very significant day for us. I'm really happy that to take down the strong team Damwon Gaming today. Game 1, I want to talk about the draft. It was a very early pick, Braum as a supporter. During the screams, I thought Braum is a very high-tier champion, so I thought it's kind of worth to pick it in the early phase of pick and bans. Was that your own idea? I wanted Braum, and all the teammates also wanted Braum, so that's why we played Braum today. And after you picked Braum, actually, Damwon Gaming picked 2 Molo champions, so did you think that you won the draft? In terms of Game 1, I thought that we gained the momentum in about the mid-games. And Game 2, there was a big team fight in the end. So I thought we were able to win the game, but we actually, Damwon Gaming was able to turn the game around in Game 2, and we lost the game. And let's check out this replay over here. I want to see Joker's reaction. Because it was actually for like a 4v3, so weren't you really worried? Well, actually, my damage dealers were in a good position to put damage, so I knew that we were gonna win. So I told my teammates that I might get cut out, so I made calls to come back me up, and they were all the teammates in my back to kind of fight back. Moving on to Game 3, on Fleek. You had a very early Triforce and you carried the game, so was Jax prepared beforehand? Well, Jax, I mean, it's one of the picks that I can always play in the right situation. So this is the highlight. On Fleek, there was a great flank over there. But I actually expected the team fight near the water drake, the ocean drake. I'm a bit confused over here. Well, but anyways, this was a big play on Sandbox Gaming's side. So we just pushed lane, and Ash was facing, and we were trying to open team fight, and we were ready for a team fight, but we had some items, and I wanted them to start the dragon, and they actually did, so I knew that we were going to win the game. What about the last team fight? Well, I mean, I made too many mistakes, so I want to make it up to my teammates, so maybe that was why I was able to do well at that moment. Joker, I have heard that you are the main shot caller in your team. Do a lot of coaching staff trust you? Yeah, they always trust me in terms of pick and ban, also in terms of play, so maybe that kind of makes me a little bit more confident. Same goes to me. We're always getting good results, so I like the system right now. And your next opponent will be Griffin. How are you going to prepare for it? Well, I actually feel like I just want to show great games to the fans because it's really the most strongest team in LCK. So I just want to see some entertaining and exciting game for the LCK fans. What about you, on Fleek? Even though we might lose, I hope we can learn a lot. But I hope you guys can pick up that win in your pockets. And this will wrap up today's interview with Joker and On Fleek from Sandbox Gaming, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for helping out with that translation as On Fleek, very modest, says, I hope we can learn a lot from Griffin. That matchup will be on Sunday night, will be the second matchup. Should be brought to you by LS and Atlas, that one, so should be pretty exciting. And you guys can see the current standings after this one. Sandbox do take second place. Dom 1 remain in fourth.
And I want to draw your attention to matches played. Sandbox get to 10 match wins, same as Griffin, but they've played 3 more series. So Griffin could definitely end up 13-0 after the next few series, but it's against SKT, who's been able to work out some of their kinks recently. Sandbox are in a lot of form as well. If you upset Griffin tomorrow and SKT, with how they've been playing recently, they could actually play like that against Griffin. Who's to say they can't find a match victory there somewhere? Then it's the perfect time for Sandbox to swoop, right? Because they've played themselves into great form, and the schedule is counted against Griffin. But guys, speaking of schedules, about a 30-minute break before we get our second series.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long after that one. We'll see how it can go in the next one, which will be Jin Air up against Afrika. So we'll see you guys in about 30 minutes for that matchup.
You take me higher when I feel low. Make my world brighter when I'm alone. I keep on rolling, oh, with your fuel. You're like my gasoline that makes my dream come true. This is the beginning.
Dragon X, who the favorites were.
KT roster.